Yeah, absolutely, Pat. And really, we're trying to do an extended forecast here just so we could kind of figure out what we are doing, what we are kind of looking into as we move into tonight. And we're really keeping all eyes on the next few hours. And we're keeping eyes, of course, on Eaton Canyon. We're keeping eyes on the Palisades. We're keeping eyes on the high desert. And of course, the new Sunset Fire, something, Pat, that's been affecting myself and my family. So I'm keeping very close eyes on it as well. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here. And you will see by 5 a.m. Okay, actually, I'm going to rewind. Let's go back to midnight. This is going to be just shortly after midnight. We were expecting that first sort of burst of wind to come back tomorrow night. Winds are a little bit in a lull right now. So again, much calmer than where we've been, and they will continue to stay calmer than where we were last night and this morning. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to be windy. So let's stop the clock right here at 1 a.m. And we're keeping eyes on the Santa Monica Mountains, on the Hollywood Hills, where we're looking at red in the area. This is 30 to 40 mile per hour wind speeds. And the purple indicative of 50 mile per hour wind speeds as we move through the San Gabriels and the LA County Mountains. Now we're going to go ahead and stop the clock at 4 a.m. Overnight, things start to pick up for Simi Valley. We've had eyes on the 118 this whole time, and we are looking at 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts in the area. Same thing goes as we head into the 405 area, into Bel Air, into the mountains right there, into West LA and the Palisades, of course, as well. We're continuing to keep an eye where we're looking at maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Again, a far departure from the 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds, but still looking at a lot of purple on the map. And you're going to see through the San Gabriels, we're looking at 50 plus mile per hour winds through San Bernardino, through parts of Orange County. Remember, a fire could break out at any time. We have to stay vigilant. Again, multiple fires burning right now. The Hollywood Hills fire, what we're now deeming the Sunset Fire, breaking out not that long ago, really just feels like out of nowhere. You know, it could just happen so quickly. And just a few acres has now exploded. Again, this is the newest brush fire we're talking about near Runyon, exploding at the top of Runyon. Nichols Canyon, right off of Mulholland at the entrance of the park there, now burning down toward the bottom of Runyon, closer to Fuller and Wattles, which is a separate park right there, Wattles Estate, and that entire area in West Hollywood where we've been looking at nothing but gridlock with people trying to get out. So certainly heed the warnings, get out. I know that I got one, my family got one, so we're trying to do the same. So we, as Chris Holmstrom was on the phone with us, Pat, not that long ago, was saying it's hard to report on this just happening to others. Of course, all of a sudden it's friends and family, and then it becomes your family. So this is just a widespread, far-reaching event across all of LA County. We're going to continue to see those winds through 9:45 tomorrow morning, 11:25, 1:25 Wednesday afternoon, and tomorrow afternoon things calmer, but still not quite calm. So winds will get calmer, but the peak of this next wind event really happening after midnight. So it's calmer now with 20 mile per hour gusts, but it's only going to get windier as we move into the next few hours, Pat. So all eyes on all areas tonight and continue to stay vigilant. I'll send it back to you.
All right, indeed, Evelyn, thanks so much. Pat Harvey taking a little bit of a break. This is Juan Fernandez with you here now at 7. The very latest fire to erupt is the Sunset Fire. As you see right here, it is burning in the Hollywood Hills. It has burned so far about 20 acres between Runyon Canyon and Wattles Park. A mandatory evacuation order is now in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard to Mulholland Drive to the 101 freeway down to Hollywood Boulevard. So it seems like a pretty large area. Also tonight, the Palisades fire continues to burn through Pacific Palisades and through Malibu. It scorched more than 15,000 acres, and so far there is no containment on this fire. It is estimated to have destroyed 1,000 buildings in the community, including homes, schools, businesses, and houses of worship. And the Eaton fire has turned deadly. At least 5 people have been killed and more than 100 structures destroyed there as the fire tore through Pasadena and through Altadena. It has grown to more than 10,600 acres, and also in this case, no containment. And a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. This one is being called the Hearst Fire. You're seeing it right there. It is currently at 850 acres with 10% containment, so that's some good news there. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. The air quality, as you might imagine, for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages all across the area. All right, let's go live now to reporter Tom Waite on the phone near Runyon, the Runyon fire or the Sunset Fire. You're in traffic there, Tom. What's going on?
Yeah, Juan, it's just complete gridlock here along Franklin. We're just below the Magic Castle on Franklin and Orange. You know, traffic obviously is pretty bad in this area on any given night, but it's definitely worse than usual. I also live in this area, so I'm very familiar with it. I'm guessing people are heeding this or trying to heed the warning to evacuate. This is very close to Runyon, you know, the entrance to it. So this is definitely an area where people would be getting that warning and getting ready to leave. And based on what I'm seeing, that's exactly what's happening. There's just a lot of people in their cars. I see some people, you know, leaving their apartment buildings right now. You can hear the chopper. You can see the fire from the freeway as we're coming up the 101 from downtown. We were at the mayor's press conference just a short time ago, and we could see the fire in the hills there. It was pretty. It was very easy to see, and you know, it's obviously growing, so that's a big concern too. I don't get a sense of you know, sort of panic out here necessarily. I mean, it just seems like very, very bad traffic, which we're obviously used to, but this is definitely a bit more than we're used to seeing. It's just barely moving here as we try to get a better angle of the fire.
Yeah, and Tom, you know, and I know that area there, not only are there homes, but there's lots of apartment buildings. That means a lot of people trying to get out of the area now. We see that in your shot there, the traffic was a real slow go. Are you hearing anybody, blaring their horn or any sense of urgency, or is it right now just pretty much a calm exodus out of the area?
You know, it seems like, yeah, there's not a sense of panic. I see some people walking along the street. I don't really hear anyone honking their horns or any sort of kind of road ragey behavior at this point. I think everyone's probably just a bit shell shocked by this, given that we've now, you know, this is like the second day, but it feels like, you know, 2 weeks, you know, given what everyone else is going through here in Southern California. Everyone's just, I'm sure, exhausted, exasperated. There was a small fire in the Hollywood Hills right in West Hollywood yesterday, just a quick one that they were able to get it out really quickly. So that kind of scared a lot of people right in that moment. But then, of course, we had the fire in the Palisades that blew up, and that sort of eclipsed any of the coverage of that fire. But they were able to get the one out in West Hollywood very quickly. I think it was in kind of the area of Crescent Heights and Sunset. But obviously this is much, much larger, and it is prompting evacuation warnings. I also got the warning. I live, though, just outside of the evacuation area, so right now I don't think I have to evacuate. But yeah, I mean, I received the warning as well, along with other colleagues, Chris Holmstrom and Mike Rogers. So yeah, and we're just creeping along here. We're still on Franklin, right near the entrance to Yamashiro. I have a few friends I just received a text message from that they live kind of near the Hollywood Bowl in that area, and they're also leaving. So people are getting the message, and they are heading out.
Yep.
It's just tough in LA, right? Because traffic's already bad, and now it's far worse.
Yeah, you know what, Tom? We're looking at a shot here from KCAL, and it's not far from the fire here, the Sunset Fire that we're talking about here. It looks like there's someone's balcony or back balcony on fire right now. It looks like perhaps some Christmas decorations or something on the balcony may have caught fire. And as we're speaking here, it keeps getting more and more intense. And you know, we've often talked about this ember cast, which is how far embers can travel. And KCAL was just showing us just a moment ago where the Sunset Fire is and where this balcony is. It's not that big a distance, and already it looks like there's a possibility that there may be a home catching fire, and I'm hoping somebody spots it if this homeowner is not home and there's nobody seeing it. Things could get a lot worse. I hope there's a helicopter right there in the shot, so hopefully they've seen it to see what they can do there, but it's kind of scary.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's already getting bigger. Yeah, I'm watching I'm watching our streaming coverage on CBSLA.com, and I see that it's already. Look at that. It's already exploding in size. Not exploding, but it's already growing in size. Look how quickly these things, these materials are so dry, and obviously it's fresh fuel for these fires. And as you just said, a little bit of wind. It doesn't even take that much wind, and it is not that windy right now where we are. But up in the hills, it could be a totally different story, right?
As we're speaking, Tom, I don't know. I hope it stays this way. It looks like the fire on that balcony is out. I don't know if I can see. I can't see. Maybe the booth can tell me whether or not there's somebody on the balcony because it's such a dark shot. But it looks like for one reason, oh no, it looks like it's sparking up a little bit again. But the good news is that the heavier of the flames have settled down a little bit. But again, we're just keeping an eye on this. I'm really hoping that this does not reignite because it is attached to a very nice home there. And once one home goes, these homes are pretty close together in proximity, and we don't want this to keep mushrooming, especially now that we're getting a bit of a break from those very strong winds that are going to stay calm, that are going to give firefighters the chance to get the upper hand on this. The air resources are now up and above once again, fighting this fire here. But yeah, it looks like there's still a bit of an ember of a spark there on that balcony. You can see that too, huh, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just sending in some more video of the traffic jam that we're in right now, just to give people a sense of just how much gridlock is happening right now.
And Tom, I've heard from friends who live in Hollywood. They're just off Sunset Boulevard. And right when this started, they said that they could see the flames from Runyon Canyon, or at least the glow from their front porch. And now the evacuation orders have come all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard. So they're not too far from possibly having to evacuate. And already friends who live in the same zone that you do have moved into their house to wait this out. So I'm hoping that firefighters do get the upper hand on this and that evacuation orders aren't expanded farther than what they are right now. We're talking about the 101 freeway to one side, Hollywood Boulevard, Mulholland, and Laurel Canyon. So if you're familiar with the area, it's quite a big area here. And as we've been seeing, luckily there are some fire crews already in the hillsides there. And the whole thing is this happened within a very short amount of time. Tom, how did you get the alert that you had to evacuate, or that there was a possibility of evacuating?
Well, so first of all, before I get to that, I'm at this, as we're stopped here, I'm looking at this hotel, and I'm going to send in this video here in just a second here, as I'm just shooting a little video on talking to you of this hotel. It looks like where people are evacuating from. People are out, kind of outside in the front of the hotel, looking with their luggage and stuff. I'm going to send that in right now. This is a hotel in Hollywood, and it doesn't look like a very large one. Maybe it's a youth hostel, I can't tell. But I'm going to send this in right now so you guys can get a sense of it. But it looks like this is also being evacuated as well. So people are even in these hotels. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you're in a hotel or where you are. The evacuation orders impact you. So I got a text message first, and then I received two phone calls. So it was pretty aggressive.
Were they reverse 911 phone calls, Tom, or what were they?
No, it was a 213 number, and at first I thought it was a robocall or something because of the, there was that long pause when you get those types of calls, like for an advertisement, and when you get those calls, you think that it's probably someone trying to sell you something. So often when you're at work, particularly, you can't take those calls. But I stayed and listened to it just because I was curious, because it was a 213 number, and I didn't know if it was an emergency official calling to talk to me about something or an issue. So I waited, and then it played a recording that talked about the evacuation zone. It was a little bit vague in the robocall, but the text message that I received did provide a little bit more information to people here. So. So yeah, that is refreshing though, right? That the system does work. It kind of reminds me of the same system during the pandemic, when there were some stay-at-home orders and curfews, when we had some of the violence that erupted early in the pandemic. They used the same system. So yeah, it was well done though. They kept calling.
And that's what's fantastic, and that's what I want to get the information out to our viewers, because everybody kind of gets, depend on where you live, Depends on what district you belong to. You may be getting either a reverse 911 phone call, a text message. I want everyone to know the possibilities of what they need to look out for. Like you said, you had a 213 number. You weren't sure where it was coming from, but the importance that you do answer it. And also keep in mind, we had the California Attorney General on the phone today, Rob Bonta, telling us that now is the time that's, ripe for people trying to scam and create problems because everyone is in such it's just basically such a terrible time that people may want to take advantage of that with scams and price gouging and whatnot. So definitely maybe listen to see who's calling and use common sense. See if indeed it is an order to evacuate your neighborhood, because time is of the essence. We've already seen what's happened in Pacific Palisades, in the Altadena, Pasadena area, and now the Hollywood Hills fire, the Sunset Fire, is burning here. Luckily, there are air resources above it, but there are lots of homes there. There was lots of brush that hasn't burned in a lot of time. And now we're seeing, Tom, as you are, a lot of people trying to evacuate the area and get out of there, whether they're leaving their homes, a youth hostel, a hotel, a lot of people that are going to be on the roads. And just the Neighbors app that I've been keeping an eye on, that I belong to, because I don't live far from here either, is people wondering where to go. Where do I go? What do I do? And they keep mentioning different streets. Is this part of the evacuation zone? Is this part of the evacuation area?
I think we went too far. Sorry.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Sorry, we're just
no,
trying
that's
to figure
okay.
out where we are. Yeah. So it looks like we have some people here. Hold on, I'm just gonna. Are you guys evacuating? Are you evacuating? No. Okay. There's just people who are loading up a pickup truck right in front of me. It kind of looked like a sort of a frantic thing. I was trying to figure out what they were doing, but he said no. I don't know. I think the language issue may have been an issue. There have been a language barrier issue there. Because it seems very much like they were throwing a bunch of suitcases into the bed of a pickup truck and moving. So, yeah, I think so. We're just trying to figure out an angle. It's very hard to navigate this area right now because we just can't really move. I mean, we're moving so slowly. It's just very tough to get to where so we can show you this fire from the ground. To people's credit, though, that does mean that people are they are moving. They are heeding that warning. So
that is good news. And we're looking from SkyCal, another water drop here, hitting the Sunset Fire there in the Hollywood Hills. That is the best news that we're seeing right now, that there is an aerial fight. There are units there on the ground as well, and they're doing their best that they can to avoid this fire from spreading. But you can see where the main fire is, Tom, and then there are other spots there as well where you can see where the fire has kind of jumped, and most likely that's due to embers. And even though the winds are a lot calmer than they were yesterday and even earlier today, it seems like last night into this morning was the heaviest of the winds. Right now, still, embers can travel quite a distance, and it's important to make sure that we do all we can to listen to the warnings and watch what's happening here, because everything changes so quickly. Even this fire, Tom, within a short amount of time, we were focusing on the Palisades, the Eaton fire, and then all of a sudden we have this fire burning, and that's creating a lot of concern for people nearby. And here on the right side, you can kind of see, to compare and contrast, on the right side of your screen was the Sunset Fire earlier tonight. You can see how it was raging, and a little calmer on the left-hand side. That's a live shot there from SkyCal. So, any silver linings we can get from this tragedy that is these wind-whipped fires that are plaguing Southern California right now, we will take it. And it looks like they're doing the best they can there to drop water. Tom, have you been able to move a little farther down the line here? What's going on?
So we are going to try to move up a little bit further north right now. We're just waiting to see if we can just clear this one area. It's very, some of these streets are pretty jammed and pretty tight, but we are trying to creep a little bit closer to this. It's just, it's tough. I'm hearing from a number of friends too, texting me right now who are really worried. There's just so many people who don't, they're right on that line, Juan, of not being sure what to do. They haven't necessarily received that warning, but they know that they're, 1 or 2 blocks outside of it. So they're not sure what to do. And so that's creating an issue. And right now, for example, we're stuck behind someone who clearly doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So they're unsure. It is a bit chaotic in that sense. People are not used to evacuation orders, and so when they happen, there's a lot of people in a very densely populated area. The Hollywood Hills, very, very dense, and we already have tons of people trying to get through these areas anyway, and now you just multiply that by a huge amount. It just creates for a very, very stressful situation. I think. What's interesting too is I don't really smell. I had the window open. I don't know. Maybe I was in the Palisades last night, so I maybe my sense of smell is not super strong anymore because I've been smelling smoke for so long. But I don't smell a ton of smoke from where I am right now, and the air is sort of clear, and we are a little bit up closer to Runyon. It's not. We're not seeing a lot of wind from this particular spot, but if it's windy up in the hills, that's all that really matters, right? Because that's where the embers sort of blow down into this area.
And Tom, what you were saying earlier, it's hard for a lot of people to wrap their heads around what's going on here. It's so surreal what's happening here in Southern California, whether you're watching the fires burning in Pacific Palisades or over out towards Altadena. You don't want to believe that it's going to affect you. You just don't want to, right? You just want to think, okay, and I'm sometimes guilty of that. It's not going to happen to me. It's going to pass. And here we have something that's pretty close to a lot of us here, which is this Hollywood Hills fire, the Sunset Fire. And every few minutes or so it changes. It looks like the flames lay down just a little bit and then, picks up some more fuel. It picks up again. The good news is that, yes, indeed, that there are crews on the scene there tackling this fire because they don't want it to spread any farther than it has. I mean, can only imagine it's already burned so much of the west coast of Southern California. Just amazing here. All right, Tom, we're going to let you do your thing, get to where you need to go to bring us live updates throughout the evening. We appreciate that. We want to get some information here out to our viewers as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires. Many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we're partnering with the American Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to redcross.org/KCAL. Again, that's redcross.org/KCAL. We have information there on how to donate, on how to volunteer your time if you care to do so, or simply how to find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text the word Red Cross to 90999. Well, the Eden fire has turned deadly, killing at least 5 people and burning 10,000 acres. Let's go back to our Gio Insignaris live in Pasadena, where he's seen homes, businesses, schools, and houses of worship burned to the ground. Gio.
Well, Juan, good evening to you. I want to point out that we just crossed over Lake Avenue here in Altadena, just across the street from where we were in just the last half hour, to sort of flip the perspective and show you just another piece of what we've been talking about all evening, which is structure fires and these sort of pop-up moments where you see crews and engines getting out here. And take a look at this this home or this duplex, however you want to put it, in that there are flames active all night. I mean, we've been standing here for about a good 20 minutes or so, and crews have been attacking it. It's the same thing that we saw just a half mile down the road, where these flames are incredibly strong. The embers are flickering off up into the air, up into the sky. The smoke is lingering nearby, and this is around neighborhoods where devastation is everywhere. Homes are lost. But it's worth pointing out, and this is why I wanted to come here, because when we noticed it, it was notable in that obviously this fire is burning, but notice how some of the other structures around are not. They're still standing, and we've noticed that firefighters are prioritizing that, obviously, knock out these fires here and try to preserve as much as possible. If we can, I want to be able to pan here now and show you where in just the last few minutes as well, you saw the fire active right over our shoulder. These homes here obviously still standing as well, but when we pulled up, there was a bit of a flame here. Ben, if you don't mind, let's try and take a few more steps this way, where if we can, I want to make sure I got him the right way, because there's debris all over the ground and such. And right here in this little alleyway between these two homes, you see a little glow just above. That's where a fire and some hot spots we noted were happening before. I'm peeking myself just to see, and yep, these fires are still active just right around here. I'm going to bring Ben over so we can try and give you a better look. Right there in the backyard, you see those that are still going on, and it really paints the picture of what it looks like out here in Altadena, where you have neighborhoods and multiple homes destroyed, gone, nothing left but ashes, and yet in other spots they're still standing, but you have these hot spots everywhere and not necessarily enough firefighters to get to all of them because they're scattered so frequently and so all over the place. If there's any solace, if there's any good news, as we swing you back around to give you one more look here at the very active fire scene of this building here, if there's anything positive to take away is the fact that the winds have died down. There were moments earlier in the afternoon where we felt significant gusts walloping through. That has significantly died down at the moment. Obviously the smoke is still lingering. You got to watch out for that and be careful. Again, it's hard to say that that's a solace you have to take in, seeing the amount of devastation we've noted from families across this area and so many people we've talked to this evening. But if there's anything toward a step of progress, that is one right now. So we're noting that here in Altadena, and that it's died down, but crews are stretched thin. We've seen them sort of bounce around here or there for structure fires just like this, because right now they're just cropping up seemingly everywhere. And just a few hours ago, when it was daylight and you could see a lot more, it was just a ravine of smoke everywhere you could go. And that traces back all the way to the early morning hours, from Joy Benedict to Rachel Kim to Jasmine Beal, now to us out here. It's just been nonstop all the way through, Juan, and it's something certainly, as we see another fire crew here from the city of Pasadena make their way here through traffic. It's just going to keep going and going, because we know now with all these fires, resources are stretched thin a lot right now. Juan?
That has to be a relief, Gio, to see those fire crews in the neighborhoods, even if residents have already evacuated, just to see those fire crews there, hopefully avoiding this fire to continue spreading. That definitely is great news. But as you said, you know, from day to night, it's a whole different story. It's just hard to see. It's just a lot more stressful, I think, at night. And I appreciate your report. Thanks, Gio. All right, let's go to next weather now. Our Danny Roberti is tracking these very violent winds. Danny, we have a bit of a break, I understand.
Yes, we do.
Later in the week, they might ramp up again. What's going on?
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about the timing of all this. And I know for so many folks at home, this has been such a heartbreaking 24 hours. So we want to walk you through what's happening right now. Our hearts, our prayers are with you right now. The good news is that we saw the peak of the winds last night. I mean, I know we are in the midst of this firefight, and we really need a solid break from these winds. But if you remember last night at this time, we were seeing gusts between 40 to 80 miles per hour, and it was widespread across Southern California. We are seeing those winds gradually die down, especially in areas like the San Gabriel Valley, where Gio is right now. So winds are dying down there. We're not dealing with those mountain waves that we had last night, but we're not out of the woods. It's still breezy in some areas, and we are still dealing with high wind warnings. They've been extended. So I want to talk about a couple different things, current conditions out there right now. So we do still have some gusty conditions, but this is more focused on those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. Santa Clarita into Burbank, gusts between 15 to 20 miles per hour. Specifically in the Hollywood Hills right now, over the last 24 hours, we've seen gusts up to 50 miles per hour there. That is not the case right now. We're seeing gusts between 20 to 25 miles per hour. I know that seems a lot better than what we saw last night, but even with gusts like that, we could see those embers spreading rapidly. All you need is wind speeds of 20 miles per hour, and those embers are able to spread pretty quickly, especially when our vegetation is so dry. And yes, that's what we're dealing with right now. Inland Empire into Orange County, things are starting to let up a little bit, but in San Bernardino, we're still seeing gusts at around 32 miles per hour. So let's focus on the Palisades fire, and the big story is, when are we going to get a decent break from these winds? And I'm going to walk you through all of that. Current gusts right now, much better than last night at this time. Pacific Palisades, winds are coming out of the northeast, 18 miles per hour right now. So this is still still breezy out there. This is still enough to fan the flames, but at least we're not dealing with the peak winds that we saw last night. But offshore winds, offshore flow, it's strong enough that through those Santa Ana windy corridors, we're still seeing those winds pick up and localized stronger gusts going into tonight. Another big piece of all of this, it's not just the gusty winds, but it's also how dry things are out there. Red flag warnings, they have been extended until Friday. So even though winds die down, this happens quite frequently. We might be done with the high wind warnings. We might not be dealing with these really intense winds, but we're still dealing with the critical fire danger. And that's because this has been a prolonged event for us here in Southern California. We're not talking a couple hours. We're not talking one day. We're talking several days of these windy, breezy conditions. So relative humidity right now for many folks, it's in the teens, even in the low 20s right now, which is really dry in many areas. Santa Monica, we saw relative humidity in the single digits earlier today. I mean, that is unheard of for some areas. So let's talk about timing of the winds. I want to zoom you into some areas. Going into tonight, this is looking better than last night. Remember, we were seeing those pinks on the maps, those magenta colors. That was when we were dealing with the strongest winds. So this is a look at midnight, and you can see the focus is going to be up through the mountains and also through some of those windy corridors. Santa Clarita stretching into Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley. But these are gusts between 10 to 20 miles per hour at this point. Again, as we see these winds kind of funneling down through some canyons, through some of our mountains, and through some valleys, we could definitely see localized stronger gusts. So through the San Gabriel Mountains, it is still going to be breezy going into tonight. And then you can see that over into the Inland Empire, up through Big Bear. I'll zoom us out so we can see what happens next, because Juan mentioned, yeah, another little push of winds, and we are going to see that once we get to Thursday afternoon. There's some winds strengthening right there, mainly up through the mountains over towards Thousand Oaks. And this is what happens once we get to Thursday afternoon. This is that next offshore push where these winds are going to ramp up. So this is going to be the focus going into tomorrow afternoon. So tonight and early tomorrow morning, not as bad. It is still breezy out there. Stronger winds pick up between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour. Thousand Oaks included in this. Now, this is really going to be more of a traditional Santa Ana wind event for us. Last night, it was widespread. Areas like the San Gabriel Valley seeing these crazy, whipping, howling winds. Tomorrow afternoon, this is focused more on areas like Santa Clarita, up through the mountains. We've got that through the eastern and western San Fernando Valley. Up through our mountains, crestline, potentially seeing gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then going over the Santa Ana Mountains, we've got those winds through Corona, Rancho Santa Margarita as well. It's going to be another breezy day for us here in Southern California. But when do we get a better break? Thursday evening, still windy out there. And then once we get to Friday morning, this is when those winds, they finally start to die down. Still breezy during the day. Fire danger is still elevated. But once we get to Saturday, which is what we've been waiting for, we're going to see that onshore flow picking up, that sea breeze coming back into action. But we are tracking 2 more Santa Ana wind events. I tell you this because they're coming. We're staying dry and it's going to be breezy, but they're going to be light to moderate Sunday and also Tuesday. Our future cast doesn't go out that far, but I do want you to know some more winds are picking up. So we are going to be staying dry, but hopefully this is going to give our firefighters the window that they need to get a handle on these fires. And thankfully today we're able to get our aircraft up there. Last night we couldn't because these winds, they were too strong. So let's talk high wind warnings and the focus for some of the strongest winds out there. High wind warnings, they've been extended until 10 o'clock. Not for everyone though. Last night we saw everyone in Southern California included in this high wind warning. Now this is going to be more focused on specific areas. You can see up in the mountains, we've got the San Fernando Valley. This is where we're going to be dealing with gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour and potentially seeing gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So our Santa Monica Mountains, the I-5 corridor, this includes the eastern San Fernando Valley as well. Coming up, Juan, we're going to talk a little bit more about the red flag warnings. They're still in place through Friday, but at least tonight into tomorrow, Juan, it's not going to be as strong as what we saw last night.
Yeah, we'll be checking back with you real soon. Thank you so much, Danny. All right, we are now joined on the phone by LA City Council member Nithya Raman. She represents the area where the Sunset Fire is currently burning. Ms. Raman, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much for helping us get the word out about this evacuation order.
Absolutely. Tell us what you would like our viewers to know about what's going on right now near Runyon Canyon.
I want to tell you that the Sunset Fire anchored in Runyon Canyon area is currently burning at 10 acres. we have an evacuation order in place that stretches from Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland to the north, the 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. Anyone in that area is under an evacuation order, and they should leave immediately. They should leave calmly, they should take what they need, and they should follow orders from any LAFD or LAPD or official city personnel that they're seeing. I want everyone to monitor reliable news sources, including following updates at lafd.org/alert, and using, if they want to download an app called Watch Duty, that also gives you regular updates on where the evacuation perimeter is being extended if you are in nearby neighborhoods. I want also everyone to understand that this is a very serious issue. We have support from other jurisdictions and our own teams out there fighting this fire as effectively as possible, but the danger is very real, and residents in the area need to take this evacuation order seriously.
And I think they are taking it seriously. We had a reporter in Hollywood not too long ago, and he was in traffic, and he was showing us some live photos that looked very orderly, of course. You know, there was a lot of traffic on the streets there. Is there a place where people are congregating yet?
Yes.
Is there a place we can let people know if they want to go somewhere?
If people need a place to go, we are creating an evacuation shelter at the Pan Pacific Park Gymnasium, which is a city facility. It is at 7600 Beverly Boulevard, and we have our staff there, Rec and Parks and emergency operations staff there ready to greet people if they need that support. So once again, the evacuation site here is the Pan Pacific Gymnasium in Pan Pacific Park, which is at 7600 Beverly Boulevard.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And, you know, that's not too far from the Grove, lots of parking there. I've been in that park many times. Ms. Rahman, we have our Mike Rogers here in studio as well. He just left moments ago to check on his dog, who, and you're also in the area, Mike. He's joining our conversation, Nithya.
Yeah, and one thing, Councilwoman, while we're talking, I just wanted to let viewers know if they are still needing to get out of there, the best situation, because traffic is an absolute nightmare everywhere. Laurel Canyon to the south is a mess. Hollywood Boulevard's a mess. Sunset Boulevard is a mess. If people are leaving, the further south they can go, and then go east or west if you need to, the better, because Sunset and Hollywood are totally jammed up. The other thing I want people to know is we look at this palm tree that's on fire from the chopper here, which looks very close to a house one, but is that Sunset is also closed in both directions for a fire staging area at Hayworth. And then that runs more to the west past Fairfax in that area. So, Councilwoman, I saw the LAPD down there. I assume Department of Traffic is getting involved as well to help with some of that traffic control?
Absolutely, and LAPD has called in additional resources to be able to manage ingress and egress from the evacuation area. They are already out there, and they've asked for additional resources that are either already been deployed or are on their way to being deployed. And that request for support was made as soon as the fire was seen. And so we should have all additional resources in place very, very quickly. But PD is already out there helping to manage traffic and will continue to do that. They've also been going around making sure that people know about the evacuation orders in person. And so I'm hopeful that people will heed these orders, will leave the site. It is going to be hopefully contained, but we're not there yet, and people need to take this seriously.
And Councilwoman, one more question, and I was trying to go back through my email and find it, but did parks closed Runyon Canyon today, right? That wasn't open? I thought I saw somewhere that Griffith and Runyon were closed.
Yes, at our council district's request, actually all parks that were in the hillsides, Griffith Park, including the Observatory, Runyon Canyon, Lake Hollywood, the Hollywood Reservoir, which is manned by DWP, not our Rec and Parks, all of that was closed proactively. And so people should not have been able to get in and out of those parks. But now residents will also have to heed these orders. We were hoping to take preventative measures, but now we're going to fight this fire as effectively as we possibly can.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask too. I mean, I know I heard on the radio when this first started, park rangers were up there. Do you know, was that closure being staffed so that people? I mean, obviously there's a million ways to get into Runyon, even not from the entrances. But do you know, was there staff there actually making sure that people weren't in the park tonight?
We had staff across the sites, including from the Rangers and from PD, checking at different sites. A couple of the sites had people there, more time, but resources are stretched thin. Nevertheless, staff was out there regulating those entrances, and we had information available like tape, caution tape around Lake Hollywood Park so that people knew very visibly that it was closed, even when the ranger was off dealing with an individual who was coming in and out. They still knew not to go in. So, and we put the word out proactively. We'd appreciate you spreading the word as well. Those parks are going to remain closed tomorrow and onwards. So I hope that you can get the word out about that as well. It's very important that we keep the streets clear for emergency vehicles.
Yeah, we're doing that right now. Nithya Raman, thank you so much for being with us. We got your information out. Definitely the city is being proactive and looking ahead, and we're hoping to keep all our viewers safe. We appreciate your time spending with us. Thank you. All right, there are mandatory evacuations ordered, as we've been mentioning, for the Hollywood Hills. That brush fire burning near Runyon Canyon is moving fast. It's called the Sunset Fire. Let's go to our Tom Waite live. Tom, you're very familiar with this area. Tell us what's going on.
Okay, we are right at the entrance of Runyon Canyon, Juan. It is a pretty chaotic scene. There's a lot of people that are kind of just trying to see what's going on. It's so surreal seeing this trail like this. Many of us have hiked this so many times, and just to see the hillside on fire the way it is, it's apocalyptic. It's horrible. It's hard to put into words, but you can see just the response here is incredible. There is a massive amount of firefighter and fire personnel here. They're hosing down trees right now. They are mobilizing a huge amount of people to try and stem the spread of this fire in a very densely populated area. Until last night, I would have said there's no way this would spread, because I never would have thought what happened in the Palisades would have happened the way it did. And now I'm looking at this, and thankfully the winds tonight so much better than they were last night. But still, it's still windy, and there are still gusts, and there is still the potential of these embers blowing from Runyon down into these neighborhoods that are so densely populated. And a lot of people we were talking about and showing you video of people who were evacuating, who were trying to get out as quickly as they can. And this is sort of the escape route. I was just trying to get up a little closer, but one of the fire captains here told me to stay back, just because they need people to be able to get in and out of this gate, which is used by, tens of thousands of people daily, if not more than that. This is the heart of Hollywood in so many ways. Famous, iconic. It's a place where a lot of young people who move to LA, that they love to come here. People who are not young, all just a spectrum of people come to this place because they love it so much. It offers just like a beautiful scenic view of Los Angeles, and it's also got a number of very nice homes around it that sort of dot the perimeter of it. You can see them from the trails. You can see them, even some are right up against the trails, some of these larger mansions. And then there's apartment buildings right at the base here. So it's just very intense. Francisco, let's just show this response down the street here real quick, because look how many people are down here. It's just a huge staging area. Look at all these firefighters and fire personnel. Police are here as well, trying to make sure the area is secure. Obviously, there's a lot of curiosity from people trying to just kind of see what's going on here, and they should obviously be heeding the evacuation warnings. The best thing people can do is to stay away from here. There's so much traffic already. There's so many people. It's hard enough to get through this zone, let alone to have more and more people to try to get like a shot for their TikTok feed here. So if you can, just stay back, stay away, and let the firefighters do what they can and get this out. And yeah, I mean, it's very, very, very scary looking at some of these flames on the hillside that are coming down, but they are dousing this entire lower area. This is kind of one of the there's several entrances to Runyon, and this is the one for people who come here often, or maybe who don't. But just to give you a sense of where we are in terms of the entrance, we're near the hills. We're the North Fuller Avenue entrance, and that's where That's where a lot of people come in. There's usually like a free drink cart here, or you pay like a couple bucks for it, and then you kind of make your way up through, and then up to the top. But you can see where those trails are right now. That there's just a fire and scorched hillside and black smoke coming from all angles there. It just really takes your breath away, and in the worst ways to see. Yeah. It's 2 days of this, it's a lot. It's just a lot to watch.
It is a lot, Tom, and I'm wondering, it looks like these firefighters are assembling here. They have some hand tools in their hands. Are they going to be going up into the park, maybe creating some fire breaks? Have you gotten word of what they're planning to do there? It looks like they're waiting to get the orders, either that or waiting for the gate to be open for them to head up into the park.
Well, Juan, you nailed it. You've covered these a million times. These fires. You absolutely notice all these. Very observant. It's exactly right. Yeah, I mean they've got these teams ready to go to get up in there to carve those lines, those hand crews there. And as you know, as someone who's hiked, I know you've been up here a number of times.
I have.
This is not easy terrain, right? I mean, it's really tough. I mean, just to get a nice, good exercise and a good hike, or maybe if you're real strong, you can do a nice run, right? But it's very tough terrain. It's not easy to get through, especially with equipment, and it's very steep. So it looks like what they're kind of doing is just putting a ton of water here at the base, and then I can see air support up there as well, trying to get water down onto the hillsides. But it obviously just a number of enormous challenges, but I just want to keep emphasizing the good news that the wind is not as bad. But sometimes when the fire picks up, it kind of creates its own weather system, and that creates sort of its own challenge. But I do think in terms of just the vibe and the mood here compared to last night is much better. It's much more controlled. It's not as chaotic. Last night was much scarier and much more frantic. You could just see it in the firefighters trying to get to all of those locations. You could just see not panic, but they were so overextended and still are, right? But here, I think because Mother Nature is being more cooperative, there's more of an opportunity to attack this fire.
Indeed, and I'm watching the shot there from KCAL. Things looking a little better as well, Tom. All right, we're going to keep you there working the story here. We're going to head west now and go to Lauren Posen, live in Pacific Palisades. Lauren, what's happening there right now?
Well, Juan, right now we're still getting some of those winds coming through here. Not as strong as we felt earlier in the day, but definitely they're still here. We're down at the bottom of PCH and Sunset because there's just no reception up at the top to show you. But I do want to give you a look around here. There's some water trucks, some tanks that are on standby to go up when the firefighters need that extra water, which is a very good thing. And then I showed Pat this little hot spot in the earlier hour. I want to show you now. It is going down. We heard a little bit of an explosion, and then we looked up on the mountain and we saw a little bit of a fire going there. And that's something we've seen throughout the day, these little hot spots popping up. But this is the least of the fire here. I really want to show you some of the flames we saw earlier. Let's go to this video when we went up into the Palisades. This is a church. The entire community Methodist church was just up in flames. We heard steady sounds of explosions as it burned. Firefighters were close by, but they determined the structure just to be too far gone to save, and they moved on to protect other structures in the area. There's also a dry cleaners right next to that church that also burned down. Just across down the street from the church, we came across what's left of this neighborhood. Most of all the homes are leveled on Hampden Place. You could tell that so many people just left in a hurry. Cars were still left in the garages, and many of them burned down. Power lines also down on the streets, and as the sun went down, the streets just went pitch black. The only light you had was from the first responders, and then the flames from the fire. Also, we went into downtown Pacific Palisades, and it was just heartbreaking. Rolf's is gone. This is a should be video of Gelson's there. You can see just the whole front. The side of the building was okay, but the front completely gone. And it's completely destroyed, as we've been seeing. Palisades Village, I saw, was still intact for now, but across the street, Serena and Lily is gone. And that's one of the things we're noticing here, Juan. Really, neighborhoods, restaurants, schools, and churches, it's just gone, and that's what makes this so heartbreaking. We spoke with one man who came up from the valley to check on his girlfriend's parents' house, who live in the Palisades, and one of the things he was telling us was how frustrating it is to get some information. Take a listen.
It's just such a hard game to play, where you're just waiting to hear if the house is there and, you know, if there's a home to go back to. So we were just trying to get any information, and I thought I would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back, and yeah, it's pretty devastating.
There's just really no other words for it other than it's heartbreaking and devastating. We've been hearing the word apocalyptic kind of been coming up a lot, and it's very just eerie as you go up on these streets because it's completely deserted. And you see the firefighters, they're doing the best they can to get this under control. There's some over 1,700 firefighters here on the ground trying to work this fire. We saw the tankers over here on standby as well. Over 1,000 homes. I'm sure there's much more than that, but over 1,000 homes burned. It's just devastating, Juan. And for people that live here, you know, they don't know what they're coming back home to when they're able to get back into these neighborhoods, because most everything is gone. We also saw some apartment buildings that were still smoldering. I saw trees down on the ground that caught fire, that were still on fire. Just tons of little fires all over that. As these winds, you know, as we heard Danny talk and Evelyn talk, these embers go up in the air and they cause other fires. So it's very hard to get this under control. Juan?
So much loss, so much heartbreaking loss. All right, Lauren Posen reporting live from Pacific Palisades. Thank you. More than 100,000 people so far have evacuated, some only given minutes to gather their belongings and go. So we asked the experts what you should do and what you should take if you are called on to leave your homes.
Some of the main things to think about, of course, are medications, any important documents, things like a cell phone charger. But also additionally, if you're evacuating with pets and children, you want to think about their needs too. Your children, bring a special toy, bring their favorite blanket, any medications also they might need, along with your pets, a carrier, any special dietary needs and toys. Things like that bring comfort to pets and to children.
And as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you also want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we've been partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Just go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate. If you'd like to volunteer, we have information on that as well, or to find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text the word Red Cross to 90999. All right, to next weather now, and meteorologist Danny Roberti tracking all the winds, all we need to know now in next weather, Danny.
Yes, and it's all about the winds, Juan. This is what we have a very close eye on. This is a look at the various fires that are burning in Southern California right now. And so as soon as we can get a break from these winds, this is going to give our firefighters that opportunity. Thankfully, though, we are done with the peak of the winds. I mean, last night, it was a really, really tough night for this firefight. We were dealing with gusts between 40 to 80 miles per hour. In areas like the San Gabriel Valley, we did get those breaking mountain waves that we talked about, where we saw gusts that were so incredibly strong. Some of the strongest gusts that we've seen in the San Gabriel Valley. Right now, though, things are going to start to relax a little bit, and these winds are going to be more focused on those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. So here's a look at the two fires that I'm following. We've got the Eaton fire right there near Altadena, and then also the Sunset fire that's burning through the Hollywood Hills right now. Gusts right there really ranging between 20 to 25 miles per hour. I mean, this is nothing like what we saw last night, but it doesn't take much when things are as dry as they are right now for these fires to spread so quickly. You get a start and those embers are able to spread rapidly. All it takes is wind speeds of about 20 miles per hour to see that. And with vegetation so dry, yes, that also makes it easy. So through areas like the San Fernando Valley, we've got gusts at around 16 miles per hour. Santa Clarita nearing 20 miles per hour. hour right now. Let me bring you over towards the Pacific Palisades, where we are continuing to track the Palisades fire. Gusty winds coming out of the northeast, but we're down to about 18 miles per hour. Last night at this time, we were looking at gusts at around 60 miles per hour. This is much better, but still we have these these fires that are out there, and any kind of wind is able to help it spread. So we want to try to get these winds to kind of relax a little bit more, and we're going to see that going into tonight. Still gusty through areas of the Inland Empire right there into Orange County, gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour right now. So let's talk timing of the winds. This has been a big piece of all this, is when we're going to get a window or a break from this. So let me walk you through hour by hour and help you and your family prepare. This is a look at late tonight. So right around midnight, nothing like what we saw last night when we were in the midst of the peak of this. The focus for the winds at this point, mainly up in the mountains. So we're actually going to start to see them gradually decrease. High wind warnings are expected to expire at this point. They're in place until around 10 o'clock. Thursday morning, still fairly quiet, but we're going to start to see those winds ramping back up. They're going to start to strengthen a little bit. We'll get another push in that offshore flow Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. Now, again, with this, very similar to a traditional Santa Ana wind event. So those areas that normally get the Santa Ana winds, it's going to be more focused there. It's not as widespread. So we've got that right there through a lot of our mountain communities. Santa Clarita over towards Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks. You can see inland Orange County stretching from Costa Mesa all the way into areas like Yorba Linda and also Rancho Santa Margarita. And then you can see over in the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino, of course, up through Big Bear and Running Springs. These are those gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Not as much of that purple that we saw last night. And then once we get to Friday morning, those winds are going to start to die down. Fire danger is still elevated at this point, but then we'll start to see that onshore flow picking up on Saturday, and that's what we want to see. Here's the thing, though. These red flag conditions, they're with us through at least Friday, and that's because this is a long duration Santa Ana wind event for us, and you can see it's not as widespread. LA Basin is not included in this, South Bay, and also our beaches of Orange County. Everyone else is under this red flag warning where if fires start, they could spread very quickly. That's because it's still windy, even if it's not as strong as what we saw last night, and still just very, very dry. And that's what makes this fire danger critical or elevated. And typically we really don't have to worry about this time of the year. But this year is a little bit different. I mean, the last 2 years, we had seen so much rain at this point. But this year, it's our driest start to winter since 1964. In downtown Los Angeles, since the beginning of December, we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain, hardly any rain since last May. And so what makes this so concerning when we get any of these wind events is that things are so dry out there. So that's why these fires can spread so rapidly, and that's what we're seeing right now. Another big piece of this, a lot of you seeing it outside, you look outside your window. I mean, we are looking at smoke all across Southern California and a blanket of air quality alerts, and this is all due to those fires that are burning. First of all, the Eaton fire that's bringing some of that smoke from Pasadena down across the 5 all the way towards Inglewood. So you can see along the 110, this is where that purple is indicating the thick smoke that we're seeing. Commerce, Boyle Heights, Huntington Park, all the way towards Hawthorne, almost pushing all the way to the coast. Manhattan Beach dealing with some of this smoke as well. And then we're also seeing that in other areas like inland Orange County. So still at this point, we are caught between these two really strong systems. This is very usual for a Santa Ana wind event, but what makes this one so strong is how powerful these systems are, and we are sandwiched right between them. So once we get going into the end of the week, we are finally going to start to see these winds dying down, and that's what we are waiting for. And at least right now, we're not dealing with the winds that we saw last night, even though the fight is far from over, but we're headed in the right direction, Juan.
Yeah, we'll take every win we can. Danny, thank you. Let's go to KCAL News reporter Madison Keevy. She continues our live fire coverage from West Hollywood, where the Sunset Fire is burning. Madison?
Yeah, I'm just off of Hollywood Boulevard in one of those mandatory evacuation zones, talking to homeowners who haven't left yet. You can hear those water drops, the helicopters moving in to fight this fire ahead. On this street, it's still pretty quiet, but there are concerns from homeowners about leaving because of looters. In fact, Los Angeles Police has 2 cruisers here. There's someone detained in the back of the car, caught in the act of looting some of the homes up this curve here. It's why homeowners tell me they're afraid to leave right now. In fact, our cameras saw 3 men on scooters immediately turn around when they saw police. I talked to one homeowner who says she thinks she's going to be leaving soon, but wanted to make sure her house was as safe as she could, spraying a water hose all over it, hoping that it's enough. Okay, so now we're turning around here. The fire department actually just came. They're at this home here. There's an engine that's come up this street, and these firefighters are actively trying to get into the backyard of a home on the street. We're on Stanley Avenue, just off of Hollywood Boulevard here. They've just been given permission by the homeowner through this electronic keypad here to go into the gate, and they're going in there to the backyard. On the other side of this home, to give you an idea of where this fire is in the hills, we've seen flames tonight. It's also the main area that we've seen those helicopters making those drops here. Homeowners tell me that they started hearing those about 2 hours ago, and the smoke has been here for about 3 hours. So we started this hit with saying this street was relatively quiet and homeowners were concerned about looters. Now, with the addition of this engine and those firefighters trying to get into the backyard, it's clear that the fire in some capacity may be better reachable from these backyards because these homes are extremely large. So I'm going to send it back to you, and we're going to find out more on where exactly this fire is in relation to this block.
Back with you a little bit later. Thank you so much, Madison, for that. And it's good to let our viewers know that LAPD not taking any chances. If you are seen in an area where you shouldn't be, you will be arrested, as we saw in Madison's report. Let's go to Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, and want to reiterate that Mayor Karen Bass just tweeting that they are deploying additional LAPD officers into the Sunset Fire area to what she says is alleviate evacuation traffic, which, as a person just coming from that area, is an absolute nightmare. Sunset is a nightmare. Hollywood is a nightmare. Laurel Canyon southbound is a nightmare. It is a lot of very difficult traffic in there. SkyCal gives you a pretty wide shot of the fire here. We'll ask them to zoom a little bit back in so we can see the active flames going on right now. But while we look at that, and this looks like a much, much better situation than we were looking at earlier, I want to show you some video from just a little bit earlier when this fire first started. That was one of the first LAFD helicopters that got overhead. And this is video from the ground that was shot right at the entrance of Runyon Canyon. You can see definitely how close those flames got into the canyon there, into the hiking trail, but also to the nearby homes. Understandably, everyone is very concerned here. And I have to tell you, when I was driving down to that area, many people, hopefully everyone, was definitely heeding those evacuation warnings. I can tell you, as I was driving through Laurel Canyon, all of the outlets from the mountain communities that come into Laurel Canyon were completely jam and packed. And it did take a long time to make it through Laurel Canyon. What would normally be, maybe a 15-minute drive through the canyon certainly took a lot longer than that because of everybody trying to get out. So even though the Laurel Canyon is the very westernmost edge of the evacuation zones, people on that side of the evacuation zone were definitely still getting out. And look at this. This is down in the shrubs there of someone's home here. So LAFD, and that's actually looks like park rangers back there as well, working to get some of the fires under control. I want to show you something here, and give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull it up on my map because it's something that's kind of pretty remarkable to me tonight about this fire in particular, and just as we've been talking about the state of where we are at in Southern California. The famed Hollywood and Highland intersection is under an evacuation order tonight, which is the first time that I can really recall that. This is the evacuation order right now for the Sunset Fire, and it is pretty expansive. We've been telling you about the mandatory evacuations, what I was telling you about, which is the Laurel Canyon to the west and Mulholland to the north. So Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland to the north, Hollywood Boulevard to the south, all the way to the 101. And then on the eastern edge of it is the 101 freeway. So, I mean, we're talking about areas that, if you really get in here and look at it, is the heart of Hollywood, probably full of tourists at the time that are all under a mandatory evacuation. Hollywood and Yucca, Hollywood and Highland is under evacuation area. Franklin and Highland is under a mandatory evacuation. The Lowe's Hotel under a mandatory evacuation. Yucca Street, all of these very well-known touristy spots, this restaurant up on the hill that we all know, are under mandatory evacuations. I don't ever remember a time where we've sat here and talked about how the intersection of Hollywood and Highland is under an evacuation order. So that's pretty remarkable for what's going on. Now, the good news, though, is that the LAFD, LA County Fire, are doing a really remarkable job. I want to go back to SkyCal if we can really quick, Jackie, because I want to show everybody the images from the chopper really quick here, because they are using a ton of water dropping helicopters on this, both LAFD and LA County Fire, to get this under control. And, you know, blessing and a curse, those fire helicopters were already up because of what is happening over in the Palisades. So they were able to quickly divert from the Palisades to get over to here. But, you know, Pat and Leslie, as you join us here at whatever time it is, 8 o'clock, sorry, it's just, you know, Hollywood and Highland under an evacuation zone is pretty wild.
That's concrete.
Yeah.
That's not, we're not talking about hillside or vegetation over there. Glad to see you back, Mike.
Thank you, Pat.
As, of course, we announced during the 7 o'clock hour, or whenever I got off the air before 7, that you had to rush home and see about your family, your pets. So I'm glad to see you back.
Yes, got the dog and took her to mom's.
Oh, well, good, good. And we know that Evelyn is taking care of her family. I talked to Chris Holmstrom, who was also safe, who evacuated from the area. And I have a friend, I'm just going to say her name, Anna Garcia, true crime reporter, but, you know, more importantly, my friend, who was also in the evacuation zone. But so far, she's been okay. She's ready, set, ready to go. But watching us and our coverage and looking at the fire and how it's being handled now, it seems like they're getting more water on that fire, and it is getting under more control.
It looks a lot better. And one of the other things that I want to, challenges that I want to point out, Pat, that I know Ev was dealing with as well, is there is still a huge power outage in the Hollywood Hills. So there, even when I was driving through Laurel Canyon, there are still stoplights that aren't on, that are just completely black, not even flashing. There, it's dark going through there. There is a large number of people that are still experiencing power outages tonight in the Hollywood Hills, which makes everything all that more challenging.
No question. And Leslie, we can talk more about those power outages and the traffic lights, but we want to welcome our viewers to the 8:03 hour. Tonight, the Palisades fire continues to burn through Pacific Palisades and Malibu. It has scorched more than 15,000 acres with no containment in sight. It is estimated to have destroyed 1,000 buildings in the community, including homes, schools, and businesses.
And of course, that is just one fire that we are tracking tonight. The Eaton fire has turned deadly. At least 5 people have been killed and more than 100 structures destroyed as the fire tears through Pasadena and Altadena. It's grown to more than 10,000 acres now, also with no containment.
And a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. This fire is called the Hearst Fire. It's currently at 850 acres with 10% containment, and there are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. The air quality for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages across the area.
And the very latest fire, as we've been talking about with Mike, is the Sunset Fire that has erupted, burning in the Hollywood Hills area right near Runyon Canyon. A mandatory evacuation order is now in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard to Mulholland Drive to the 101 freeway down to Hollywood Boulevard.
And we just heard Mike say Hollywood and Highland, of all places, is also under evacuation orders. Well, our Lori Perez is live in Malibu tonight, where fire has destroyed even more homes. And, you know, last time we spoke, Lori, we were talking about what happened last night, but then you just have more homes that you showed us that had burned to the ground. Just terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just shocked that I'm here 24 hours later covering more fires. We are here along PCH just south of Tuna Canyon Road, where crews have finally gotten the upper hand on what was an absolute inferno, but not before a few more homes were lost. Let's show you the video you have of what looked like just a little while ago, a few hours ago, a massive fire just disintegrated these beachside homes. More of what locals call the sandcastle homes, and more of so many that have burned to the ground since yesterday. And this was one that was really burning furiously. It didn't take long for most of the burning homes to collapse. These are really big houses. There was lots to burn, and still that will burn into the night, just adding to the stunning tally of damage. Dozens of homes like these along the coast are gone, along with storefronts and restaurants. And there are compound dangers, of course, that come with all of the fires all around Malibu. There are telephone poles and utility poles leaning precariously. They have been compromised because as one or two of them fall, they start to pull on the other poles. And as we were driving up and down PCH tonight, there are poles all across the highway. So really creating a hazard, even as fire crews and emergency personnel still have to use this PCH, of course, to respond to the growing number of emergency incidents. It's a really hazardous and dangerous situation still continuing out here. And a stunning one for me to be here 24 hours later, again, still covering more of these fires. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lori, 24 hours later, you know, yesterday we were talking about people possibly being hurt in that area, burned, looking for safety. Are there a lot of people in the area now?
Not that we saw. I mean, we did see a few kind of citizens who were around trying to check on their homes and such, but I'll tell you that it's even tighter trying to get in here than it was yesterday. There are law enforcement personnel staged at all of the road closures and really trying to check who you are before you are allowed in. In fact, they stopped our truck and wanted to know who we were before they let us pass. But not a lot of people. We did see a few, including, I had mentioned earlier, some just kind of looky-loo kind of people who were driving along trying to film the destruction out of their windows, you know, just their cell phones kind of out the window trying to film what they could see. And but that's the extent of the people. They're really keeping it pretty tight here, as they should, because again, the hazards and the dangers are not only the fires, but now all of the damage that is scattered everywhere. It's really creating a really precarious situation for people driving on the roads, and they want to be clear. They want to make sure that people are not in the way, of course, of emergency personnel.
Yeah, and not to mention, Lori, just, you know, we hate to say it, but it does happen. They're talking about people that possibly could use this to their advantage in terms of looting or some, you know, actually vandalism taking place. I mean, it is the reality of what it is. So.
Well, and I was going to say, you know, I was listening to that a report just a few minutes ago of some looting, and the brutal, frank truth is here in Malibu, there is nothing to loot because these homes are burned to the ground. I mean, there's just nothing there anymore for the vast majority of them. That's how intense these fires were here that burned in Malibu.
All right.
Yeah, so hard to say.
It really is. It is. So, Lori, we'll be getting back to you, of course, throughout the evening in your area.
Thanks so much, Lori. Well, the newest fire that we are tracking, the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills.
And Tom Wade is live. Tom, you are not in Malibu tonight. You are in Runyon Canyon, a very popular spot that you are quite familiar with. I know you know the area very well.
Yeah, that's right, Pat and Leslie. It's an iconic spot. So many people love to hike Runyon Canyon, and right now, though, the only people hiking the canyon are firefighters trying to get all these flames out, and they are doing an amazing job. They are just crushing this fire. There is a little bit more cooperation tonight from Mother Nature, not those horrific winds we had last night, but it's still tough to fight fires in a very steep and rugged terrain, which is exactly what Runyon is, and that's why people love it so much, right? They like to come here, enjoy the beautiful views and all those wonderful things that Runyon has to offer. We do see obviously hot spots on the hillside, but this is so much better than what we saw even just a few minutes ago that when we arrived. I'm sure this is just like the news that everybody wants to hear right now, at least from this angle. Obviously the threat is not over. We don't want to tell people everything's fine. That's up to the firefighters to do that. There's still flames and there's still open fire there on the hillside, so that's just obviously not a good thing, and the threat remains. But it looks like, you know, firefighters just attacked this thing with everything they had and just did an incredible, epic job dousing those flames so quickly. And they did not mess around here. They had a ton of people swarming the fire. They had hand crews here, people on the ground digging trenches. They had people dousing trees, hosing areas down. And, you know, there's no one more professional, right, than the LA County and LA City firefighters. And they showed that once again today by just absolutely swarming and taking care of this fire as quickly as they could and still going, but they're making progress. And that is something that you want to hear, right? Especially if you live in this area. I was not evacuated, but I did receive the evacuation order because I live close to the evacuation zone. I know a number of our colleagues are there, so a lot of us are, you know, affected by last night's fires in the San Gabriel Valley and in the Palisades, and now here it's everywhere. So many of us are impacted, and it's such a ripple effect and exhausting for everyone who has to save pets and to help loved ones who might not be able to get out of an area very easily. And certainly that's the case even tonight. And just the density of Hollywood, the buildings that are here, and older buildings, you know, wood frame buildings, the calamity that could occur here if this fire were to explode out of control is beyond anything I want to think about. And I think firefighters, obviously, they knew that. They know what they're up against. They had no margin for error here, because if this fire got out of control and into some of these areas in Hollywood, there's just so little that would stop it. It would just be fuel for just an incredibly horrible fire. So, and as Mike Rogers talked about, I was in that same traffic. I think we were showing video of it earlier, trying to get up here to give you some ground video here of what's going on. And it was just absolutely gridlocked trying to get out. And obviously that's a lot to do with just our normal bad traffic, but obviously too, people trying to evacuate and getting out of here in the most orderly way possible. And it was fairly orderly in the sense that, well, I mean, it's barely moved, but there wasn't like, you know, sort of road rage incidents that we could see, or people honking more than usual. It seemed like, you know, it was tense, but people were trying to get out. You can also hear that air support up there, those firefighters blasting the flames from the air. I can't really see from this angle, but I can hear them. And they've got their choppers up and just dumping as much water on these hot spots as they can. You know, having witnessed firefights here of course in the last 24 hours, but over the last decade, you can kind of tell when firefighters are feeling good about a situation. Not that they have it under control or that it's over, but when they're feeling like they've got, you know, potentially the moving toward an upper hand, you can see it, and it feels that way right now. But again, that's not official. That's just my observation, having covered these for a long time. And watching firefighters here on the scene talk about what's going on. So I think very positive developments here, and I know there's so many people who live in and around the Hollywood Hills that are very, very nervous. Oh, that's going to do a water drop right there, is it? Oh no, it's just a spotlight maybe. All right, so yeah, good news, at least for the moment. Optimism, right? That's what we need right now. Still a lot of firefight left to go here, but I think things are looking good. Back to you.
You know, Tom, he did do a water drop, and I just have to say, I mean, this broke out, I want to say during it was during the 6 o'clock hour, yes, because Mike actually had the first shot of this, even before the firefighters. He talked about it on the air. It was after 6 o'clock, maybe before 6:30. That picture that Tom just showed us is way different than what we were watching when you first spotted this. And we had one chopper, and then there were a couple more that joined.
That's
so
amazing.
This picture looks totally different than it did before you yourself left to go and see about your dog.
First had eyes on this. I'm playing back the chopper feed. We first had eyes on this at 5:32.
Look at that.
Is what time we first saw it, and that is when we noticed that our photographer in the helicopter spotted it out and pointed it out to us. And at that point, like I told you, my first thing when we see a fire is to go look and see where the fire department's responding, and that wasn't happening.
Yeah.
And as I told you guys earlier, I had just gotten the street from Oliver, and I was about a second away from reporting it to LAFD myself because I didn't see anybody responding to it yet. And then luckily they had already gotten a call and started going that way. But the fire helicopter that you see on the right side of your screen in that video there was over at the Palisades fire and got over there very quickly.
And guys, what a difference it makes, right? We heard the firefighters themselves talk about not being able to fly because of the winds. which, that's not their fault.
Yeah.
But obviously, to be able to attack something like this from the air with that kind of power from the choppers and the water, it does such a tremendous job, doesn't it?
A world of difference, and we're so
thankful.
We're so and thankful and lucky here in Southern California and even in Los Angeles County area. I mean, there is not every agency has the luxury of having 4 fully staffed helicopters, both at LA City and LA County, 24 hours a day. Very lucky to have those and have them be able to fly at night and all of those things that they do so well.
And here's a prime example, right?
Yeah, it was so quick, especially because this terrain, even though our firefighters do train to hike up these canyons and do the work, the hand crews, it is so much easier to attack those fires from the air and so much quicker. And you're seeing that happen right now. We're seeing the group of firefighters here down below, towards the entrance of Runyon Canyon here where Tom is. And you can see they're able to do the work of structure protection, really, because those homes are across the street.
Yeah.
And the helicopters are able to do what they do best is, drop the water right precisely on those flames. And yeah, you see our hand crews here,
And they're able to get in the area. Part of the problem too last night is the homes in the Palisades area and parts of Malibu, those roadways were so narrow. So it could be difficult for them to get up there with their engines, first of all, and we also know that there were so many people, unfortunately, who had to just leave the area and leave their cars there. So it's difficult in some areas where we live in Southern California, and at least here, you can see they have plenty of room, right, for the hand crews to get in there and do what they have to do.
Yeah, truly, and really focused on protecting, the homes just across the street or the buildings across the street there. The apartment buildings, so many apartment buildings here. We talk about this area being so compact with people because there are lots of apartments in this area, lots of condos in this area. So all those people, if they were home, had to get out.
This is almost like when you talk about that area and you hear fire, you don't think of a brush fire. Right? No. You
maybe
think
a structure fire.
Structure fire, house fire, but certainly not that because of, as you say, the density and because of how these are buildings and how they're structured, how they're built. And we're still talking about the Highland Hollywood area, which is very unusual to hear.
Get evacuated.
Of course, the last 2 days have been very unusual, right?
Yeah, a lot of places you don't think of because you go visit there. Palisades Village, go visit with your family. We're hearing completely gone. And in this case, in Runyon Canyon, this is on the list for so many people when they come visit Southern California to vacation to.
Oh, the relatives. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We got to go to Runyon Canyon.
At some point, you're hiked out, but it is such a staple for Hollywood, the Hollywood Hills area, that you think, how much of it just is torched now. Hopefully it'll be back open very soon, but for now it does remain shut down. The city has said it was already shut down, will remain shut down, but you think about, okay, going back up there when you go and you see these areas that have been burned and they're just completely scorched and black, and it's a reminder of what happened there.
Well, and in the Palisades, of course, you've got 2 grocery stores that are completely burned down. That this was part of the people that live there. That was part of their everyday life. Just like Runyon Canyon is a part of everyday life for people who love to go and hike. It was interesting, you said it was closed yesterday as it is closed today. If I'm not mistaken, there's always an investigation that takes place, no matter what.
Yes.
So we'll probably be hearing more about that, not to infer anything, but at the same time, you try to think of
the possibilities.
All the possibilities, Leslie, no matter what they are. Yeah. And we're going to talk about the weather, and of course this is what this is. The weather has played a major role in what we've seen over the last couple of days. Historic wind-driven event.
Yeah.
And Danny, I'm going to call it good news because the winds we know that they have died down somewhat. We know we're not out of the woods yet.
Exactly.
But we're going to let you explain all that.
Yeah, and we're looking for any kind of good news that we can get right now, Pat and Leslie, and that is exactly something that we are watching, because if you remember last night at this time, we were looking at gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour in Burbank. We saw gusts around 70 miles per hour at this time. So thankfully, the good good news in this is that, yes, we are not out of the woods, but we're done with the peak winds, the strongest winds. We saw those late last night into early this morning. Now, we're still dealing with the Santa Ana winds. We're still dealing with the elevated fire danger, but you can see it's a different story going into tonight, and this is what we've been waiting for. And thankfully, the conditions are allowing our aircraft to get up there and get over some of these fires. So here's a look at those gusty winds. It's focused right now more on those wind-prone areas when we see these Santa Ana winds. So areas like Simi Valley into Santa Clarita, gusts between 19 to 20 miles per hour. They're still pushing out towards the Malibu coast where we have high wind warnings, and then the Inland Empire into inland Orange County. Let me zoom you in to a couple different areas because this is key. These fires have been wind-driven. They're not getting started by the winds, but it's the winds that are able to help them spread so rapidly. And the thing is, even though the winds are dying down, it doesn't take strong winds for these embers to fly. I mean, all we really need are winds between 15 to 20 miles per hour to get these embers to fan out. And with things being as dry as they are, that's why we're seeing these fires spread rapidly, and that's why those red flag warnings are going to remain in effect. Here's a look at our current conditions. San Fernando Valley, right there where the Sunset Fire is burning. We've been looking at wind gusts between 20 to 25 miles right there. And then over there towards the Eaton Fire, the good news here is that those winds are starting to die down. Let me zoom you into that area. We're talking temperatures in the upper 50s. Humidity is still very low. And for everyone here in Southern California, it's dry out there. But look at our winds. Last night, we saw gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Right now, we're looking at some northerly winds at around 8 miles per hour. So this is going to be a huge help. I know the firefight, there's a long firefight ahead of us, but hopefully this allows our firefighters to get in there and get a handle on some of these fires. Take a look at some of our peak wind gusts over the last 24 hours. I mean, this is wild for us here in Southern California. Fremont Canyon, 94 mile per hour wind gusts. In Simi Valley, we had wind gusts peaking at 75 miles per hour. And then Altadena, where the Eaton Fire is burning, 60 mile per hour winds. And this is an area that doesn't normally get in on the Santa Ana winds, but we saw those breaking mountain waves that helped these winds really pick up last night in some of those unusual areas. And then we are still tracking those conditions for the Palisades Fire, gusted around 18 miles per hour last night at this time, 60 mile per hour gusts. Now, we could see going into tonight some localized stronger gusts through some areas, but this is definitely a better look than what we saw last night. And the big story, it's going to be, when do we get these winds out of here? Here's a look at our futurecast, and this is going to walk you through. We've been talking about this hour by hour, what we're going to see with the winds. And yes, you can see going into late tonight, early tomorrow morning, it's going to be more focused on the mountains. So we're seeing those winds gradually decrease. High wind warnings will be expired by this point. They're still in place until 10 o'clock this evening. Now, by tomorrow, we are watching another little surge, another little uptick in these winds as they ramp back up. It's going to be more traditional Santa Ana winds, though, for us. So those areas that normally see the Santa Ana winds, we've got that through Thousand Oaks, the Santa Clarita Valley, up through the mountains, Wrightwood over towards Crestline. We've got that through the Inland Empire, Big Bear Lake, seeing those strong gusty winds over towards inland Orange County. This is a look at 8 in the morning. Here they go. They're picking up Thursday afternoon. San Bernardino will see those winds. You've got it up through the mountains, those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. This continues Thursday evening, but we're not looking at the widespread winds. So that's the other good news. We're trying to look for any good news in this. They're not going to be as widespread as what we saw last night. And then Friday, we're going to start to see those winds relaxing a little bit. Still breezy out there, but we aren't going to be seeing those intense winds. Here's a look at what's next. We are done with the strongest winds, but it is still breezy. And it is still windy in many areas right now. Going into tonight, early tomorrow morning, more traditional Santa Ana winds, but fire danger remains critical. And so that means any fires that start, they could spread pretty quickly. So that's why we are on high alert going into the next 24 hours still. But thankfully, we're not dealing with the peak winds. And then we are going to be breezy to windy. It's likely back Thursday into Friday, like we mentioned, and then also next week. But these are looking like more light to moderate events, nothing like what we saw last night. So here's a look at that red flag warning. It's been extended until Friday, and that's because, I mean, this is a prolonged event. It's a long duration event for us. You can see some areas are out of this, including our beaches of LA County, the South Bay area. But National Weather Service just added the LA Basin back into this. So we're still windy, we're still very dry, and that's what's leading to the critical fire danger going into tomorrow and then again on Friday. And then it really looks like once we get to Saturday, that sea breeze is going to start to come back, and this is really going to help things out. But it's still so incredibly dry out there. And then another big piece of this, you guys, it's going to be the smoke. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are. We were all seeing that up in the sky today. I mean, plumes of smoke, and it's spreading very far because of these winds. And so you can see really stretching from the San Gabriel Valley all the way over across the 5 towards our beach communities into areas like Inglewood. It's been very smoky out there, that purple indicating the strongest, the thickest smoke, I should say, that we're seeing out there. But Pat and Leslie, the good news in all of this, like you mentioned, is that we're done with the strongest winds. Yes, we still have the Santa Ana winds out there, but we're done with the strongest, and that is definitely going to help. And so we're going to continue to track that for you. I know it's been just a really heartbreaking 24 hours for so many folks here in Southern California. And it doesn't even matter where you are. I mean, everyone here has been impacted in some way because this is our home. These are people that we know and that we love. So Pat, Leslie will continue to track this for you and keep you updated with where the winds are moving.
Any little bit of positivity, right? That's what we're looking for tonight.
We could take a lot right now.
Yeah, we could, you guys. Any little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Well, Irina Nakano was driving through Pacific Palisades earlier today and came across a distraught homeowner.
Yeah, he went to the scene to pick up some extra things from his house, but he found something that he never expected.
We are here on Jaycon Way up in the Palisades area, and we were just driving around to see if anyone was around, and we saw Rob right here. Rob, you're just kind of sitting on your steps, kind of staring at your house. Tell us about your life here.
You know, we've been here for 12 years. It's a great little neighborhood. A lot of these houses on this side are all brand new. I don't even, so many of my friends, their houses are gone as well, and I don't know how to put it into words. It's devastating. I came back to think, I rode my bike up and I thought maybe I would be able to get some extra stuff that we didn't take, and come to see that the whole street is just gone. It's like a war zone.
I mean, when you look at your house, what are some of the best memories you've had in it?
I mean, my daughter growing up here, just all of that, and we had so many memories in here that cannot be replaced. I had these great old pictures of my grandfather from World War II, both grandfathers, and I was going to get them framed, and now they're gone and they're lost. And I had so many things that are just lost forever. It just, I know we're safe, but I don't understand. I don't understand how this could happen here. Yeah. So many houses. I mean, so many. I don't understand.
What do you want to say to the people who are actually going through this exact same emotion as you right now?
I guess you just have to be strong, and you have to somehow, I don't know, it sounds stupid, rise up from the ashes, you know? I mean...
It's not stupid at all.
I mean, I don't know, I have no idea what we're going to do. I have no idea. I came back here, my car was still here, so I put my bike in my car, and luckily my car is still here. The trash can is still here.
How do you get up from this? How do you rise up from the ashes from this?
I don't know. I was not prepared for something like this with just literally all of my friends all around, their houses are gone. I don't know, you know, we've got a great little group, but I don't know. I don't know.
How's your family doing right now? And where are they?
They're up in Thousand Oaks. Unfortunately, the power is out up there. But I told my wife and some friends when I can get service up here. I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I don't know what I'm going to say to them. I don't know what to say to my daughter. She's 12. All of her stuff from when she was born is just gone. I mean, I came back to see if I could get a tool or something out of here. Nothing.
You walked through it?
I have.
Okay.
I've been all through the backyard. We're obviously still on fire here. Yeah, I don't know what I expected.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, and my heart bleeds for you. So sorry, but thank you so much. All right, so you heard it from Rob Hoover, who lived here for 12 years, and you know, unfortunately, this story just keeps happening and happening. If we just go down J. Conway here, look at that. Everything across this street, everything in front of us, everything behind us, all of it is now crumbled into ashes. If you see the top up there, that area is still burning, so even more devastation, unfortunately, is on the way. The school that's actually closest to this location where we're at right now, Marquez Elementary, also a total loss. The people over at the district did tell me that they are now in talks with Sacramento to see if they could get some funding for rebuilding, but of course, rebuilding these homes, rebuilding these schools, starting from scratch, that is going to take a long time. I'll send it back to you.
It's going to take so much time for so many people, and as you can see, they're just reeling from, you know, it's the beginning of that mourning process.
Oh, indeed, and it you know, the adage "day at a time" sounds so cliche, but it is such truth there.
Yeah.
You have to.
You have to take it
If
one
you're
day at a time, maybe one
Yes.
moment, hour at this point.
Right.
But we want to let you know, Southern California, as we cope with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
And you can go to redcross.cog/KCAL or .org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. You know what I like about this, Leslie? There have been so many people, like on these different apps, your neighborhood apps, your Ring apps, Neighborhood Watch. People want to help. They want to know what to do, who needs what, where they can send, drop off clothing, food, anything. So the Red Cross, you know, they're always there to help people in time of need and to also give you an avenue to use to help others.
And that's reliable because there's so much out there you can find on social media, and that we know will go straight to the Red Cross, and we know the Red Cross helping so many people set up a lot of these emergency shelters.
And we're putting our name on it too.
Well, the Eaton fire has turned deadly. We know killing at least 5 people and burning 10,000 acres, Pat.
Yes, our Gio Insignares has been in Pasadena. He's live there now where he's seen homes, businesses, and schools burned to the ground. So much devastation, Gio.
So much, Pat, Leslie, and forgive me because the connection, as we've been detailing all night, has been going in and out ever so slightly. So I'm going to try and not move too much, but I want to almost slightly move out of the way so you can see the fire behind us. This is just one of many structure fires we've been pointing out to you all through the night where they've just been popping up. We've already counted a few engines that just drove by us. I see a few more on the road just up here on Lake Avenue, looks like, because they're just going left and right, trying to knock down as many as they can, preserve what they can. But as we've detailed throughout just today and in these last 24 hours, there's so much destruction and not enough resources to get to everything at once, where you're left with sites like these. And when we can, we want to take you to some video here from earlier, because tonight after the sun set and it's been dark, we haven't seen as many people out as they were when the sun was up, checking in on their homes and trying to see what was left. In the video that we have for you, we ran into someone, his name was Henry, who was got the alert at the last second. He thought that it was just going to pass over, no big deal, but then got a note from his friend, hey, your house is under an evacuation order, you need to go right now. And then he just packed up. He was just by himself. He did, and he's been staying with his friends in Glendale since. He came back today and there was nothing left. This was a home that he bought more than a decade ago. The house's history, he told me, went back to the early 1900s. That's how much history was packed in just that home, and now it's just left with nothing. And here's what he said in terms of being able to handle everything. He seemed to come at it from a certain perspective.
You know, to me, it's a house. I'm not emotionally tied to my house and to my things. To me, it's just things. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a beautiful house. I wish it could have stayed, but as you can see, you know, this house, my neighbor's house, and the one over there, all in a row, and his house. just wasn't meant to be. It probably still hasn't hit me that this happened, because I thought this would never happen.
And this is certainly a situation where, when we were talking to him, that, you know, in all of our reports, not just mine, but all of our colleagues across Southern California, you talked to people, and some of them mentioned the frustration at not seeing many firefighters out here, of having to deal with insurance. Henry was one of the rare ones where he said he wasn't necessarily frustrated by those incidents or by those potential lack of resources here in the area, but insurance was something that was on his mind. He just kind of looked at the camera and said, hey, State Farm, I hope you got my back, right? Because that's the next step once we get through everything that we're dealing with right now, and what so many people are dealing with, which is safety, prioritizing family, seeing what is left, and in a lot of cases you don't have anything left, and now what are you going to do after that? So many people have spent decades, have spent generations in these homes, and now they have to pick up and say, I guess I have to start over now after all that time of starting, building, and having something there. So it's been incredibly heartbreaking. It's been devastating to hear those stories, to see that, and to just kind of bounce around here and notice so much, right? And so many things still burning, so many hot spots. Occasionally, you know, I'm just looking across the bow here, and not even a half mile down the street, you just see the glows of red. And that was something that really struck me when we first got down here, where initially, when the sun is still up, you're noticing just a haze of smoke. The wind occasionally would gust through, and you see everything kind of swarm around you. But now, after the sun sets, it sort of takes on that descent into darkness, something that just kind of hovers over you, maybe subconsciously, and it's a little bit more frightening to see the glows of red, the sparks of red, and knowing that there's just so much more out there, so much more devastation, and not really anything else right now. So, Pat, Leslie, it's just something that obviously we're all documenting and taking in. So many people have to handle in one way or the other. It's not easy.
You said the word document, Gio. That's very descriptive of what we're all doing, because, you know, we'll never forget this. This is something that is historic for our area, for sure. And I'm sure the dates, the time, we'll always have that in our memory. And for you to be out there and witnessing what you're seeing is something that you don't just forget, you don't shake it off. It's going to be with you. And that's why we want to remind everyone who has suffered a loss, whether it's home damage, and, you know, we do know 5 people at least have lost their lives. We feel it.
Yeah, that's a lasting impact.
We feel your pain. We do. We feel your pain.
It's a lasting impact on a family. And you know what was interesting about Gio's shot and the gentleman we heard from? He talked about really maybe not feeling like he processed it. And I can understand that in this community, because it feels like they're very much still in it. Behind Gio, you saw the building still burning. More than 24 hours since this fire started, more than 24 hours. So,
and one of the other, you know, I don't know if we're supposed to talk about this now, but, you know, I figure we can, is the senior citizens that were evacuated yesterday in Altadena. That's something that I just can't get out of my mind right now, because they were truly helpless. They're in a senior citizen home, and went through so much, but to see the people rush and get them out of the center in wheelchairs and rolling them out, some of them on gurneys, people bringing blankets, food, and actually getting public transportation to get them to safety, that's something that stays with you. And we're very happy that they were able to get out, and we will be following up throughout the days to come to find out how they're doing. But
we
again,
definitely
there's
will.
so many images. Yeah.
Truly, that one has stuck with me as well, Pat. Of course, we want to turn things over to Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you've got a new look at exactly what has burned in that Eaton fire.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking about the Eaton fire. We're talking about those images from last night, you guys. And when we saw Nicole Comstock's camera pop up there, that was just seeing everybody sitting in a 7-Eleven parking lot like that, in wheelchairs and in beds and all of that. And we saw them bringing in a SWAT truck to try to load people up. It was just really remarkable, and that's just one of the many images that won't ever go away after this fire. But I want to come into my computer here because I want to show you exactly the area that we're talking about, because for the first time tonight, we are getting a actual footprint of the fire, the Eaton fire, burning over in the Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, all of those cities combined. So I want to come in here a little bit because everything that you see in the orange here is the actual footprint of the Eaton fire that has burned. So again, I'm going to do the thing here. Let me turn off the evacuation so that you just see the orange here. But excuse me, everywhere that there is orange is an area that the fire has moved through. And everywhere that is white is a home or a business or a structure. And we're talking about these people in our community that this entire neighborhood, multiple neighborhoods, could have been impacted or have been impacted by this fire. And you see how far south it went, Mountain View Cemetery. If you live in Altadena or Pasadena and you know where Mountain View Cemetery is, you can tell just how far down. I mean, almost, look at the fire footprint on this. This almost came to the 210 freeway is how far down this went. You have your last little hot spots here, and this is the 210 freeway. So we are talking about significant distances that the fire has burned. And we've talked about it with all of the fires that we've been covering, the Palisades fire specifically, and how far to the west and the east even that went. And you can see there's also significant growth up in the mountains here as well, from the Eaton fire up into, Mount Wilson is up here as well. Those are some of the cameras that I was showing you last night. And then you see where it pushed to the east into some of these other cities. This is Sierra Madre Boulevard. This is, a cluster of homes right up here against the foothill that the fire burned through. So we're really getting a good vantage point here of where the fire burned. I'm going to turn back on those evacuation areas here because you can see how large of an evacuation area is, including over here. It actually pushed up earlier today, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, parts of Glendale, even up here along the 210 corridor in La Crescenta, even had an evacuation warning. They still are under mandatory evacuations. And I want to leave you guys with just one thing here because I want to show you, look at all of I can't look at this enough because it's just so jarring to me to see how much of our region is under an evacuation order tonight. When you look at the Palisades fire and how much has burned there and what's under evacuation, and then you have the Hearst fire from last night that is still burning today, then you have the Lydia fire that burned briefly but luckily was knocked down pretty quickly, and then the Eaton fire. And just seeing so many of these areas on our maps, and you look at the Eaton fire and the Lydia fire from today, and the two evacuations for the fires almost joined together because of where everything is at. You can see there's just a little bit of a mountain area here that that didn't have to be evacuated, thankfully. It doesn't look like there's really anybody up there. I quickly want to leave you with the Sunset Fire, take you to SkyCal real quick, and show you how much better the scene looks over there. You can see one of the helicopters still flying around, but it is mostly dark. We see pockets of flames a little bit there, but certainly a much better situation. This is how we usually see the Hollywood Hills at night, which is dark. We like to continue to see it dark because that means the fire is largely, being mopped up in the mop-up phases, the cleanup phases right now. Certainly put on a good show for everyone tonight, though, guys. And it's just really remarkable that we had those helicopters there to get that under control. The last thing we needed is a fire in that area, and I just can't help but think what would have happened if that fire had happened last night in that area. I think we'd be in for a much different situation. So as Tom mentioned, weather conditions helped play a great role today in making sure that this was a better situation than it was yesterday.
We were just talking here about we'll appreciate any good news.
Anything we can take.
We can get, and that certainly is good news and very in retrospective. There's no question about that happened yesterday. Yeah. Can you imagine, guys?
I mean, there's just so many homes in the Hollywood Hills, but then so many neighborhoods Hollywood is totally surrounded, right? I mean, there's a whole, the valleys to the north, the cities to the south, you have the homes to the west, the 101 to the east. I mean, it would have been a much, much different situation had that fire started at this time yesterday.
Okay, another more proof of what we can do in Southern California when the firefighters have the resources to help them.
Yeah. They are there. Thanks so much, Mike.
Well, we're going to go to Lauren Posen, live in Pacific Palisades now.
Lauren, let us know what is happening there. Where are you right now?
Well, Leslie and Pat, I want to go off of something Pat was just talking about, looking at some positive news. And Pat, I do have some to share tonight. Compared to last night, this whole hillside here was just glowing from the fires up to the skyline. Tonight, much different story. We're not seeing that here tonight. That's very good. Coming back to where we are here, I want to show you over here another positive site. We have these water tanks on standby, ready to go up into the Palisades when the firefighters need them. Now, the reason why we're down here on PCH and Sunset is because there's no cell phone service up in the Palisades, but we were able to go up there and drive around, and we took some video to show you of the destruction. So I want to show you this video now, and it's heartbreaking to see. These are neighborhoods, these are homes, churches, schools destroyed. We saw so many homes just on fire, flames, just these bright orange flames burning to the ground. You could really tell that people left in a hurry. We saw all those cars you saw those images yesterday, the people just leaving their cars and getting out. People left their cars in the garage too, and their garage is really the only thing standing. You can see that car in there, it's burned down, but it's just complete destruction up here. And we spoke to one man. We saw a lot of people on bikes today, and he was coming in, and he said he has friends in the Palisades here, and he wanted to try to check on their house if he could get up there, and he just could not believe what he was seeing. Take a listen.
I didn't know it was going to be this bad, and I was driving up Centralia yesterday afternoon. I could still see the flames on top of the mountains, and I knew with these gusty winds it was just going to be devastation, and I didn't realize it was going to hit so many homes. I thought they had it contained up in the hills, but it spread and spread and spread with those winds.
At last count, over 1,000 homes have been destroyed. That number most certainly will grow. There were also questions about the fire hydrants and some challenges that firefighters had with them. And I got an update from Captain Eric Scott over at LAFD. And he says, yes, we did have challenges while battling this fire. He says, although LAWDP did fill all the available water storage tanks, I'm reading this because I want to get this right for you, including 3 1-million-gallon tanks located here in the Palisades. He says the problem was when we got to the higher elevations, it was just a case of extreme demand, and that caused a slower refill. So that is what Captain Eric Scott is saying, addressing the fire hydrant issues. But Pat and Leslie, again, tonight we're seeing these tanks on standby here. If they need to go up, they're there for them. We've seen tons of fire engines go by here. Firefighters are working very hard to try to get this under control here. These conditions are very volatile. They change on a dime here. These embers, these winds pick up like this, and that's all you need for another fire to start with an ember. I showed Pat earlier today some little hot spots on the hills here, and those could quickly grow into something much bigger, which we don't want to see. So right now it's just kind of an hour-by-hour assessment here as people are just really holding their breath, waiting for this all to be over. Pat and Leslie?
Can't talk about how much we appreciate those tankers. So much more than we ever have.
Yeah.
You're right about that, Lauren. Thank you. We'll be getting back to you shortly as well. In the meantime, reporter Madison Keevy continues our live coverage from West Hollywood, where that Sunset Fire is raging. Hi, Madison.
Hi, a very different energy here in the last 20 or 30 minutes than what we saw within the last couple of hours, because it's relatively quiet in this mandatory evacuation zone because people have heeded the warnings. I mean, you see houses with the porch lights on, but the cars are out of the driveway, and many of these streets are actually blocked off so that fire crews can get through. You see a crowd sort of at the end of the street gathering. These are just people that say they're looking to see what's going on, even though, again, this is that mandatory evacuation zone. I've talked to homeowners in this area, some of them, of course, getting out quickly, others staying behind, worried about looting. We did see Los Angeles police on a scene here with one person detained for looting in a street just over. They said they were called and they were going to stay on scene until it felt like, things were kind of winding down as far as people coming up. At the height of the Sunset Fire here a couple of hours ago, it was just sort of getting started. One homeowner said, though, she was afraid to leave because of the looting, and before she left, she wanted to try one last thing to make sure her home was still there when she came back. She said a family friend used their garden hose in another fire, and she wanted to give it a try.
This is the first time, honestly, I've never seen anything like this in LA ever, and I've been here almost 30 years now. Sometime in the afternoon, we started smelling smoke, and I don't know, the sky started turning a gray color.
I'm going to talk about the energy again because, you don't see much going on behind me. There's an engine. You can see some of the flames and some of that red light there in the hills just beyond. And this relatively, I say quiet is more of an energy, though you can still hear the water drops happening up ahead. A total change here in the last half hour as everybody has gotten out. There were traffic jams on Hollywood Boulevard here as people were trying to leave. And now it feels like they're are gone, and crews are really getting to work on this thing. I mean, just within the last couple of minutes, we've seen at least 3 or 4 helicopters come through with those drops. So they are hitting this thing hard, and you can really feel the energy shift.
That's good to hear, Madison. But we just want to make sure, we know that it's not out yet, right? That fire is still burning in the hills.
Yeah, still burning, just the energy shift as far as people getting out, as far as you can, from where I'm standing, you don't see it burning as much. And crews here on this block, they're kind of using some of the homes we've seen on a couple of blocks. They're getting permission from homeowners to get into their backyards to fight this. So energy, there's that first panic we saw in traffic jams of people trying to evacuate. Now that's since gone, and these streets that once were just bumper to bumper with people leaving are now empty, so crews are at work.
All right, we'd rather see bumper to bumper crews working than, people in citizens in their vehicles.
Yeah, Madison, thank you so much. And we talk a lot about that energy because covering those fires, we're not the ones to say, hey, it's safe. That's firefighters.
Absolutely.
Those are city officials. But when you feel, firefighters start to clear out, things are headed in the right direction. But we do still see some active flames.
But there, like she said, relaxation. When we see different, any kind of emergency situation, right, or breaking news, we sort of see it a bit chaotic, and when we see it slow down a little bit, just even by movement, we go, okay, things must be getting better.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Evelyn, and you're here. We know you had to go home for a minute because you're impacted.
Impacted, packed up, left. Nowhere to go currently. I do have 2 sleeping children that are in here.
Aw.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sure, like, where I don't see them.
I know. I just sent you a photo. I'm on the other side of the studio, but
just a reminder, these are our communities as
that's
well.
Right.
That's your neighborhood. You've been without power for, I think,
a few days, a couple days, 2 days now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let me see what I have. Auntie Pat has a Coke.
There we go. That's how you know they're really sleeping. Yeah, they're not going to take that from Auntie Pat because, they are dead asleep. So, we're trying to figure it out as well as the rest of Southern California tonight, going home and trying to grab a couple more things before it's just no longer possible. So we are getting a look at a few fires tonight, of course. The latest one we continue to track is the Sunset Fire in Hollywood Hills that continues to burn toward West Hollywood right now. So it's burning on the city side, not on the valley side. Started at the top of Nichols Canyon, continuing downwards. And I was just looking at the observation spots. There's not a lot of observation spots nearby, but we were looking at a few nearby. And I will tell you, we're looking at 18-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the area. So again, that's already a lot better than where we've been with this wind event all across Southern California. We were tracking 90 to 100 mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's right, 90 to 100 mile-per-hour wind gusts. This was part of really what's transpired over the last couple of days. Now we are down to 50 to 60 miles per hour at most, but really generally speaking, we are currently at 20 miles per hour at the Sunset Fire line, and really across all of Southern California, that's really the range. So wind gusts looking a bit like this in the high teens, but you know what else is in the high teens is our relative humidity, and that's problematic because we still have gusts and we still have wind gusts, well, again in the teens, and relative humidity in the teens or even the single digits. And that's where things get really dangerous because we have so much vegetation, rather. We haven't seen any really measurable rain since May, and we are in January. That's right. So only about half an inch for some. I mean, really just low numbers. Nothing compared to where we were this time last year, where we were actually in an extremely rainy period. So as we get a look at fire weather right now, we've got current wind gusts looking like this. We're going to take you through a few spots. Okay, so first and foremost, you're looking at Santa Clarita at 18 miles per hour, Sylmar at 22. We're continuing to track conditions right now in Altadena, of course, Eaton Canyon, 58 degrees. So temperatures are doing okay tonight. That's the good news, is we're not looking at a warm night whatsoever. In fact, temperature is getting very chilly tonight. So that's good news because when it comes to fire danger, it's a recipe. We've got 3 ingredients. The first one being temperature, the second one being humidity, and of course, the third being wind. So in Altadena, currently, we're looking at 7-mile-per-hour wind speeds. That's already good. We're not looking at gusts like where we were. Again, remember, we saw isolated gusts between 90 and 100 100 miles per hour even earlier this morning. Humidity's at 12%. That's not great. That's not ideal. We are in the double digits per se, but we're not even in the teens, and we're almost in the single digits. So that's where things really get rough, because we have so much dry vegetation, and then we've got humidity as low as 12%. That's not a good combination, but of course, it's the temperatures, and that's really the only saving grace of the three ingredients that we look at when it comes to fire weather. So I do want to do a little sort of before and after, because we were showing you wind gusts right now at about 20 miles per hour, just a little less than that. Well, as we get a look at peak gusts right now from earlier today, it was a completely different story. So take a look. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. Simi, where we're looking at a lot of power outages right now, 75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, the peak wind gusts from earlier today, 70 miles per hour. Van Nuys, 67 miles per hour. In Altadena, 60 miles per hour. So this is no joke. I mean, we really saw some extreme wind. So compared to the 90, 70, even 60 plus mile per hour winds earlier today, we are already doing much better in the 20 mile per hour range. But that's still significant. It just feels like it's not significant compared to where we were. Of course, everything's relative. But if you take a step back, just on a regular day, we would still be considered under advisory conditions. So current wind gusts, I do want to take you to the Palisades right now. It has gotten a lot calmer. Again, we were looking at wind gusts upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. Now we're down to 18 miles per hour. So conditions laying down a little bit for us tonight. Simi Valley, 19. Malibu, right at the coast, 19 miles per hour already. A lot of destruction moving into Malibu because the trajectory of the fire has been moving from the northeast. So going from the Palisades into Malibu all the way up to Dukes there. So really a huge space affected. We're continuing to look at our future cast. This is an important tool as we head into the next few hours. We want to know where the wind is, but of course we want to know where the wind is going and how strong it's going to be over the next few hours. So by 1:45 a.m., well after midnight, you'll see in the San Gabriels there, of course, that's where we're keeping a very close eye. We're looking at orange, and as we take a look at the legend, orange corresponds with about 20 mile per hour wind. So again, significant but isolated, continuing to the San Bernardino County Mountains and Riverside County Mountains. Now, as we move through the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow morning, we're expecting to see the wind pick up just a little bit into the afternoon. So we're not in the clear yet. We have to stay vigilant. New fires could still break out. And of course, we're keeping our eye on the latest fire that broke out in Hollywood Hills, Eaton Canyon, of course, the Palisades, and the rest of Southern California. And we're going to continue to monitor it all. Evacuations and, of course, power outages. And on top of that, the flames that are just ripping through so many communities right now. But in the meantime, we do want to check in with our Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike.
Yeah, hi, Eb. So we're continuing to watch the fire here in the Palisades area. We moved SkyCal since the fire in Runyon Canyon, the Sunset Fire, started to look a little bit better. We moved the chopper over to the Palisades fire because we wanted to get a look at it from the south end. The good news tonight, though, is I don't see a ton of fire activity on the south end. Part of that is because I think some of it is blocked by the smoke. So right now we're going to take SkyCal's picture here. I'll show you, actually. It's pretty dark because of where the fire is not happening right now. Actually, it's very dark. But there you see some of the hillside. The chopper is going to move up to the valley side of things right now. So for perspective, the 405 and basically Sunset is where the chopper is right now. And you can see a little bit of flames here and there as Oliver moves the camera around. But the good news is really right now we're not seeing anything from that south end of the fire here. But as we look at the other portions of the fire, there are still, of course, huge concerns. And, you know, I want to reiterate that the fire here is still out of control, still burning at 0%. And as Oliver is able to move around a little bit more, you'll see some of those flame lengths that we're talking about. In the meantime, though, I'm going to ask Vinny here if we can come to my computer because I want to show you one of the wildfire cameras that are up there. Actually, I lied, Vin. I want to go back to the chopper. Sorry. He just got a good shot. There you go. That's the loom up we were talking about. So as you can see, some still very intense flames that are burning. And Oliver, can you tell me where it is that you're looking at? This looks like it might be Mandeville Canyon. Can you tell? Yeah, I think it's going to be Mandeville Canyon that he's looking at. So on the west side of Mandeville Canyon, there, put up for us, Rustic Canyon, West Ridge Road. So all of those areas, which are, I believe, going to be just west of Mandeville Canyon, and I'll look for sure here in just a second. But you can see that the fire is still very active in certain spots here as we enter the 9 o'clock hour, and now more than 24 hours from where this fire started. And there's a good shot as well of where he's been looking at, and that's the fire road that you see up there, Encino Vista, Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So it is burning into the now to the north a little bit more. from where it was yesterday. You know, yesterday was obviously so devastating down in the Pacific Palisades, which really, in reality, it still is. But as the chopper is able to look to the northwest, I believe is the direction he is looking at, you see some of those other roads, the Henry Mountain Road, Topanga Fire Road, Topanga Canyon, all of those. So we'll ask Oliver to go back to where those kind of flames are. And Ollie, if you can drop your overlay there, that'd be great. So we can get a good look at kind of what's burning there. But you can see things are looking, you know, not too great from where he's at. And again, they're hovering right now at about 1,600 feet over the 405 and Sunset, looking at these flames. So lots still going on. If you thought the fire activity was going away, it is not, unfortunately, in the Palisades fire. It is just in a different location as we begin the 9 o'clock hour. We're still looking at the KCAL live pictures here for a little bit longer while we're kind of getting everything situated here. But I'm looking at the radar and I do see some water dropping helicopters, you guys.
All right, thanks so much. Yeah, we could see a little better from that shot.
A little better. Mm-hmm.
It's still, like you say, it is still burning. All right, well, we are continuing our coverage of the fires here in Southern California at the 9 o'clock hour. A new fire is burning tonight in the Hollywood Hills. You heard Mike Rogers talk about that just now. It's forcing widespread evacuations. We are on the ground with fire crews fighting to keep those flames from homes.
And fire continues to spread in Pacific Palisades and in the Malibu area with still no containment. Tonight we saw more beachside homes burning along PCH just south of Latuna Canyon Road. An estimated 1,000 homes and buildings have been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
And Altadena is still on fire tonight. This is new video from within the last hour sent by a crew in the area of Country Club Drive. Structures still burning late into the night. Churches, schools, a gas station, all burned. The Eaton fire has killed 5 people and more than 100 structures, homes and buildings have been wiped out. There is still no containment at this hour. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Catastrophic destruction across LA County tonight. The latest fire burning near the heart of Hollywood.
And let's get right to our live team of reporters, starting with Tom Wade. He's at Runyon Canyon. Of course, that's a beloved hiking spot that has burned dangerously close near homes. Tom, what's it looking like now?
And good evening to you, Pat. Well, the good news is in all that destruction and loss that you were just talking about, iconic Runyon Canyon does look like one of the few bright spots, so to speak, here in the area, because as you can see on your screen, there are very few hot spots on the hill on Runyon Canyon right now, and that is a relief to so many people who underwent a very frantic evacuation just a few hours ago when this entire hillside looked like it was going up. Let's get to some video, our aerial video, when that ominous fire really just raging there on the Hollywood Hills, visible from everywhere. You could see it from the 101, you could see it from other parts of town, and obviously just a lot of fear given how dry the brush is here and obviously what we saw in the previous evening. We've got more video to show you from the ground here. Very, very frightening, even just looking at how firefighters had to just attack this thing, just getting in there as quickly as they could. Just they've swarmed this, a small army of firefighters getting to the area and just blasting this thing with as much water as they could on the ground and from the air. Water drops as well. More ground video just of people trying to get close up to the fire, and firefighters keeping them back as they tackled this thing. They had ground crews in here, as many people as they could get into the area to carve out fire lines, to get the fire under control. And it does appear, at least in some respect, they have done at least clamped down on the fire. They've released some of the engines that were here at the Fuller entrance where we are right now in Hollywood. That's one of the 2 main entrances to Runyon. There's several, obviously, but this is one of the main ones. And if you also take a look here, we have some traffic to show you. Just the gridlock, people trying to get out of the area when the evacuation orders went out. I don't live too far away from here, but close enough to the evacuation zone. I got 2 phone calls, a text message. They were frantically trying to alert all of us to get out of the area as quickly as we could to make sure that, if this got worse, that would be a problem. The other issue is the wind, which obviously last night was a major factor. Tonight, not as bad, obviously. That was a big thing. That allowed firefighters, obviously, to fly their aircraft and to drop a lot of water on the fire. So, very good news here in Hollywood. as firefighters are doing just a fantastic job, and just you can only imagine how exhausted they are trying to get all these fires out. It's like fire whack-a-mole, and the potential devastation if these fires spread. All these buildings are decades old. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Tom. You know what I was thinking about earlier, Juan? I mean, when you talked about Hollywood and Highland under an evacuation order, that was just unheard of.
I mean, that's the center point right there. So busy.
Busy, concrete, still nothing, no vegetation.
None.
Didn't expect to hear that. But now to the mandatory evacuations that have been issued for the Sunset Fire, and that did include Hollywood and Highland.
That's right, Pat. Let's go to reporter Madison Keevy, who continues our live fire coverage from West Hollywood. Madison?
Yeah, so Hollywood Boulevard here, very different right now than it was a couple of hours ago because traffic is flowing, and really there is not a line of traffic. This was bumper to bumper as those evacuations went into place, people getting out of these neighborhoods that are under that mandatory evacuation zone. We talked to a couple of homeowners who said they were staying put at least for a little while longer, spraying down their homes with water, but the energy here has changed in the last 45 minutes in that those evacuations have passed, traffic is moving here again, and that bumper to bumper that we saw in these neighborhoods has now dispersed as people have gotten out. I did speak to someone who lives in the neighborhood very close to where this fire is burning. He has evacuated and was still sticking around in the area, he says, to let his neighbors know it's time to go. When he ran out of the house, he grabbed with him his shoes and a bullhorn.
It's literally like right there by Runyon Canyon. I'm telling you, I was watching the news, I looked out the window, I seen the fire, some of it went in my eye. I can almost, felt like I was going blind. So I just grabbed my bullhorn, halfway got my shoes on my feet, took off running and said, Lord, carry me as far as you can.
He says he's sticking around because he wants his neighbors to know, those that were staying behind after those orders went into place for a couple of hours, that they needed to move. He said he knows, or at least he says he believes his home has not made it through this fire, though that has not been confirmed. He says he's hoping for the best here in this, but he says just knowing how close he got to that fire is keeping him anxious tonight. But again, doing that good deed with his bullhorn, he says, to let his neighbors know it's time to go.
That is the neighbor you want to have, right? At the ready and with a bullhorn. Madison, thank you so much for that. Mandatory evacuations are still in effect for the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills.
And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk. You've got something going on over there.
I do. I'm sorry. I was just looking at SkyCal, and a fire caught my attention, and I was just talking to Oliver to try to figure out if it's part of the Runyon fire or if it's a different one. So he's going to go over there and investigate it. It looks like it might be, sorry, we're looking at it. I don't have to look at my monitor anymore. It looks like it might be part of the Runyon fire that kind of slopped over to the backside, but we're trying to figure that out because it's certainly the most active flame that we've seen from, if it is from the Runyon fire, it's some of the most active flame that we've seen. So thanks Ollie for putting up the map tracker there. Sunswept Drive, Veneta Place. That light that you're seeing on the cloud, now you see at the top left corner of the screen, is from a LAFD water dropping helicopter that is in the area. So I do think it is part of the same fire, but this may be, no, I don't think it is actually, because that area looks like, so this is just south of Ventura Boulevard. So this is Ventura and Whitsett, up in the hills of Ventura and Whitsett, and Oliver's going to go over there. That is a house that is on fire. Yeah, that's not far from here at all. So if you know the area, it is just going to be to the east of Coldwater. So this is a new fire. Look at that. We've got at least one home on fire, potentially a second one that looks like it may be a water tank down there. But this is not going to be part of the Runyon fire. This is going to be a separate fire.
No, and if we don't like to put things out there, but you just wonder why this particular area. I mean, and the home. And it looks to be more than one. We see crews are on the ground, right?
I'm just looking at the call time here. 8:52 p.m. is what time the call came out. 3600 block of Sunswept Drive. And they did initially dispatch it as a structure fire. It was not initially dispatched as a brush fire. It was initially dispatched as a structure fire that, as Oliver gets closer, has either turned into a brush fire or is at least more than one structure that we are now looking at. But there is even fire up to the left. So the fire definitely is spreading away from the home. If it did start in the home, it's certainly moving into other directions now as we look at this. And again, this is just south of Ventura Boulevard. off of Whitsett. Basically, Whitsett dead ends at Ventura, but if you were to follow Whitsett all the way down, that is kind of right at the other end of that. So, you know, that school, and forgive me, Harvard Westlake is just to the west of it, and then you know, Ventura Boulevard. I think there's, what is that, where there's a Rocco's there. There's you know, the chicken, there's a gas station there as well. So it's just right at the end of that. And look at that house. That looks like it's
That's a big house.
Yeah.
And look at that, like to the left, the upper left. What is that? Is that still part of the house, or
that's
what
brush.
is that?
I think that's brush that is on fire. I think the ember cast, because you can see in the top of Oliver's shot there, there are lots of embers that are shooting up. And so I think one of those embers hit that patch of brush over there, and that's what looks like is burning over there. So here we are, again in the Hollywood Hills. I guess technically probably the Studio City or Sherman Oaks area, you know, but just, again, it's just one thing after another tonight. The last couple days.
Yeah, and we do hope we get an explanation as to what this is, because as you said, Mike, it doesn't look like a brush fire, or that certainly that it did not start that way. We just don't know, but that is, that looks like a massive fire.
It does, and I want to ask Oliver, and I know Dylan's doing his best to keep everybody safe. There are so many aircraft in the air tonight, but Oliver, if we're able to get any closer to it, or maybe a little bit more to the east, I'd like to see if I can see what's burning to the left of it at all. It's got to be maybe a detached garage down there, or another, I don't think it's a second home, but maybe a detached garage, it looks like. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to tell, but either way, it has you know, pushed up into the vegetation over there as well. A huge plume of smoke. And let me just listen to some of the radio traffic here. But it looks like they, at least right now, have an engine and a couple engines and a truck here that are now battling this one. And we saw the water dropping helicopter. That was there as well. Let me see where they went. They may have gone to get more water. Yeah,
this has been burning for a while, though. You see a lot of the houses missing there. You can see the sides of it, so this is crazy. This has been burning for a while.
Have you heard about any evacuations for the surrounding?
I haven't yet, because they're still technically dealing with it as a structure fire. So let me pull up some of the radio traffic here so I can listen to it. But at this point, I haven't heard anything about evacuations. And let me see what city. Okay, so we just got an update from City Fire. This is a 4-story home that did start in the home. The fire did start in the home. They are in defensive mode. They are prioritizing right now defending what they call exposure, so that's everything around it, and preventing additional extension into the brush. So that is an update we just got from Margaret Stewart over the LAFD, telling us that they are in defensive mode, and their priority right now is protecting the exposures, making sure it doesn't spread to any other homes, and making sure it doesn't continue to spread to the brush even more so than it already has.
So, Mike, to let our viewers know, you heard this fire started within the home.
Yes,
is that right?
Yes, that is initially how it came out. It did not come out as a brush fire like all the other fires we've been dealing with. This one started as a house fire and then spread. And this is a 4-story house. So this is a very, very large house that they're having to deal with. And it almost looks like it's on stilts or you know.
Something's going on there, yeah.
So that's going to be a concern for those fire crews as well, because if those stilts burn through and collapse, it's going to come downhill to where those firefighters are sitting.
Mike, Juan, look to even the upper left hand. Do you see that right in the middle now? Aren't those flames?
Oh yeah, look at that. Hey, Ollie, go
disconnected from
straight in the middle, right there, right?
Exactly,
is that what you're talking about?
right there.
What's happening there?
That's a yard of another home that it's moved to. That's even up the street from where this one is, and they're talking. I hear them talking about that right now too. So I'm trying to see. That's even up the hill. That's on a whole different street.
Did that fizzle out, Mike? Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, I think that's on Goodland Avenue. So that's a whole hillside above. Oh, look at that.
It's getting bigger.
And it's just growing as we speak.
And it's going to hit that, oh man, it's going to hit the eave of that house, and those flames are going to go in there. So yeah, you've got the brush that it spread to, and now it's hit the backyard of a home here, and you see the embers shooting up from it. Balcony's about to collapse. They're asking everybody to stay clear of the balcony that's about to collapse on the original home. This is, what a mess. So we got County Fire helping out as well. They got an aircraft above it.
Yep, it's falling apart, Mike. Look at that. Wow.
Well, you can see the firefighters on the ground. Yeah. They're putting water. We don't, well, I guess what can they really do from the yard? Because if you drop water at this point,
you're going to make the house collapse.
Yeah.
And then what's going to happen?
And what about the other structures in the area?
Yeah, and what's going to happen is as soon as the stuff starts to collapse, it's going to shoot those embers even higher up into the sky. So that's you know, what they don't want. You know, you could try to target some of the brush with an airdrop, but just listening right here to it. Okay, so yeah, they're talking about the water dropping helicopters and what they can try to do with them, because they'll try, and Ollie, pull out for just a second. I want to look at some of that brush that was on fire and that other home too. You know, they may be able to come in, like they could hit it right there probably with a water drop and be okay. And then Oliver, go back to the left and look at that house, that backyard of on Goodland there.
Yeah, this is the
a
one
little
I'm
less.
concerned about.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll burn out, but that's, yeah, I mean.
And there's nobody home, it looks like, either.
Right, because no, this is not in the evacuation order, so, wow. I mean, what a bad situation.
For sure, and let's hope that there's no one home. I mean, this is, I don't know, from what we're looking at here, there could be several. You know, that spot in the middle with the embers, that's hillside, right, Mike?
Yeah, that looks like brush to me. So there's
right here, that's brush.
That's brush.
But to the left
is a home for sure.
Yeah.
And the topography in this area, so you've got Sunswept Drive, and then there's a hillside that backs up to Goodland Avenue. So the home that you're looking at with the fire in the backyard right there on the left side of the screen, that is a home on Goodland Avenue. Right at the end, it goes into a cul-de-sac on Goodland, and that is what's burning right there. And then just to the south, kind of west of that, is where the vegetation fire is and the hillside, and then the actual home that is on fire is further down. It's that 4-story home right there on Sunswept Drive, which they're concerned, as I've been listening to, they're concerned about the balcony collapsing, and we can see that as we watch the wood constantly start to disappear. Now, you know, initially, you guys, that on the structure on the left there, I thought that may have been a garage. Now I'm not so sure, and Ollie, pan to the left just a little bit. I can't tell if that's a garage or if that's a different home.
Maybe a guest house or
right there.
Right, and right next to the other, no, oh my goodness, it's just hard to decipher exactly what that looks like another house.
That looks like another home.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like another house that's completely, well, that's practically.
That roof's about to collapse.
And is that fire hose?
There's
They're
some
putting
fire
water
hose,
on
yeah.
that one too, Mike.
Yeah, you got them from down on Veneta Place, it looks like, shooting water up into it. And then you've got the other truck. I can tell you, they've got a lot of resources here. They've just upgraded it again to add additional resources to it. But on scene right now, I'm showing 1, 2, 3 engines. They just even added even more. So 1, 2, 3 engines are on scene. A truck is on scene. They just requested 1, 2, 3, 4 more engines and then some command staff to help deal with this. But they've still got 6 engines on the way still. And then you got a couple more trucks that are coming as well to help out. But you see the truck right there shooting some water up into it. It's just, I mean.
And we still don't know just how this started. I mean, did it start in the house and then the embers were blown to the nearby homes that are now burning?
Yeah, no,
I'd like to know that.
Yeah, it did come out originally as a house fire. So that was
inside the house.
Inside the house. I don't know which one, right? I don't know if it was the big one that it started in or that smaller one to the left.
But you know what we have to say, if we didn't have the winds blowing as we have now, we may not have seen these other structures that are nearby on fire. There's a possibility. I mean, we've seen homes that are close enough to one another.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much of a gust to have them catch fire. And plus, because of the resources are so spread out right now.
Yeah. Well,
Fire resources.
And everybody got pretty lucky at that house where we saw the fire in the backyard. I was really worried that was going to catch an eve. For people that want to know more of where we are, if you're not familiar necessarily with Sunswept, so if you were to go just south of this home up the tree, that's where Tree People is. Off Coldwater Canyon, I believe that's Fryman Canyon that's back in there. Harvard Westlake is just to the west. So another, very popular spot in the Hollywood Hills that, if you're hiking through the Tree People or Fryman Canyon, Coldwater Canyon, Fryman Canyon kind of park, you would be able to see that from one of those trails, and you'd look right down on one of those homes. So they're talking more about discussing water drops in that area to see if that would be something that would be feasible in this situation right now.
Well, again, just looking at these pictures, it looks like, we've been looking at horrendous video the last couple of days, or live pictures, but this is something extraordinary to witness right now. And Evelyn, I know you've been following this as well.
Yes.
I've been talking about it doesn't take much of a gust to start a fire to a structure next door.
Yeah.
But, you have to wonder about something like this. And just because of the fire resources that we have spread out right now, the timing couldn't have been worse.
It couldn't be worse. And it makes you wonder, I mean, of course, we have no information on this at this point, so this is just me talking off the cuff, but I mean, really makes you wonder if something like this could be suspicious, just timing-wise. I mean, it just seems crazy, right? But we are getting a look at the structure fire, and of course, the big concern in this area is there's also dry brush and vegetation and hillside in Sunswept, right? So we were just talking about Tree People and Coldwater and Fryman. I mean, that is all sort of behind the street right here, closer to Coldwater. So it does back up into the hillside. As we zoom out a little bit, that's what you're looking at right there. So of course, we're continuing to track conditions, and the good news is on the ground here in Studio City, but once we get up into the foothills there, or a little closer in the Studio City hills, it's not too windy. So down on the ground, we're looking at only about 3-mile-per-hour winds, but once we get into the hillside there, we could see gusts. And again, we don't have an exact observation point for this point, but the closest observation point, we have seen 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts with wind speeds at 13 miles per hour. But that's as you climb a little higher into the hillside, which on Sunswept, you are certainly just a little above Ventura there. So we are getting a little more of a breeze, if you will. The big thing tonight, though, is relative humidity, because as we get a look at relative humidity, that's just dangerously low for all of us. So right now, in the Studio City area, we're looking at relative humidity at 15%. It's in the teens. Again, we're not in the single digits, but we're in the teens, and that's still considered dangerously low. As we take a look at relative humidity in the surrounding foothill areas, it's at about 9%. So again, single digit. Oh, there goes the structure. Oh, look at it collapse. There it goes. There it goes.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what? So. And that makes you wonder. I mean, the firefighters that are below there.
That was fast too.
They had just talked about wanting to move and get those people out of the way. They saw that it was about to collapse, and so they moved all their people out of the way. Hopefully, they got out of there in time.
And now we just hope that those embers that billow out from the house collapse doesn't spark more fires in the area, right?
Yeah. That's wild, though. That was a huge collapse.
Wow.
And Evelyn, you're saying not very windy out here tonight, right?
Windy, but not too windy, right? So at this point, it's just the fire burning through the vegetation and, of course, through the structure. And that's what you get when you get that much fire on a structure. It just collapses, and really just collapsed on live TV for us. That was pretty unbelievable. You can see the fire hose still coming in. I'm still trying to get, of course, any of that fire out, because any of those embers could quickly jump onto another roof.
Well, they have.
They have. Look at that. Right? So
yeah, there's one right next to it.
Right next door.
If, when Oliver pans up to the left, there's a fire at another home. Am I right, Mike? I mean, it looks.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, wow. Yeah. There we go. Right behind.
That was some of the brush that caught fire up there.
Yeah. Is that sort of out, or?
Yeah, I did hear them hit that with a helicopter at one point. That was the one I was concerned about.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And that one looks like it's okay right now.
Yeah, they got that out, but that was burning.
Right.
Too close, too. Okay, here's the collapse once again. Take a look at the right side of your screen. It didn't take long before this 4-story home all came tumbling down.
Well, you can imagine so many people have lost
everything,
lost their homes, and to see this happen is just it's so sad and so devastating. And again, the home right next to it, the one we're looking at there, that looks to be a loss.
Yeah, and that's going to collapse soon too if the roof already hasn't. That's their next concern, and that's these hillside these hillside homes like that. that's always a concern, because those fire crews are downhill from it, and then it collapses, and it could collapse onto them. And it looks like that roof is starting to buckle. See on the left side?
It is starting to buckle.
There it goes.
Well, the good thing is we're seeing quite a bit of water pressure being pushed onto those homes. We saw the fire hoses. That looks like some good amount of water that they're putting on there, but it's very difficult to put these flames out. There's just so many.
And at this point, it's we're beyond structure protection. It's just to make sure that these flames don't spread to other structures or other grassy areas that could start even more fires. And I'm more, I don't know if intrigued is the correct terminology to use here, but I am just more interested in how this fire started. Because it did seem to start inside the home, and we've heard of embers blowing and catching under an eave and starting the fire from the inside, but it's so far away really, when you think about it.
Yeah, Ventura and Whitsett up and over the hill from the Sunset Fire.
Sunset Fire, certainly far away from the Eaton Fire or the Palisades Fire.
And even like if you look right there, look, Oliver's got that shot at the bottom left of his screen where it's even kind of fallen down into some shrubs right near where the firefighters are. And I'm sure that's not going to cause any issues for anybody, but it just kind of shows you, right there,
here.
Yeah. And it just kind of shows you kind of where things can go to. And that almost looks like, well,
gas maybe?
Yeah,
Mike?
it almost looks like a gas line. The way it's shooting out like that.
Looks like a gas
line. I think
line.
that's a gas line. Well, that's concerning as well. We've got a now ruptured gas line that's on fire too to add to the mix.
Oh, we couldn't ask for more.
Yeah. It's just, and you guys, what's crazy about this one too is Oliver was going to look at the Palisades fire. We looked at it from from the east side of the fire, and I wanted him to come around to the north side, almost to Calabasas, and look at the Palisades fire from that. And as he was flying, I saw the glow from his camera, and I said, "What fire is that?"
I heard you.
Yeah, it's just remarkable that it's like every time I look at the screen, we're looking at a new set of flames.
That's how Mike discovered the Sunset Fire, and I can hear you asking questions. And wait a minute, what fire is that?
Yeah.
And here we are.
And it's a new one.
Here's another one.
And this one's a big one too.
Yeah, it's a huge house, a 4-story house. Let me see if.
Hey, you know what? Is traffic impacted on Ventura Boulevard?
It sounds like they are staging people on Ventura Boulevard, so it may be. And Ollie, can you, if you pan down to Ventura, we just want to see if Ventura is impacted right now because Ventura is such a major street. If you pull out and pan down some more, it should be at the bottom of your screen if you keep going down. And because I think he's sitting, he's sitting right on. And they just did another water drop. So Ollie is sitting right on top of Ventura, basically. So it doesn't, there it is. So you can see they've got some fire crew staging. That's the Rocco's, the restaurant I was telling you about right there, and the gas station. So they're gonna stage some people up there. It looks like that's not LA City. They got some mutual aid down there already too. So that's kind of nice. They got some help there from some other people. But okay, cool, thanks Ollie. We can go back up to the fire now. But yeah, it looks like they're staging some of their resources down there because, the other thing that we talk about, and we should have talked about this as well, and I'm sure we did, but during the Sunset Fire is how narrow these streets are in these Hollywood Hills neighborhoods, or even in the hills above Sherman Oaks, Studio City. And I was listening to that. They're very careful about how many apparatus. Ooh, look at that.
Look at that.
Power line sparking.
Oh boy.
This just. Oh my dear, it just seems to get worse and worse.
Yeah, we just can't catch a break.
And what's hitting those power lines right now?
It may be just the fact that there's so much heat coming from the fire that is traveling down the line and it's catching it right there.
Oh wow.
So let me look. I mean, you can still see there's some lights on in those homes. So it doesn't look like it took power out, or at least it was able to reroute it. And as Oliver pans out, well, no, it looks kind of dark up around there. It looks like maybe hit and miss though. But
yeah, sporadic. It seems like some.
Some have it, some don't.
Yeah, some homes don't. And a lot of businesses on Ventura Boulevard.
Oh, yeah, tons. And now, and then there's a glow over there, too, which I don't know what fire that is. Ollie, look up to the left there.
Yeah. Yes,
yeah, what is that? Let's move around and go see what's on fire over there. I don't know if that's see, this is how we find fires now. I don't know if that's what's maybe an ember cast from the other fire or from this fire, but Oliver's and Dylan are doing just a fantastic job up there tonight, and they're going to move the helicopter around, and we'll see what's on fire over there. And let me see if City Fire's got any attention to it with a water dropping helicopter. They're still
the Viewcrest.
Yeah, Viewcrest Road. So that's got to be an ember cast from this. So Viewcrest is just to the southeast of where this fire is burning on Sunswept. So that must have been a pretty decent sized ember cast that caught over there. And now hopefully and we won't know till we come around the corner, but hopefully this is only brush that is here and not another home.
And it looks like it's down a little bit of a ridge there, huh, Mike?
Yeah, it does. And that's how the topography goes, is it kind of moves around here. So, they're moving SkyCal around right now. We'll get a better, okay, so it looks like it's, I don't want to say just brush, but.
Yeah, because still.
Yeah. There's no homes on fire, at least. Not here, anyway.
No.
It's growing fast, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we speak. Same thing that we witnessed in the fires that we've been talking about. Not trying to exaggerate either, but they start off looking similar to this picture and then just grow and grow and grow. And hopefully that won't be the case here, because you mentioned this being an ember cast, but that looks pretty big.
And Mike, you're saying
aerial. You don't want to see any kind of ember cast, really.
Yeah.
Mike, you're saying aerial drops are happening, though, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to them talk about it. They've been notified. They know that this is here. They know that this ember cast is and this additional kind of spot fire has happened. So there's Fire 2 and Fire 3 are working the fire, and they are both getting water right now. They're at a helispot on Mount Lee, getting some water. So I would assume that they'll come probably straight here. This should be a pretty easy, if they get to it quickly, this should be a pretty easy one drop and we can be done with it.
Well, they're not far, Mike, because Mount Lee is where the Hollywood sign is.
Right.
So there is an area there where they could load up with water. I hike up to the Hollywood sign quite a bit, so I know and familiar with that area. So hopefully they can load up the helicopter with enough water and douse this before it gets any bigger. But you can see just what we're still dealing with tonight, fires burning and then fires exploding in other areas with still very limited amount of fire crews out there to cover this all. And Mike, how did they find out about this flare up here? Are they paying attention to what we're covering, or is it people calling in? Do you know?
Yeah, it sounds like somebody on scene noticed it and said we need to send an engine over there. So that's how it first started. So they are trying to move some ground resources over there as well, and they were trying to identify some streets, which it sounds like they were able to. So they're going to get some of those ground crews over there too to try to go deal with that. Because again, the other thing that is frustrating, I'm sure, for them in these hillside areas is it's they're on Sunswept, but to get to Viewcrest, they have to go almost all the way back down to Ventura and then go east. For us, it's like, oh, look, we can see them from the same spot. But for them to get to it, they got to go down, back down the street, then take Laurel Terrace kind of over and come up a whole other set of road, up Laurel Terrace and then over to Viewcrest. And it's just a lot of windy roads. So it'll take them a second to get a ground crew over there. I mean, they're obviously trying to. And then let me see where those 2 helicopters are. It looks like they're still taking, one of them's coming back right now. So Fire 3 is on its way back right now. And Fire 2 is coming as well. So we'll see. I would assume that will be their first stop here, because this should be, if they can get a water drop on it, that should be a pretty quick one and done situation before it spreads too much. And it does look like, kind of like we were talking over in Runyon Canyon, it is this kind of low-lying shrubs here that you can see, even though nobody's touched it, the middle of it has already burned itself out. So it's not, it's certainly concerning, and it's something that they want to get under control, because for the residents, they don't really care how low the brush is. It's still burning in their backyard.
And they can see it.
And they can see it, they can smell it. I'm sure they're concerned about it. So, the fire department will hopefully be here in just a couple of seconds. Fire 2 is actually just passing our studio right now. So, they'll be there pretty quickly.
We want to bring Evelyn back into the conversation, Mike. We're used to seeing things like this, but at the same time, considering what we're going through, now when you see a fire, you're automatically you're on high alert. So I can imagine those residents are, and as we are, just looking at this from our vantage point here in the studio and looking at Oliver's shot. So Evelyn, I'm not going to ask you to be a wizard and say the distance between what we're looking at here, this ember cast, and that house fire, how close it is, or are the winds enough to drive an ember?
It looks a little far.
It does.
To be honest. Usually it's house to house, right? And block to block, but that looks like a much larger distance. Take a look at that. Look, never say never, right? But as I take a look at this, and just from what we've seen in the past and from what we've seen from covering fires for so many years, that does look a little far. It does, but it's still in the same vicinity. If I were to guess, maybe a mile. Again, this is just really off the cuff. And we are, it looks like there is the water dropping helicopter coming in. We're hoping that maybe just with one swoop, we could potentially, and I think that's what it is, if I can confirm that, we'll see in just a moment.
Looks like it, Ev.
Yep, there it is. There's the helicopter, so the lights were throwing me off there for a second, but we're hoping that it really could get this in just one foul swoop here, and we'll take a closer look and see if that does come into fruition.
Oh, there's a drop.
There we go. Okay, there it goes. All right, so hopefully that'll help. Looks like it.
Wow.
Take a couple. That helps.
Bingo.
Absolutely up. But look, it's flaring up a little bit. We still got the spot, so if they can just get one more drop in there, hopefully we should be good to go. But in the meantime, one ember goes somewhere else, and that whole area, that's all vegetation. Remember, we haven't seen measurable rain really for months at this point. We have not had a good rainfall. We really, really haven't. So we have a ton of vegetation. And in the hills there, of course, up in Studio City Hills, as you make your way up Coldwater Canyon, a ton of dry brush, as we make our way into Tree People. Of course, it's a little ways up there. But really from Ventura upwards, we're continuing to watch this. Looks like we've got one more drop coming in from this water dropping helicopter. And I will say the saving grace tonight is the fact that we don't have a ton of wind. I mean, we see a little bit of wind out there, but enough to fly. We did not have to see, helicopters really get halted tonight as far as airdrops go. So a huge deal for us in this firefight all over Southern California. But the latest fire we're looking at right here is this new fire that broke out near Ventura Boulevard, in Whitsett. And again, now we're heading up into the hills because we saw one house fire, another house nearby, and we were thinking an ember jumped on another house. But then locally, we saw another spot, and that's where that airdropping helicopter is going. And we're guessing, a little ways away, at least a mile. So not sure if it's related or unrelated. Could be unrelated because the distance is pretty significant at this point. There's one more little spot. Looks like there's a couple more hot spots we're looking at right there. Nope, that's just a light. Thank goodness. Okay.
Those orange lights threw me off
right,
too for
I
a
know.
second,
You just don't know because when you see
I thought
orange,
that was one there too in the middle of the screen, but I guess it's not.
But yeah, exactly. So when you see an orange light like that, especially at night, you think embers, right away.
We're jumpy.
Very, very jumpy. I mean, we are on high alert across all of Southern California. And I can't tell you how many just friends I have personally evacuated to Studio City and to the Valley to get away from what was happening in the Hollywood Hills. And then all of a sudden this, right? So it doesn't seem like you're really safe anywhere tonight. But like I said, the one saving grace is it's not nearly as windy. And of course, in the Valley, less wind. I mean, we're looking at 10 miles per hour or less in most locations. Of course, in the foothills, slightly gustier, but nothing really above 10 miles per hour right now. But humidity is a huge issue in the single digits at most, up to 12%, and a ton of vegetation. Okay. So that's really the piece of the equation, the fire equation, that's really rough tonight. If we get any ember, anything in dry brush, it just spreads rapidly. And that's what we're looking at tonight.
And Evelyn, there's concern that the winds may pick up a little bit again on Thursday night into Friday. What are we looking at there?
That's exactly right. So Thursday night into Friday, and then I'm also looking at our forecast models. And as we head through tonight, it looks like we could get a little more wind tonight. So just to give you an idea, after midnight, it's really going to be contained mostly, the gustiest conditions in the San Gabriels. And of course, that's a concern for Eaton Canyon, right? So we're not in the clear there whatsoever. We're at 0% containment, and we could see about 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts through the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour into midnight, and through parts of the San Bernardino County mountains. We're also looking at winds picking up a little bit as we head to the Palisades overnight. We could see 20-mile-per-hour winds. So of course, that's sort of where we're at. We've been in the teens, but we could get up to the 20-mile-per-hour range. Now, after midnight, things start to taper off a little bit for some of us, but for others, we start to see that wind pick up in the 3 a.m. hour and 4 a.m. hour, especially through San Bernardino County and the San Gabriels as well. Now, I do want to draw to your attention, because we were looking at that wind really starting to pick up again tomorrow night. Looks like we could get another spurt. Forecast models changing a little bit. Wind direction still staying offshore, so we can kind of predict the wind direction right now. But as far as wind speed goes, it looks like the winds will start to pick up at 9 a.m., at 10 a.m. right there. 11 a.m., I'm starting to see some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts through our mountains. So mountains and ridgetops, a very big concern. And this is really the 210 corridor. This is, of course, the San Gabriels. Now I'm looking at the San Bernardino Valley as well. Excuse me, the San Bernardino mountain and foothill communities. So expecting wind speeds to pick up there. Now, as we take a look at the Palisades, it will get a little calmer as we are taking a look at Hollywood Hills and Studio City. Now, a new fire, and hoping that we could get some containment on that. This is what you're looking at on your screen near Ventura and Whitsett on Sunswept Avenue. This is what to burn uphill from there into Coldwater Canyon. We could see a little bit of wind continue through tomorrow as well. Now, wind speeds do pick up again. Again, Juan, you mentioned tomorrow evening. That's absolutely right. So from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. tomorrow night, we could get another sort of bout in winds where we're expecting 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, but nothing really above that. And then as we head into the later hours and the overnight hours, this is going to be Thursday into Friday. Again, that's where we're expecting to see some of that wind come in. But then by Friday morning, it starts to lay down a lot. We get a lot calmer Friday with just a few isolated spots of wind. And I will tell you later in the day on Friday, we are expecting to see that wind calm down, but not fully. We still could see some spotty wind through the weekend even. And I hate to even forecast this far, and really I don't want to worry you because it's not going to be anything compared to the windstorm we saw over the last 24 to 48 hours. But by the time we head into the weekend, looks like Sunday, we could get a little bit of offshore wind pickup, and we could see it again next Tuesday. Again, that's a little ways out, and it's nothing compared to where we've been. But of course, with fires burning, any amount of wind could fuel these flames. So that's certainly what we're concerned about tonight. We're watching the newest fire that broke out in Ventura and Witsit, making its way up Sunswept Avenue. And then about, I guess we're still guessing at this point. We'll get you the exact measurement, and I will let you know in just a moment. Maybe about a mile away, we're looking at another hot spot that we have seen airdropping helicopters at up Coldwater Canyon, a little ways there. So again, wind is a concern. It continues to be a concern. We're still looking at 20-mile-per-hour winds in the foothills. Of course, as you get higher up, it does get a little windier. And as we continue on overnight, we still could see that wind through tomorrow morning and really tomorrow afternoon. We're not fully in the clear, and we could see another bout of wind come through tomorrow night. We're really not getting a break until Friday, and that's when red flag warnings remain in effect. So certainly in effect at least through Friday. So it's only Wednesday night. We've got Thursday and Friday to go and still have some wind and could get a little resurgence as well come at the end of the weekend and even early next week. So it doesn't look like there's going to be much end in sight. Don't have any rain in the forecast coming up. Really just continuing to see wind on and off. But milder than what we've seen, but still somewhat significant with 20 to 30, even 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts expected through tomorrow and even through tomorrow night.
It's just unbelievable. All this has been going on in less than a 48-hour period, 36-hour period. So much going on, right, Pat?
Yeah, and even to try to connect the dots, there's still some things we don't know. Yeah. Again, with this fire in particular, because of where it is.
Yeah, and I do want to tell you, I was able to kind of really get into a map here and figure out and look at those. The two buildings that are on fire, they are separate homes. They've got separate addresses. It doesn't appear that, I mean, I don't know the circumstances of the people that live there, but it doesn't look like a guest house situation. It looks like a full, separate home. So there are at least 2 homes that are burning here. And, we want to remind people that while we are in this incredible fire danger, it does appear that this one started inside of the home and then spread. Now, we don't know which home it started in. If it started in the large 4-story home, it sounds, listening to the radio traffic that I'm listening to, it does sound like that was their primary home where it started. And then it moved to both the vegetation and then to that other home, excuse me, into that other home. And it looks like they did get that, that spot fire we were looking at, and whether or not it was,
thank goodness,
as a result of ember casts from this, or if it was yet another start, regardless, though, it does look like they got that one under control. Which is, regardless of if it's a brush or a structure fire or whatever it is, the firefighters are needing as much help as they can get. And as we're talking about this, we just got a notification from the governor's office that says he has mobilized 140 water tenders to come down to help out the firefighters. They carry 2,500 gallons each to help with the Eaton fire and with the Palisades fire. So, we're talking about areas that are struggling with water pressure, hydrants are dry. Those water tenders will be invaluable.
Are those trucks,
Explain
Mike?
what they are.
Yeah.
For those of us who don't know what a water tender is.
Yes, sorry, yeah. So if you've ever seen a construction site and you've seen a big water truck, the ones that wet down the dirt.
Kind of oval in shape?
Exactly,
yeah, long and oval, yeah.
We can hear one of the fire helicopters right above us.
Probably going right over there?
Yep, it's fire, at least I can tell you which one it is. It's Fire 2 that's headed over there. But yeah, a water tender is a very large, essentially a water truck. That's all it carries is water. It's not like a traditional truck that's got ladders and things like that. It's just to carry water. And what they can do is they can either choose to refill the engines with it. In some situations, you hook up a hose and spray right off of it. Some of them even have hoses on top of the rig that they can shoot up into. So, but 25 or 140 water tenders will be significant, and especially if each one can carry 2,500 gallons of water.
Well, that will be very helpful.
Yeah,
there's no question about that.
And look at that, Pat. I see some flashlights there on the upper right side of the screen there. You can see the fire crews there. There's another stream of water hitting this collapsed home now. And looks like they're getting a good, upper hand on this fire. It was a lot bigger just a few minutes ago.
And look how dangerous, though, that fighting these fires are. We see them on the roofs of buildings so many times, and we fear for them, thinking, oh, it's going to collapse at any moment. So they certainly have their safety precautions. We're very, very sure of that, and they know what they're doing. But it still seems rather, it could be dangerous anyway.
Well, it also
because
looks
it's so dark too.
It's so dark.
Yeah, super dark, and it looks like, luckily, the way that I was just looking at a map too. There's a real big concrete retaining wall, so it looks like, and just looking at this video from the chopper here, when it collapsed, luckily I was so concerned that it was going to collapse downhill, right, and hit some of those fire crews, but it looks like the retaining wall was able to collapse almost into itself instead of tumbling down the hill and hitting some of those fire crews that are down there. Where they're, we looked at it a little bit earlier, but they've still got that gas line challenge that they're dealing with. That's, natural gas is shooting out into the air as well down by some of their fire engines. So they'll have to deal with that as well, get the gas company on scene, and then those power lines that were arcing. I mean, just.
But you know what? Doesn't the gas company? It's not like they arrive quickly.
They can. They've got like emergency dispatch crews, so that are kind of out and about in the city. Actually, when I was driving home to check on the dog for the other fire, I saw a couple of them just kind of roaming around out there. So I'm sure they'll be able to hopefully get here decently fast and be able to shut the gas off.
You would have hoped they would have.
Yeah.
How long have we been talking about?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the fire. What time is the fire dispatch again? It was 8:52 was the time the fire call came out. So we're almost an hour.
Less
into
than
this
an
now.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like they could have. I don't want to say, because we don't know what else they've been dealing with as well. They could be spread out in other areas that need attention.
Yeah.
Those fires that have burned in Palisades and Malibu and even Eaton for that matter, and possibly the Sunset Fire. But that seems to have been one that was more easier to distinguish.
And you got these like
or
just
get under control.
Yeah, you got the entire streets there, just lined with fire engines all the way down. This is a look at Ventura and Whitsett, as we were talking about. Looks like you got, I can't tell if that's, you got some fire crews there that are staging some of their command vehicles that are down there, some of the bigger wigs that are dealing with that. LAPD down there blocking the street as well. So we're putting in a call to LAPD to figure out, I mean, you've now got 2 fires in the hills, and not to say they're suspicious at all, but it certainly makes you wonder if there's anything they're looking into in that situation.
I know a lot of people are talking about it. I've had at least one friend text me and say, sounds suspicious, or can it be suspicious, or do we have a firebug in the community? Right. They're looking at all of it, I'm sure.
Well, they're going to investigate anyway. Yeah. Anytime they have a fire, it's always an investigation, correct?
Yes.
But it does make you wonder, and if there are people that are putting that on social media as well, power being out, the traffic lights have already been out for quite some time in Studio City and Sherman Oaks, and then to have this happen, and not just one, but we still can't necessarily figure out how that ember got to where it is.
Yeah, and how quickly our Madison Keevee found LAPD officers detaining looting suspects. I mean, at the Sunset Fire. I mean, very quickly. Yeah.
I think she said they had 2 arrested there where Madison Keevee was, and during a news conference earlier today, Sheriff Robert Luna said they had 3 arrests too for looting. So
looting, and that was also, remember we talked about it. Well, was that an ember from the Eaton fire or the Palisades fire? For Sunset, that's a distance.
Yeah, that's a good distance. And they were like we talked about. We had the Councilwoman Nithya Raman, I believe, on the phone, and we were talking to her about how they had closed Runyon Canyon.
Yes, yesterday.
And I had asked her, was that enforced? Was there people up there making sure that nobody was up there? That kind of situation. So, the fire departments will do full investigations to figure out if it's suspicious, what happened. But, we have to point out there's not been any lightning, right? So it's man-made one way or another, whether it's from a power line, whether it's from somebody accidentally starting it, somebody intentionally starting it. It's not a weather-caused fire.
Well, and you mentioned power. That's interesting to find out how many people. I believe a few hours ago in a press conference, there were over 120,000 people still without power in our viewing area. So wonder if they made any.
Yeah, I'm checking that right now. It looks like our largest outages haven't really changed. 2,800 in Highland Park, 2,300 in Tahunga. I mean, these outages. There's so many of them, and each of them are in the thousands. Even the smallest outage is I'm still looking at 400 customers in Studio City, 400 in Valley Glen, another 400 in Studio City. So we're still talking about a significant amount of people that are without power, and LADWP saying, look, we're working on it, we're getting to you. But estimated times of restoration for people like our Evelyn Taft is 24 to 48 hours. I mean, these aren't quick fixes, unfortunately, right now.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that.
Yeah.
not much we can do about that.
Even LADWP Mike was putting out text messages saying it could take anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. If you do have a power outage, to be patient, but that they do know that you're out of power.
Yeah. And they'll be doing them. I saw them in Laurel Canyon today.
Well, we want to talk about areas, since we're talking about power outages, and there are areas that are of more concern in our viewing area. So, Ev, we want to bring you back in here for this discussion in terms of conditions, what to look out for. There are conditions, there are areas that are more vulnerable, correct?
Absolutely there are. So at this point, of course, we are looking at this fire in Studio City. We've been watching it because that's the latest fire. The fire before that to break out was Hollywood Hills, where we're getting decent containment, LAFD getting decent containment. So that's good news. I mean, earlier today in Sylmar, we had the Hearst fire, Altadena, the Eden fire, of course, that's still burning, and zero containment there. And then, of course, the Palisades fire, which has just ravaged most of the Palisades into Malibu, all the way up to Dukes there along PCH, which is unbelievable. And Acton, we had the Lydia fire that started on Wednesday today, you know, that was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So really unbelievable. I mean, earlier today, I mean, these are really high peaks, but I just want to sort of enlighten you that we saw 94-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Fremont Canyon, Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour, which is extremely significant. I mean, through the Palisades and Altadena, we saw 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and this was the peak of the event. So the good news is we're not going to see wind gusts quite like what we saw earlier this morning or overnight. I mean, for example, Simi Valley, 75 miles per hour. I'm just pulling up some numbers. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. Van Nuys, 67 miles per hour. Fremont Canyon, 94. And Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. So again, really unbelievable what we were contending with. As we get a look at problem spots moving forward, the San Gabriel's looking at some of the windiest conditions as we head into the next few hours. So again, isolated winds, but we are looking at about 20 to maybe even 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the San Gabriel's into San Bernardino County. We're keeping our eye on the Palisades. We could see the winds pick up a little bit overnight, but by a little bit, we're still in the 20, I would say about 20 to 25-mile-per-hour range. So we're out of anything where significant. I mean, it's significant, but just not where we were. So problem spots continue to be mountain and foothill communities, ridge tops. Of course, the trajectory still coming in from the northeast. And as we carry on through tomorrow morning, we could start to see the wind gusts pick up a little bit around the 8 a.m. hour in our mountain and foothill locations, Ventura County as well, parts of Orange County. And then really by 10 a.m., it actually starts to become a little more significant. We're starting to see significant wind coming through our local mountain and foothill communities, and we're getting back to that 50 to 60-mile-per-hour range. Looks like we did lose our live picture. Now it is back in Studio City. So just to remind you, we are looking at this fire that broke out on Sunswept Avenue just near Ventura Boulevard and Whitsett. So we're going in and out there. But in the meantime, I do want to tell you that we're continuing to keep eyes on all of Southern California, with Studio City being the latest fire to break out. Continuing to see that wind stay with us through tomorrow afternoon through 3 p.m. By 4 p.m., you can follow with me on Futurecast now. As you can see, the computer is up, and you will see all the red highlighting on your screen showing you just that. We are looking at some of the windiest conditions: Glendora, San Bernardino, Laguna Niguel. And then continuing on through the night, we're going to really see that wind stay with us tomorrow night for our mountain and foothill locations, and continuing into the early morning hours as well. Friday, things looking a lot calmer, and that red flag warning is expiring on Friday. So I do want to show you some current wind gusts right now, and you'll see 24-mile-per-hour wind speeds for Burbank, Malibu at 24 miles per hour, Simi Valley 25 and 17 miles per hour. And I do want to remind you really the recipe that makes fire, right? So first and foremost, it's the wind. Then we've got relative humidity, and we could see relative humidity continue to fall into the single digits, and that's dangerously low. That combined with dry vegetation, of course, making for fire conditions. And finally, we are looking at cool temperatures tonight. So that's good news, because warm weather also helps fuel flames. And we're looking at decently mild to warm conditions in the afternoon, but nothing too hot, and overnight quite cool. So let's take a look at current wind gusts right now. We want to look at our problem spots along the 210 corridor. That's where we're looking at some of the windiest conditions, near about 20-mile-per-hour winds. Of course, Eden fire continues to be a concern as those wind gusts continue. Palisades continues to be a very big concern. As we get a look at current conditions in Altadena, 57 degrees. And again, that's considered cool. Winds coming out of the north at 8 miles per hour, and humidity at 13%. We've got your picture back up in Studio City, so it does look like they are getting a handle on conditions in Studio City. That's the newest fire to break out, Ventura and Whitsett, where we're not looking at very gusty conditions whatsoever. On Ventura, we're only looking at about 3-mile-per-hour winds, but as we start to climb into Coldwater Canyon, where we did see some of the embers go, potentially some of those embers, well, those numbers a little higher, about 10, 15 miles per hour. So just to give you an idea of how windy it got earlier today, Arrowhead Springs 92 miles per hour, Eaton Canyon 70 miles per hour, Van Nuys 67, Altadena again near the Eaton fire, at the Eaton fire, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So extremely significant. We're not going to see anything quite like this, but we could get close to maybe 50, 60 miles per hour at times as we move through the next few days. As we look at current wind gusts in Pacific Palisades, we're at 20 miles per hour currently. Malibu 19 miles per hour, and relative humidity really in the single digits in the teens. We're taking you back to your wind futurecast, and I want to walk you through it visually. We walked you through it verbally a little earlier. I do want to show you what's happening in the overnight hours. So by 2:45 a.m., some of the heaviest wind is going to come through right there through the San Gabriels into the San Bernardino County mountains. And again, the red on your screen showing you some of the gustiest conditions at 40 miles per hour. So of course, we're not watching any fires in the area, but we just have to stay vigilant because a fire could break out at any time. And we've got dry brush, low humidity, and very windy conditions. Now, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. We are looking at some of the gustiest locations right there in the LA County mountains and continuing on through Ventura County and through parts of Orange County and San Bernardino. It's actually where we're seeing some of the windiest spots, 50 potential mile-per-hour winds. By tomorrow at 4 p.m., again, we get windier. We can't let our guards down yet because Orange County, San Bernardino, Glendora, the 210 corridor right there, and parts of Ventura County, expecting about 30 to 40 mile-per-hour wind speeds as well. And continuing on through about 1 a.m. on Friday morning, we're expecting the winds to start to die down. So once we get to Friday, we're not completely in the clear. We could see some isolated gusts around 20 miles per hour, but we're done with the advisories. We're done with red flag warnings, and we just could see some isolated wind come in through the weekend. What you're not seeing here is the potential for maybe another uptick in wind on Sunday and then Tuesday of next week. So again, it's a little ways out. It seems so far away at this point, but we just have to be cognizant of the fact that we're continuing to see these offshore conditions. They're really not quitting. We're not looking at any rain in sight. We're not really looking at a big northwesterly or southerly push, which just means cloud cover moving back in. We would love to see what we call a southerly surge, but nothing of the sort. It is all offshore over the days to come. So here's just a look at what's next. We're done with the strongest winds, just to recap. Still breezy to windy right now, though, and looking at a more traditional Santa Ana wind event. So still looking at critical fire danger, rapid fire spread as we've been witnessing just now, even in Studio City, and breezy to windy weather is likely to return again as we head into the weekend and potentially next week on Tuesday. We're going to continue to watch it all, of course, from the fire lines. But for now, Pat, I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll check back with you, Evelyn. Thank you so much. All right, and we want to move on to the Eaton fire now. That's in Altadena, which has turned deadly, killing at least 5 people and burning 10,000 acres. Homes are still burning tonight, Pat.
And we see flames right behind our Gio Insignares. He's live in Altadena, where he has seen homes, businesses, and schools burned to the ground. Good evening, Gio.
Good evening, Pat, Juan. That's right. It's just everywhere we go, there's always something. There's always a hot spot. There's always some destruction. I mean, it is such a sight to see. And I want to walk you through this new location where we are here at, because there's something all around. Just behind us, you have hot spots here at these, whatever is left of these homes. I mean, it's striking to see. And then as we pan, and you notice it down power lines too, we'll have more on that in just a second, but you pan, you see even more hot spots. In front of us, you have the charred remains of vehicles. I mean, it is barely a car out here in front of us. You notice fire crews in the back, and we actually just saw some earlier, just a few minutes ago before you came out live to us as well. There's a bit of a smoldering, looks like the end of a power pole here at the end of this last car as well. Just so many hot spots, so much smoke still out here this evening in Altadena. And as we give you a bigger perspective here, this is something that I almost took for granted and not noticing before, because it's so dark out here in that you don't notice how many power lines are just down, and you have to be incredibly careful because you don't know if they're active, you don't know if they're not, and how, you know, with our news trucks, they are particularly high too. So we've had many instances tonight where you notice it and you're like, well, nope, stop. pause, reverse, and then just find another way around because they're so well hidden here, invisible almost, in these neighborhoods, in these streets. And then you notice this giant pole just inching its way out and just curved out. Just behind it there, you see some crews doing some structure assessment. It seems like a couple of them toward the back there. We saw a handful as well doing it on these homes to our right. But again, these hotspots continue. They're lingering. Smoke is rising throughout the evening. You have to make sure not to breathe so much of it in. It's just so overpowering and overwhelming here in this area. I mean, every single one of these homes, and you have neighborhoods like this, streets like this, blocks like this, where all the homes are gone. And then you go over and then somehow there's a collection of homes that were spared from this devastation. And it's striking to see. But so far in this glow of night, all you can notice is the fire, is the heat, is the glow of red that pops up. And as we bring you back around here to these crews, these are the 4 that we were talking about earlier. It seems they look to me to be the same 4 that have just been taking a look at all of these structures surrounding us at the moment. A couple fire engines also drove by us here. They just keep kind of going back and forth, not necessarily congregating in any one particular area, all of them, because there are so many different locations and so many different hotspots and fires jumping all over the place. But as I bring you back around, it's a lot. And it's a lot to take in. And there was we actually just ran into someone about half an hour ago who was coming by, and that's such a striking difference from earlier when we were talking about it's so easy to catch someone during the daylight, seeing what's left of their home, and then at night no one's around. But we did catch someone. We had a conversation with him, and luckily his home was spared. But he had a lot to say. We're going to feed that back to you and make an effort to give you a sense of perspective coming from him and give you more looks at all of this that's going on right now. It's certainly a lot. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Gio, thank you so much. And welcome to KCAL News at 10. I'm Juan Fernandez, joined now with Leslie Marin, Mike Rogers at the desk, Evelyn Taft in the Weather Center. We begin with breaking news. More devastation and destruction in the California firestorm. Another new fire erupting tonight, the second in hours. The newest one burning and destroying homes in Studio City.
Also tonight, the Sunset Fire ignited in the Hollywood Hills at Runyon Canyon. More than 60 acres burned so far. The flames prompting new mandatory evacuations as far south as Hollywood and Highland.
To Malibu now and Pacific Palisades. The Palisades fire continues to devour homes and buildings. An estimated 1,000 have burned so far, with these homes going up tonight. Nearly 16,000 acres torched. The fire, 0% contained at the moment. Multiple people suffering serious to severe injuries in this fire.
And breaking news in the Eaton fire ravaging Altadena and Pasadena. At least 5 people have died. More homes are burning tonight. LA Fire just confirming as many as 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed in this fire. And we're closing in on 11,000 acres charred. But we want to get back to our Studio City fire here that we've been monitoring, what started as what looked like a house fire, right? A 4-story home there.
That's right.
And now you can see some of that hillside also charred there.
The good news is most of the fire is out, Leslie. Our Mike Rogers told us this fire appears to have started within the home, so not a fire that started without, outside the home that may have been an ember cast or an ember that started this fire there. But several other fires broke out. Immediately, they had helicopters above it, and they were able to squash most of this fire.
Yeah, we want to get straight to our Madison Keevee live on the scene of this newest fire.
Madison, multiple homes burning near Ventura and Whitsett here in Studio City.
Yeah, so we've just pulled off and we're kind of walking up this hill. We weren't able to drive into this. This is a rather narrow road, one car at a time, and there's homes on either side here. And as we kind of wind our way up, you see on the road here, there's water coming down, likely from that firefight. And the video from this really paints the picture of what's happened here. We couldn't, like I said, drive up to this. So we're walking up the hill. We just got here and we're trying to get to a scene up top that people say has multiple engines. Some of the homeowners that live at the top of this hill are actually standing outside kind of watching as things go on. The video, though, from this, you can see first that fire start, as you said, from inside that house and then spread outside the home into that vegetation. And then, of course, that structure we know has collapsed. We got that on video. And again, we're walking up, I don't want to say a super steep hill, but steep enough where we can see out over the city lights. Getting in here was kind of challenging again, so that's why we're walking up to the top and kind of walking a little faster to see where we're at, but we're still going. And that video, like I said, really paints the picture of what happened here tonight. We're still learning more, and as you said, kind of the update on that fire is that it's mostly, if not all, out now, but you can kind of see the aftermath. I'll kind of stop here as you see this water coming down, and we'll keep walking up, send it back to you, and kind of check in here in a few minutes once we make it to the top to the scene.
All right, Madison, we'll check back with you in just a little bit, and that is some good news that it looks like most of the fire is out and firefighters are on the scene tackling it still.
Yeah. But you can see Madison was walking in a very narrow street there, and just imagine trying to get a fire truck through there, fire crews through there, all that, which is why, you know, it does take some time to do that. They want to make sure people clear out the roadway, but that is the video you're talking about there, Juan. The collapse that happened of a 4-story home. It was just incredible to watch as those flames you saw, they just shot right up. Of course, firefighters tried to clear this area to make sure no one was injured, which is, of course, priority, but just incredible images there.
And that's something to keep in mind. That you mentioned those narrow roads. If anybody lives in the hillside areas, especially when we have red flag warnings, some areas already have parking restrictions where you're not allowed to park along the side of the road. Some of these roads so narrow that only one car can get through, and a lot of them are one-way roads because of that. So imagine a fire truck or rescue truck or a ladder truck trying to make its way up there. It's going to be almost impossible. So right now, especially when we're going through these red flag warning conditions, it's best to just make sure, you know, park the car somewhere else, put it in the garage, make sure the roads are left clear for fire crews and emergency vehicles.
Yeah, and I think we want to bring our Mike Rogers in here, who's really been tracking this. We were one of the first that spotted this, Mike, and it was really hard to make out if this was one home, two home. It looks like multiple homes that burned.
Mike, you're a fire spotter. That's what you are.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, this is the second time tonight where the chopper's been flying, and I look over at the monitor and say, "Hey, wait, what fire is that?" That's how we found out about the Runyon fire, because he spotted it even before the fire department got the call. And then that's how we saw this fire too, as I was having him go check out the Palisades fire from the north. So yeah, there is more than one home that is burning here. You see that on the right side of your screen, and then as the shot widens out, that is a second home. So I was able to look at some maps here. These are definitely two different addresses, two separate homes. Now, I don't know if the people in there know each other or not, but it doesn't appear that this is like a situation where it is, you know, a back house or a guest house or anything like that. They appear to be two bona fide separate addresses and two bona fide separate homes that exist there. And you see on the left side of your screen, that's Madison Keevy's live shot as she walks up passing engine 90 there to deal with this. Now, we talked about the collapse of the home, and that was such a concern, right? Because right after that collapse, then we had a spot fire that broke out even on the other side of a hill, that they had to bring in a helicopter and do a couple water drops on that. So the situation is looking much, much better now. There was also a gas line that they were contending with for a little bit that we saw kind of spraying out of a bush. As Madison gets closer, you can see a bunch of people walking around there. And this is that video from earlier on the right side of your screen. That house just is fully involved. The fire department told us it was a 4-story home. And again, we do want to reiterate that unlike what we've been seeing in other parts of Southern California the last couple of days, we do believe that this fire started inside of the home and then spread outside of the home. Now, they did just officially call a knockdown. My colleague Matt on the digital desk letting me know that they called a knockdown and that there are no reported injuries, which is always, of course, in the Studio City fire. Yeah. So that's always really good news. And, you know, I was concerned because of the landscape and the topography of the hill right here, that when that home collapsed, I was very concerned that it was going to come down on top of some of those fire crews. And in fact, on the radio, I did hear them talking about how they wanted to move some of their apparatus and get out of the way there a little bit, because that's a towering home on a hillside. Wow. And it in fact did collapse. And again, on the left side of the screen, that's a separate home that also burned. There was a couple of real scary moments, you know, that we were watching in the last hour, where we saw it even jump to a backyard of a third home. And I was really worried that was going to spread as well. Right there's the video right there. You can see the home up there on the left where we thought it was going to spread to that home. Luckily, it just burned through some shrubs and bushes and was put out. So, you know, a 4-story, really nice home, totally gone tonight, totally collapsed. You have another very nice home right next to it that is obviously destroyed as well. But luckily, we are happy to hear no injuries.
Well, and thank goodness, right, Mike? You said the call came in at 8:34 tonight, right?
It was 8:52.
Okay, 8:52, so even less time. And by 10:08, they're saying, hey, it's a knockdown.
Yep.
So that's really good news.
And testament to the firefighters, because they are just stretched ridiculously thin. And they're still able to, you know, as bad as it is that we lost 2 homes here, they were able to contain it to that on a hillside, which has just been so difficult. And again, we were in a nice situation. Nice, you know, I guess, you know, finding the silver lining here. The water dropping helicopters were already in the air over at the fire in Runyon Canyon. So they were able to divert one of them over here to deal with the spot fires of the brush, which they were already on the Palisades fire, and that's why they diverted to Runyon.
Okay, we want to get to our Madison Kiwi, who we can see you're walking past a lot of those fire trucks there, Madison. Can you hear us, and what is the situation where you're at?
Okay, so just the geography and the setup of this neighborhood that you were just describing, difficult to get up here. Now imagine getting at least 5 engines. You can see one here going right into the backyard of this home as they're connected here on the side. We've just passed another 4 on our walk up, again, because driving up here is difficult. Houses on both sides, also close together. You can see some of that vegetation here on the side, but then of course in the backyard on this hillside, it's more sprawling. If we walk kind of back this way, kind of over to the right from this engine and down the way, you can see another engine here parked in the distance, and you can see how these houses and the space in this road are kind of spread out here. So that concern you talked about of a fire starting in one home, jumping out of that home into the backyards, because these houses are so close and this road is so narrow, you can see really that, as you were saying, it's, you know, considering everything else that's going on, getting these crews up here and getting this under control in the way that they did, you know, is the result of what we're seeing right now. That, as you said, no injuries. And again, you can kind of see in these backyards a little bit how close together these homes are and how much vegetation is here. You can hear overhead even a helicopter going by. We're just in this area where, like I said, you just see the conditions, you see what else is going on, and then as you walk up here, you really see how quickly they were able to jump on this and stop it from spreading any more than it did. Again, now in total, there's about 6 engines parked on this, you know, basically 1-lane hillside road winding up here in Studio City.
All right, Madison, we appreciate you giving us a look at what it's like there on the ground. Thank you so much.
Yeah, making that trek for us. Thank you, Madison. Well, our wall-to-wall breaking news coverage does continue right now here at 10.
And we begin now with the newest fires tonight. That is the Sunset Fire burning in Runyon Canyon and the Hollywood Hills. A massive and aggressive aerial fire attack happening there. Something fire crews did not have at their disposal last night due to those hurricane force winds. All this is helping to get this fire under control tonight.
It really has. Let's get straight to our Tom Wade, who's been on this scene since shortly after that fire began there, Tom.
And good evening to you, Leslie and Juan. Well, wow, what a difference 24 hours makes, right? You guys just spelled it out there. No wind, or at least a lot less wind right now, makes all the difference in the world. Take a live look at Runyon right now. You can see probably a fire engine there up on one of the trails, and there's some hot spots burning in the hills there along Runyon Canyon, and there's a lot of smoke coming off of the hillside right now, but it's nothing like it was earlier. Certainly, firefighters even kind of left the scene a little bit here. There a number of the engines left as they got a handle on this fire. But take a look. This is from a few hours ago. Very scary situation. The aerial video, very frightening. It's showing just how big and how quickly the fire spread initially. And remember, there's not much wind here where we are right now, kind of at the base of Runyon Canyon, but up at the top, that could be totally different. And as we know, when fires burn, they kind of create their own weather systems too. So that can also create a faster spread and just make the flames move even more quickly throughout these very dry brush situations. I mean, anyone who's hiked Runyon knows just how dry and brittle and how rugged the terrain is. It's it was sort of ripe for a very quick burn in a sense, because there just hasn't been any moisture really here in so long that it went up so quickly. It's just so dry, and the brush is just absolutely so fragile. One little spark can just turn up an inferno here. And so when you saw the hillsides just kind of going up from anywhere really in town, from the 101 to other freeways to other parts of the city, and just looking out, you could see the orange glow, you could see the flames. It was absolutely terrifying. Firefighters just really attacked this thing. They swarmed it. It was so incredible the way they organized here. They got hand crews in. They had all kinds of water equipment, hoses and all kinds of other equipment just to blast this area down, to hose everything down. And they got up into the hillsides with their obviously their air support, as you were talking about off the top. Such a key critical component. We are at the Fuller entrance, one of the main entrances to Runyon. I know a lot of people. This is such an iconic hiking spot for people. So many folks in Hollywood, and not just in Hollywood, people from the surrounding cities and the suburbs love to come out here. It's a place that it's legendary, really. It's kind of, it's where everyone likes to hang out, especially lots of Hollywood folks, right? Like to do a little people watching here. It's a great spot. And I think a lot of people, it's just heartbreaking to see the canyon on fire. And right now, obviously, it looks like a much better situation, and the winds are picking up a little here and there, but not nearly as rough as they were before. So good news is, looking at the situation right now, firefighters are still on top of it. There's still windy conditions. The threat is not over. There's still obviously potential for embers to blow around, but it is nowhere near as bad as it was just a few hours ago. Reporting live here in Hollywood, I'm Tom Wade. Back to you.
We'll take every one of those wins. All right, thank you so much, Tom.
Well, the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills, which has burned 60 acres, triggered those evacuations. Some opted to stay and water down the property you see there. We spoke to one person who was not taking any chances.
It's literally like right there by Runyon Canyon. I'm telling you, I was watching the news, I looked out the window, I seen the fire, some of it went in my eye. I can almost, felt like I was going blind. So I just grabbed my bullhorn, halfway got my shoes on my feet, took off running and said, Lord, carry me as far as you can.
Prayers answered for that person, right? KCAL also over the Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu tonight. More homes and buildings destroyed as the devastating toll from this fire continues to mount. KCAL's Lauren Posen on the Palisades fire tonight.
And Lauren, can you tell our viewers where you are right now and what you are seeing?
Sure, Leslie. We're actually at the bottom of PCH at Sunset because there's no cell phone service for us higher elevation there. So we have video to show you when we went up there. But first I want to show you where we are here on the ground. Behind me here, you see these lights. And these are some of those water trucks we've been talking about. And in the past 30 minutes or so, a couple of them have left to go help the firefighters in the Palisades there. This is kind of where they're just stationed. Also, since we've been out here all night, there were a couple hot spots I was showing everybody earlier. Those are now out here. Another positive thing to point out tonight is last night around this time, this whole hillside was like glowing orange all the way up to the skyline because of the fires. We're not seeing that tonight, but that's not to say there's not devastation and destruction. I want to show you some video from earlier when we did take the drive around Pacific Palisades, and it is just absolutely heartbreaking to see. These are homes, these are neighborhoods, these are churches, some schools, all gone. You could drive down downtown Pacific Palisades where they have all the beautiful shops. It's like every other one is gone. The churches, to see this, we saw this one church that just went up in flames. It was just burning, and you could hear it just crackling, and then you heard explosions almost too close to comfort for you, even though they were a little bit away, but you could still hear them. They were that powerful, and you could just hear them, the wood just crashing down into the ground there. And also in going into the neighborhoods, we saw homes. You could see that people just really left in a hurry. You just kind of got that feeling in driving down these streets. And we saw many cars still left there, many of them burned all the way down. It's just, there's really no words to describe the devastation that we're seeing here. We did speak to some people. I believe the next person you're going to hear from here, he actually was trying to check on a friend's house and was just in awe of the devastation. Take a listen.
I didn't know it was going to be this bad. And I was driving up Centralia yesterday afternoon. I could still see the flames on top of the mountains. And I knew with these gusty winds it was just going to be devastation, and I didn't realize it was going to hit so many homes. I thought they had it contained up in the hills, but it spread and spread and spread with those winds.
It did. And, you know, a concern tonight, even though the winds have died down a little bit for now, are those embers, because as we've seen, all it takes is one ember to hit another house, and then that sparks another fire. So we're really hoping that things stay under control here. We know that there are lots of firefighters here working very hard to put the fire out. I will say, too, Leslie and Juan, you know, when we were here earlier today, boy, it's difficult to talk with all this equipment on. When we were here earlier today up in the Palisades, we saw a lot of people trying to get in that did not live there. A lot of people just wanting to come and just check it out. And really, that's not the time or place for this right now. You need to, everyone evacuated, which is a good thing, but also, you know, firefighters need to do their job. There's down power lines. It's a very dangerous situation. This is not something, you know, you need to go see for yourself until it's safe to do so. I did want to mention that. And then I also want to mention as well, too, the firefighters addressed the issue with the lack of concern about the water, the fire hydrants running dry. Captain Eric Scott saying earlier today that there was an issue at the higher elevation simply because of just supply and demand. But so they addressed that today as well, which is also a concern for many people. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Lauren. And Lauren mentions about keeping things under control. And the way we do that, of course, is the winds. The winds have calmed down, and that's a good thing. Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, that is something that has helped us tonight, Danny.
Yes.
Is the winds are in our favor.
Yes, exactly. And that's really, Leslie and Juan, what we have been waiting for is to see a break from these winds. And they are definitely lighter compared to this time yesterday when we were entering the peak window of this event. If you remember last night, if you were with us, we were seeing gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. So we were dealing with intense winds. They were powerful and they were widespread. What you're seeing on your screen right now is video from just a little bit earlier of the fire burning in Studio City, where more homes have burned there. In that area, winds are starting to mellow out as well, but the concern is still that things are so dry out there that when we see these fires, they can spread pretty quickly, even when we're not seeing these intense winds. But thankfully, things are going in the right direction. Take a look at this. We're still seeing some gusty conditions through Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, into western parts of the San Fernando Valley, right there pushing towards Malibu. The winds that we're seeing right now, this is pretty much focused on those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. Last night, it was more widespread. This is good news. We're not out of the woods, but at least we're not seeing those intense winds. So hopefully this is giving our firefighters the opportunity to get a handle on some of these fires. Now, what we're also contending with right now is these really dry conditions. I mean, our relative humidity has been so dry, and this is another piece of the fire puzzle. It's not only the winds, and I mean, of course, that is fanning the flames, that is helping these fires spread so rapidly, but it's how dry things are. And boy, we haven't seen any rain over the last month. We've seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles, our driest start to the winter since 1964, specifically in the San Fernando Valley, where we're actually seeing this fire in Studio City. This is where we're dealing with relative humidity in the single digits, and we've got a lot of dry vegetation up through the canyons, up through some of our hills and mountains because things have been so dry and because we haven't seen any rain. This is going to continue. So relative humidity really between the teens towards the 20s, and we're still dealing with red flag warnings. So here's the good news. The PDS statements, those particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings that we've been talking about, that's really as bad as it gets when we're talking with fire weather. Those are done, but we're still dealing with these regular red flag warnings, and this is going to continue until Friday. That's because it's still very windy out there and it's still very dry. So let's talk timing of the winds, because because we want to get these winds out of here. Going into tonight, they're going to be on the lighter side. So we're kind of getting a break. Those wind-prone areas through some of our mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains, this is where we're still seeing some gusty winds. Now, by tomorrow morning, we're going to see another little offshore push. The winds are going to ramp up just a little bit, but they're not going to be widespread like the windstorm we saw over the last 24 to 48 hours. These are going to be more focused on our mountain, our foothill communities, those areas that normally get the Santa Ana winds. This will continue Thursday evening, and then once we get to Friday, these winds are finally moving out of here, and we are going to see a shift in the wind. So Leslie, Juan, this is what we've been waiting to see. Friday to Saturday, that's going to be the focus for some of these changes that are welcome changes for us here in Southern California.
We're looking forward to that, right, Leslie?
Yeah, that's what we've needed. Thank you so much, Danny. We'll check in with you in just a bit. We want to move now to the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, because I feel like, Juan, this is the one fire that we continue to see linger and burn. This is devastating neighborhood after neighborhood.
Gio and Signaris, people living in the foothills of Altadena are used to fire, but these homes and buildings are just burning down the whole city.
That's right, Juan, Leslie, and lingering was a good word to describe there, because every time we jump from a street to a street, a block to a block, it is just lingering. And in some spots, you know, I want to step out of the way so you can see some of these hot spots that we've been talking about all evening, is that they just creep up. And we're just a block away from where we last checked in with you about 25 minutes ago. And just a block over, then you see these active flames. You see the roof looks like of a home just over there, just on fire. And then the flashlights, the beams of light coming from crews that are checking in. You see an engine back there and a couple of firefighters, looks like doing some structure assessment, as well as over to my right there's another fire engine sort of creeping its way over here. But when we can, I want to show you some video too, because it's been like this throughout the evening. I mean, earlier we were at the site of a middle school that was on fire. That was the Magnet School, just about a block away from here. Then we had a duplex fire. We had multiple buildings that we saw in the daylight just crash and burn essentially from the fire. And then in just the last half hour, when we were out here on Sacramento, there was a man who walked over, and we have admittedly had some trouble finding people because it's at night and you don't tend to find that many at this time of the day versus earlier in the afternoon or earlier in the day. And he said, hey, I was lucky enough that my home was fine. We spent hours, and he said he spent 14 hours with others trying to get everything wet in their immediate front yard, backyard, just to make sure that if there was any embers or anything got on their stuff, it was wet and wouldn't be prone to igniting. Take a listen to him after we talked about, you know, how he felt about the situation and what was going on.
We immediately went outside and started squirting down the yard, making everything we could wet, trying to make the yard as much of a wet sponge as possible. I would say that it's that luck and the grace of God is what saved us. I have had a number of friends that have lost their houses. Our church burned down right up the street here, and there's a whole lot of tragedy here, and it's going to take a lot of work from the community to work together to help everybody out.
And back out live here, bring you to these flames, these active flames, because when you get up close to them, you notice their intensity and you notice how much smoke there is. And, you know, the number of us that are out here taking a look at everything is expansive, the same way that fire crews are expansive, in the same way that there's so much going on, even just in the homes that are behind us here in our live location. I'm looking at one here, I'm looking at another one here, and a third one. They're standing. They're fine. And you don't know if it's something like the man we talked to, Ty Garrison was his name, if it was because of preventative efforts, perhaps, and the grace of God and good luck that these homes were fine, and then just a stone's throw away, these are unfortunately not. And you see these burnt cars, you see down power lines everywhere, and you know, this street is mostly clear of a debris, and then we just walk 30 feet that way and all of a sudden there's wires left and right, and you don't know if they're active or not. And it really is, you know, I go back to earlier this evening and hearing our colleagues reporting use the word war zone. It feels like an apt description in certain parts of this area in Altadena, where you walk around and there's nothing left, and the haze that was ever so prevalent in the early afternoon has now shifted into this darkness and smoke, and you really can't see anything else except for the charred remains of a home and then the glowing embers of red and orange throughout the night. So it is certainly striking, and every time we get back in the van and try to find something else, it doesn't take us all that long to see, oh, there's something else that's burning again, and it's so devastating and it's unfortunate, and you almost hope that, all right, let's go see, let's have trouble finding something, and then no, you'll find something else. So Leslie, Juan, it's just something I know we've all mentioned this entire day, these last 24 hours. It doesn't get any less devastating the more you see it, and it's terribly unfortunate.
Devastating and numbing, and these fires have been burning all day.
Yeah, and that's the thing. 24 hours ago, Gio, that behind you is what we were seeing. I've covered plenty of these fires. You've covered plenty of these fires. So have you, Gio. I did not think 24 hours later we would be seeing the same thing. And it's devastating. You hear from
and one
people.
other thing, guys, if you don't mind me cutting in there briefly.
You know, the cell service is really bad in this area.
We'll have to check back with Gio to see what he wanted to say. But meantime, you know, we want to get to this. For our crews covering the wildfires, this is also where many of us live and have created many memories.
Yeah, earlier today, our Joy Benedict was on Lake Avenue and Alameda Street in Altadena and shows us the home after home burning. And one of those homes belongs to a very close friend to the desk's Mark Liu.
And then just a few minutes ago, when I was out here 10 minutes ago, this home right here behind this shrubbery is not on fire. At least it wasn't 10 minutes ago. But since there's no firefighters to defend it or anyone out here, I have now seen one of those embers that has landed in the attic. And unfortunately, the window just busted. Barry, if you move over a little bit further to the right-hand side, you can see that. But in the last 10 minutes, I have watched an ember land on the roof, and then everything in the roof then catches fire. You can see the smoke billowing out of that roof. And if you look now, that it was so hot inside as that fire has now spread into the living room. And you can see through the window now that just shattered while we were live on TV, the flames that are now pouring out of that living room window. And this is exactly how these homes burn to the ground. The embers start on the roof, they catch fire, they then move down, and then a few minutes later, they look like this. We have another car that is still sitting here in the driveway. I see the active fire burning there in the garage, in the living room. These are people's things. This is their livelihoods. It is very hard to not realize what is burning right now. It is not just simply a home. It is family mementos. It is photo albums. It is things that are simply irreplaceable, and they are burning on every single home here on East Calaveras and Altadena. So again, for those who live in this community, who they know, if you are watching this for the first time and you are seeing that your home is burning, my heart, my prayers go out to you and your family.
Unfortunately, the home that Joy was just in front of belongs to two very good friends of mine. I've known them for many, many years. They are a wonderful husband and wife, and they own 3 cats, and they were able to evacuate safely. But just now on KCAL, they were watching and learning that the home that they have lived in for more than 10 years right there on East Calaveras Street is destroyed. I have many good memories of being in that home with my friends. They are a wonderful, warm and loving couple. And it is very difficult to see a home that they had built so lovingly and carefully over the last decade going up in flames. It is just incredibly hard to see and know that someone's life, everything that they have built and all of their wonderful memories and happiness are now destroyed. The only silver lining is that I have recently been talking to both of them over text, and they are both safe.
It is so hard not to get emotional because Mark has that direct connection, but many of us have had those moments in the last few days. But as Southern California does cope with the devastation caused by these fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
Go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how you can donate, how to volunteer if you'd like to, or if you need to find shelter, you can also call the number 1-800-RED-CROSS or text the word Red Cross to 90999. More breaking news. Another fire causing more devastation tonight as the California firestorm continues. The latest fire, you saw it right here on KCAL News, burning and destroying homes in Studio City.
And collapsing right there. Also tonight, 60 acres burned in the Hollywood Hills. The Sunset Fire scorching through Runyon Canyon, prompting mandatory evacuations all the way to Hollywood and Highland.
And death and destruction in Altadena and in Pasadena. At least 5 people killed in the Eaton fire, and more homes still burning tonight, as we saw with our Geo in Signaris. As many as 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed, with nearly 11,000 acres charred.
Homes and buildings also devoured in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. The Palisades fire torching nearly 16,000 acres. The fire is still 0% contained and multiple people have been hurt.
SkyCal over the Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and in Malibu tonight. More homes and buildings burning to the ground. Our Lori Perez is live in Malibu.
And Lori, you yourself saw several homes burn tonight.
That's right. I mean, the line of devastation here in Malibu is simply unbelievable. We are here on PCH just south of Tuna Canyon Road, where a few fire crews finally have gotten the upper hand on an absolute inferno, but not before a few homes were lost. Let's show you what it looked like just a little while ago. A few hours ago, a massive fire disintegrated these beachside homes, more of what locals call the sandcastle homes, and more of so many houses that have burned to the ground since yesterday. This was really burning fast and furiously. It did not take long for most of the burning homes to collapse. And you can see these are big houses. There were lots of things to burn and still to burn, just adding to the stunning tally of damage. Dozens of homes along the coast are gone, along with storefronts and restaurants. Back here on camera, as the fire started to rage, so many people had to get out and to get out quickly. Just up the road from here, we spoke to a young couple. He was literally running for his life. The video is intense. You can hear Alec Gellis struggling to breathe.
It was like a vortex of embers. There was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my car.
He said it felt like he was suffocating.
I mean, some people are saying I'm lucky to be alive.
As he ran to his car from his girlfriend's Carbon Canyon cottage with a wall of smoke and flames closing in.
This is all that remains at this point, yes.
He and his girlfriend showed me what he escaped from. Gellis maybe pushed it to the limit because in a stunning, sad echo, he was trying to do what he did just a month ago when he saved his Malibu house and 5 other homes from the raging Franklin wildfire.
It's just not real. I mean, a month, less than a month, my lungs weren't even better from the last time. I'm still coughing from the last fire.
Try as he did, Gellis couldn't save Kelly Lauren's home. She lost everything she owned, including a lifetime of journals.
I lost all my writing, like all my books. Yeah, you're like tearing up, and it's like, it's just hard to, I don't know, I just like remember that after, but everything I've like written for my whole life, and like I journal and write a lot, so it's just the little things that you remember afterward.
Yeah. But looking now at the smoldering rubble, she isn't thinking of the things that are gone. She's thinking of who she could have lost and smiling through the pain.
It reminds me of like the value of what is not tangible.
And that is a very positive way to be in the face of all this loss. It seems the fire and the flames are not giving up easily, and we can only hope that there are not more people who lose their homes tonight, although we've already seen that there are some this evening. We are live in Malibu. I'm Lori Perez. Back to you.
Right, Lori, thank you. And it's clear a lot of people telling us the same thing. It's the little things that matter. Right, Leslie?
Yeah, and they say our lives matter more than these possessions, but the memories do too. We want to get to Mike Rogers at the desk now. You are monitoring the Palisades fire, right?
Yeah, and that's what you're looking at on your screen here. This is live images from the chopper here as they continue to work towards the south end of the fire. Remember, this fire is so large that is being seen from both the north end of town, from the valley, and from the south end. So the chopper right now is just transitioning westbound through Beverly Hills, coming into the Westwood area. So that's the kind of area that we're looking. They're looking up to the northwest portion of the fire. So that's going to be up near the Topanga State Park area, Topanga Canyon, Mandeville Canyon, up in that area where the chopper is looking right now. And even at night, you guys, you can still see the really remarkable smoke plume that it is putting up there on the left-hand side of your screen, and just how intense the flames really are still burning. The only silver lining in all of this right now, which is the fact that the fire is burning more into the mountainous area, and unfortunately, it just devastated the community of the Pacific Palisades. I mean, just getting an eye today, looking at the aerial video of some of these neighborhoods, and street after street after street after street destroyed, is just really remarkable. So, you know, I've gotten a message from a couple of people about the fire activity picking up on the north side of this, from visible from Calabasas. So we're going to put a second chopper up, and we're going to go look at it from that side and get an eye on it from that. But we wanted to also look at it here from this side of the area, the southwest side, southeast side rather, of the fire perimeter here. And that is what you're looking at here from the helicopter as they come in and cross the 405 freeway right now. So still a lot of very significant fire activity. Again, differences from last night to tonight. There are water dropping helicopters up right now. So they're more focused on you guys, actually, even over near Pepperdine is where they're pulling water out of right now. So it's crazy how far kind of to the northwest this fire has really moved. And what's also interesting is, you know, Orange County Fire, we just did a big kind of called a song and dance, but show and tell basically of their new Firehawks that they got down there, and they've lent them to us. So those Firehawks from Orange County Fire are up here tonight. At least one of them is. There's a CAL FIRE helicopter up there as well. There's the Chinooks that are flying tonight, which is so critically important to be able to do this. So something that we just didn't have last night, and we saw the destructive path that it took when we couldn't have those assets. So I'm kind of monitoring where they're focusing on, and right now it looks like they are continuously dropping water, basically like on Piuma Road. There's a helispot up there as well where they're getting some water out. There's some pockets worth of homes up there, the Montanito, the Cold Canyon area. Is where those helicopters are kind of focusing right now. So, but you can see as they zoom in, really kind of the extensiveness of the fire that is still burning. 15,832 acres have burned, and they're putting up the map tracker there. You can see where we're looking at Mulholland Drive there to the north, Topanga Canyon there on the left, Sullivan Fire Road, Valley Circle is up there way to the north, and we'll do the overlay here so you can see it is deep in the canyons there. Right, and it's good because it's away from homes, but it makes it challenging for them to be able to deal with that on the ground. Those are the areas where they will be exclusively having to fight that fire from the air. And I can tell you, this is the very eastern edge of the Palisades fire, and there is still a lot of fire activity over on the western edge. And you know, it almost makes me a little bit concerned because in this area, we're not seeing any water dropping helicopters, which means they're okay with letting this burn. There is another area of this fire that they are more concerned about right now, and that is where they have dedicated the 3 helicopters to doing. We also have an Intel helicopter, in the fixed wing Intel 2-4 Beechcraft, which is going to do the mapping of it for us. So hopefully we'll get an updated acreage tonight if they'll be able to do that. But that's what they're doing right now. And the chopper's looking at, we're going to put the other helicopter up and look at it from the north side, because I've gotten a couple messages now from people who are seeing it in the Calabasas area, you guys.
And let's hope by this time tomorrow, Mike, we're in even better shape, right, when it comes to these fires, and we see a lot of more of these fires squashed
And
down.
back at it tomorrow, we can get some fixed wings in here, some retardant droppings, some, you know, hopefully.
Get ahead of it.
Right. Day 3 of fighting it that way, hopefully we'll be able to make some significant progress.
But it gives you an idea. We say 15,000 acres plus burned, but when you say people in Calabasas are seeing the Palisades fire, think of the distance in that. That gives you an idea of just how vast and
from
how
the 101
much
freeway all the way to
this fire
PCH
has
too.
moved.
I mean, it's a huge area.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that is, you know, such a great point, Leslie. I mean, we're talking about evacuations, and it's hard for people to really, I think sometimes difficult for people to comprehend always acreage, where we talk in acreage because that's what the fire department talks in. But you know, to be honest with you, I couldn't look at a piece of land and say, oh, that's, you know, this many acres. So it is good to remind people that, you know, when you think about it, everyone knows where the 101 is. They know where it runs through Calabasas. They know where they get off Las Virgenes. There's the McDonald's there. There's a couple other restaurants there. And to think of it from that point all the way down to the water, that is where the evacuation orders are. And about half of that is on fire tonight.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for that. I want to let our viewer know a couple of information that may be very important. All LAUSD schools have canceled classes for tomorrow. You're going to want to check past that, but I believe Alberto Cavallo said earlier today for the rest of the week, but definitely for tomorrow.
Definitely for tomorrow, he mentioned. And UCLA closed until Friday. Of course, many people wondering, hey, is my school going to be open if you are not LAUSD or obviously UCLA?
And for undergraduates only, yeah.
Yeah. Check with your district, check with your school, give them a call to see if they will be open tomorrow. You'll want to do that in the morning. But of course, LAUSD closed, all of LAUSD closed tomorrow. And you know, in this fire here, the Palisades fire one, we had 2 schools destroyed, and then parts of Palisades High School also destroyed. You know, just a portion of it, but still some destruction to the high school.
Yep. And this bit of information just coming into our newsroom. I know a lot of people are still without power in some areas, and that may affect the Wi-Fi getting connected to the internet. Spectrum, we are told, has opened more than 35,000 Spectrum Wi-Fi access points. And this is to everyone in the impacted areas, and this is at no cost to you whatsoever. That's according to a company representative. These Wi-Fi access points are typically found in public parks, marinas, and city streets and other public areas. If you'd like to know where there's one close to you, just head over to spectrum.net/support, and you'll be able to find out some more information there. But they're doing their part as well to keep you connected to family and friends, and of course, to important information about this fire.
But before we move on, I think Mike has something at the desk.
I just wanted to remind our viewers too, because this got talked about during the press conference. There's that boil water order that is in place.
A lot of people are asking me about should I boil water, Mike? What is it?
Because here's the thing, LADWP, they sent a message very wide. I know a lot of people that don't live anywhere near the fire, but are LADWP customers that got the alert. And it is not for everyone. It is very, very specifically for the zip code in the Pacific Palisades. So, you know, I had looked this up when they gave it out. It's basically all of the areas that is the area that is under a mandatory evacuation in the Pacific Palisades. So Pacific Palisades itself, the summit where the Getty Villa is, all of those areas, those are under the boil water order, and they're asking you to do that until further notice.
There you go. That's good information to remind people. Mike, thank you.
All right, 2 new fires broke out tonight. This one, the Sunset Fire, ignited in Runyon Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. A massive and aggressive aerial firefight attack followed, helping to get this fire under control.
Our Tom Waite was there for that firefight time. Have they lifted those evacuation orders just yet?
So I just spoke with a fire official here on the scene, and his understanding is no. The fire evacuation order has not been lifted yet, but he did tell me that they have a pretty good feeling they're getting a good handle on this fire, but there is a threat that remains. If you look behind me, it's pretty dark, and that's a good thing. That is Runyon Canyon behind me, and pretty much the only thing you can really see right now is a fire engine up there on one of the trails, one of the roads there, the service roads by the trails, and that's pretty much it. And there's hot spots here and there, kind of at the top. I can see one of the trails above there on the ridge. It does look like there's some smoldering going on there. But, you know, earlier it was just nightmarish looking and just scared so many people in this area when they had that evacuation order put in place. It was because it really was a situation that looked like it could spin out of control, and the fire was raging on the trail. Now, you have to remember, as we've been talking about, there's so much dry brush here, bone dry, just hasn't had any rain in so long. Back in May, I think, was the last time we had significant rainfall, and so you just have this brush as fuel, easy fuel for the fire, just tearing up the hillsides, churning through, and it just looked very, very ominous for some time. And, you know, firefighters just attacked this thing. They got in here, multiple engines up to the entrance where we are at Fuller, just north of Franklin, and just, you know, they got in here and completely attacked this fire. They had a ton of hoses out here blasting and dousing, drenching trees, and also carving fire lines, hand crews out here, just doing everything they could to get a handle on this. And I think, you know, for a lot of people, it feels like things are a lot calmer, and I have talked to some people that have returned even though the official word has not gone out to, they're doing a water drop right now. Yeah, there's a big water drop right now. So they have that ability to do that tonight, which is wonderful. Last night they could not do that, obviously because of the horrible wind situation we had going. So in the Palisades, they just didn't have the ability to use either choppers or fixed-wing aircrafts to dump any kind of water on those raging flames. Tonight, right now, I'm looking at the palm trees. They are not even moving. It is a welcomed, beautiful sight to see, just to see things kind of just hanging still in the air. Last night was just an unrelenting nightmare of gusting wind winds, hurricane force winds at times, it felt like. And just tonight, that's not the case. So thank goodness for our incredible firefighters here who just, like a SWAT team, swarmed this place and doused those flames and, really saved so much. If you consider how many of these wood frame buildings in Hollywood that could have been vulnerable to the fire, it's really terrifying to think about. And luckily, at least for right now, it looks like that threat may be over. But of course, that's not the official word. I'm just telling you what I see, which is it looks very positive at this point. But of course, we'll keep you updated with more information from firefighters. But I did just speak with a firefighter here on the scene, one of the officials here, who said they feel pretty good about things the way they are right now. Back to you.
That's good to share with our viewers. Thank you so much, Tom.
We want to get to some video that we showed you just a few moments ago. A home collapsing in Studio City. You see it there, happening in the last hour after a new fire erupted.
Let's go back to our Madison Keevy live on the scene there of this latest fire. Madison?
That firefight is still going. While you don't see those flames you saw in that video when this building collapsed, hot spots are still very much, this is an active scene, an understatement here. So to kind of give you an idea of what you're seeing, you've got fire crews that are putting spotlights on this building, on this home. You can see multiple, what looks like heavy duty flashlights. They're spraying this structure, this home, 4 stories high with multiple angles. One of the actual hoses was brought down on what was a staircase and is shooting into the top, or what was the top of the home. You see those flashes of light. We've seen flames pop up every few minutes as hot spots are discovered in what's now rubble of this building. From the ground, there's at least 4 fire engines here, more than 24 firefighters at the base of this, actually working through some of the flames that came down from the base of the house. So they're fighting this literally at all angles and at all levels. Then you've got the water drops. When you saw this house collapse live on our air here, you saw how engulfed with flames this is, and it explains why it's taking this size response. Every few minutes, we're also getting helicopter water drops in this area, not just on this main home structure that you're seeing. In fact, as if on cue, here comes another one. You can hear that helicopter in the sky coming to drop, not just on this main home, but it's also making drops in the vegetation and in the homes that surround this. Because remember, that fire started inside, it spread out into brush and then into neighboring homes. And again, as we first reported, no one was hurt in this, but this firefight continues tonight. And you see why. We showed you as we walked up the hill here how close together these homes are. So it's why these water drops are happening on multiple homes, not just this main structure, and why this firefight is coming at multiple levels. Again, the good news here tonight is that no one was hurt in this. And again, this scene likely going to be active for at least another hour here as those hot spots continue into this structure that we're looking at.
Yeah, they'll definitely be watching that overnight. Madison Keevy reporting live from Studio City. Thanks so much.
Okay, we want to get to your weather and Danny Ruberti and get to those current wind gusts, hoping they're continuing to die down here, Danny.
Yeah, and they are, Leslie and Juan. That's what we're seeing right now, and that is good news. But it's still breezy out there. It's still windy in some areas. And a lot of the fires that we've seen, these have all been wind-driven fires. So we have seen these winds spread these embers. What you're seeing on your screen right now, this is fresh video from KCAL over the Palisades fire. This is giving you a different perspective of it, and you are still seeing those flames raging. Gusts right now in that area around 20 miles per hour. Now, the good news in all of this, last night, we were seeing wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, even 60 miles per hour, and that's what made things so hard to contain and why we couldn't give you a view in the air. We weren't able to get aircraft up in those kinds of conditions. This is a good sign that the winds are not as strong as what we were seeing last night. It's still windy out there, though, and we're still dealing with these Santa Ana winds. And that's the case for a lot of folks in Southern California. Lighter compared to yesterday, though, and we're not dealing with those widespread winds that we saw last night. Last night, gusts nearing 80 miles per hour at this time. Thankfully, you're not seeing a whole lot of anything. That's going to be mainly focused on those windy corridors corridors, those areas that do get in on the Santa Ana winds. Very light through the Inland Empire, Orange County, Santa Clarita into Simi Valley. That's where we're seeing gusts between 15 to 20 miles per hour right now. So let's talk about what's next and what we're expecting to see. We're done with the strongest winds. That is good news. The window was last night. Lighter winds for right now, but fire danger is still critical, and that's because it is still breezy and windy enough, and it is still very, very dry. And it's that nasty combination where when fires start, they can spread very quickly in these conditions. Stronger winds are going to pick up Thursday evening. We're going to see another surge in these winds, but these are going to be more traditional Santa Ana winds. So those areas that got in on these winds when we had that windstorm last night, they're not going to get in on it this time. So let me give you a closer look at the timing of those winds. This is a look at late tonight, early tomorrow morning, and you can see they're more focused on a lot of our mountain communities, those wind-prone areas. Tonight, we're talking gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour for those common Santa Ana wind spots, the strongest across our mountains and our foothill communities. Here's that next surge that we're tracking. Again, nothing like last night. This is a look at late morning on Thursday, and this is when around midday to Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening, we're going to see some of those stronger winds picking up slightly stronger than tonight. 40 to 55 mile per hour gusts, isolated gusts of 70 miles per hour. That's mainly going to be up through the mountains. It's going to be for our favorite canyons and passes across San Bernardino County, Santa Ana, and also for our Riverside County mountains, also through the San Gabriel Mountains. We'll continue to see that. Now, our hope is for these winds to die down for areas where the Palisades fire is burning. Here's a look at Friday morning. You still see some windy conditions out there, but it's going to be much lighter. We're looking at gusts between 10 to 20 miles per hour in the Pacific Palisades. Once we get to early Friday morning, we're continuing to see that video right now of the Palisades fire raging right now, and that's because we still have some of those winds out there. And then once we get to Friday afternoon into Friday evening, finally we're going to see things changing. Winds are going to die down, and by Saturday we're going to see more of that onshore flow, a little bit more of that sea breeze, but still things are going to be very dry going into the next week, going into the weekend, and going into early next week. So we're tracking these winds in Thousand Oaks, some of our windier locations. You can see tonight into early tomorrow morning, those winds, they're really kind of dying down. Once we get to late morning into early afternoon, this is when we see that next little surge, gusts between 20 to around 30 miles per hour. This is focused on Thousand Oaks. Red flag warnings, they are still in effect. The good news is those PDS statements, we're done with them, but we are continuing to see that fire danger going into Friday. But thankfully, a big piece of this, Leslie and Juan, is that the winds are dying down. I know we have that little uptick tomorrow, but it's nothing like what we saw last night and earlier today.
Start transitioning more west.
Desk has new information and new video too, Mike.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right here is the fire from both sides. So on the left-hand side is a live picture from KCAL right now. He is in the San Fernando Valley. He is basically over the Warner Center in like Pierce College, if you know that area. So he's going to continue to transition west because I do want to get to Calabasas so that we can see what it looks like from over there. On the right side of your screen is moments ago when the other chopper was down in the West LA area. That's where that video was taken from. And you can see now on both ends of this fire, there's active flame on both ends of this fire, both from the San Fernando Valley where we can see it and both from the West LA area where we can see as well. So it really just underscores the magnitude. I also want to point out that the two shots that you're looking at are not looking at the same set of flames. These are different sets of flames that you are looking at from each of the helicopters. And as the live picture on the left, because they're transitioning to the west, pulls out a little bit, you can see the city behind it. And just, you know, the magnitude of these fires is really insane. So we're monitoring that right now. And like I said, I want to get them, and you're going to lose the flame there on the left, and that's okay. I just want to get them over to the Calabasas area to see what we're looking at over there. There's still some glow you can see coming off the top of the hillside. So I'm also, the next time I talk to you guys, I'm going to show you some night aerial video from the Quick Reaction Force. They're the ones that are doing the night dropping helicopters from the Chinooks and from Colson Aviation that is up there doing that right now. So next time I see you, I'll show you that video as well, guys.
All right, we'll chat with you very soon. Thanks so much, Mike. Well, there are so many stories of loss in these fires. Earlier today, our Amanda Starantino spoke with a 91-year-old man whose home of 60 years burned in Pasadena. Listen to this.
It's just the reality. 5 minutes ago, I was sitting in the car by myself, and tears just came over my face. So
And
My entire history is in the house.
yeah, Dale, he raised his family here. He's been in this home right behind me. It's still, parts of it have flames still burning here. It's been going all morning long. He's been here for 60 years, raised his kids in this house. I mean, what are you feeling when you see your house like this now?
What'd you say?
How do you feel looking at this morning?
I'm going to break down again. That's what I feel. It's my whole life.
Everything.
Just heartbreaking. And as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we're partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Well, in the chaos of the fire coverage today, our reporter Jasmine Veal and her photographer John Schreiber helped rescue chickens trapped behind a burning home on Altadena Drive in Pasadena. We're going to show you what happened, but first we want to make it very clear that the people you see in the yellow fire gear are not firefighters. That's our crew wearing their protective clothing. Take a look.
I know. Okay.
I'm so sorry. You guys, this situation is horrific. It is still a very dynamic situation. We have homes, a mansion behind my photographer John on fire. She has chickens and ducks that she hasn't been able to get out. She's been trying to wave down firefighters, but we know they are stretched so thin. I said, you know what you're doing. You've covered this before. She said the coop's in the back.
I got you. I got you.
Okay.
Last one.
And he's going to pick up the camera and show you guys what we're talking about here.
That
when I say the
person
home
there
next
is our photographer, John Schreiber, who is in what appears to be, like a firefighter outfit. And that is not a firefighter. That is John Schreiber, one of our photographers, who is helping this woman because there are no firefighters in the area.
And then everyone was evacuating. My friends started calling. And I didn't think much of it. And we thought that the wind was going eastward. But this morning when we came here, the whole row in Altadena Drive was burned.
And right now at 11, we have new fires burning tonight, burning more homes, in fact, in Southern California. More than 36 hours of nonstop firefighting efforts to battle this unprecedented January wildfire, or wildfires, I should say. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Leslie Marin.
And right now in the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, 5 people have been killed. It has burned more than 10,000 acres, and there's still no containment. At least 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed.
In the Palisades fire burning in Malibu in the Pacific Palisades, it has now exploded to nearly 16,000 acres. No containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed.
And the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills tonight has stopped its rapid spread. It stands at 60 acres, and mandatory evacuations are still in place.
Well, let's move now to the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, where this fire devastating neighborhood after neighborhood.
That's right, and our Gio Insignares is there now. People living in the foothills of Altadena are used to fire, of course, but these homes and buildings burning down in the city, that's something unusual.
It certainly is, Pat and Leslie. Good evening to you both. And I want to start off with what could be, let's call it good news in what has been a very, very difficult last 24 hours or so, in that there has been no significant wind and wind gusts here, at least from our perspective in Altadena. So that's some good news, but obviously all the devastation and destruction we've been seeing, there is no shortage of it. I'm going to step out of the way so you can get a closer look at some of what we've been talking about, because it encapsulates what this evening really has become, which is a collection of these hot spots left in what is left of so many of these homes, which is to say not really much at all. And you have fire crews. There's an engine off to the distance here across the way from where we're standing, and we've seen firefighters do structure assessments and kind of make their way through what's left of so many of these neighborhoods. But we've been driving up and down Altadena all evening. In a moment here we'll show you some video of some homes destroyed, fires burning left and right. They just seem to pop up, whether it's a duplex that's on fire, whether it's someone's house that's on fire. We were looking at a building that collapsed in front of us as that fire consumed it entirely. And at one point this evening, we ran into someone. This was around 8:30, and it's late by all standards. Not as many people out this late into the evening as they are earlier in the day when you have the sun up and you can see everything out here. But he came up to us and said, "I'm just trying to see if it's safe enough to go to sleep," because his house and some of his neighbors' homes were shockingly spared from everything. And take a listen to what he had to say and the preparation that he took, the lengthy preparation he took to get himself ready, or at least position himself to be ready to save his home.
We immediately went outside and started squirting down the yard, making everything we could wet, trying to make the yard as much of a wet sponge as possible. I would say that it's that luck and the grace of God is what saved us. I have had a number of friends that have lost their houses. Our church burned down right up the street here, and there's a whole lot of tragedy here, and it's going to take a lot of work from the community to work together to help everybody out.
And that was Ty Garrison here. He lives across the street, a stone's throw away, and that stone's throw away leads to all of this devastation. So you feel how fortunate he sounds in our conversation, and just that little snippet that we shared with you. We actually just drove by the Baptist church just up the street here too, and noticed that was on fire as well and destroyed. So it's very difficult around here. And something else in terms of when it comes to all of these fires, again, the good news is that there hasn't been an overwhelming amount of wind. Obviously, there has been a lot of smoke, a lot of embers just sort of trickling around based on the positions we've been in. It is chilly. There is that as well when it comes to the weather. So it's some good news in that you're not worrying about these massive and powerful gusts sweeping through, but you have these hot spots here and there. And we were actually just talking to some fire crews and sheriff's deputies, I believe, just up the street here on Lake Avenue. And one of them was telling us, Ben, our photographer, and I, that they were having to deal with looters, that they're so stretched thin resource-wise that there were some who would just come by, and they said the most we could do was just tell them, don't do that. And then they would just run away. So you have these scenarios too, and I know this isn't the only spot where we've seen looters or potential looters pop up, guys, but it just, you ask why someone would even go about doing that, given how unfortunate it is for so many other people and how devastating this is. But it's just something else, another factor to throw into this that these crews and everybody else has to deal with, on top of losing your home, losing your livelihood, and wondering in some cases, is it still there? And then finding out it unfortunately is not. So it's just, from what we've been seeing out here in Altadena all day, it's been a lot. And the conversations we've been having, even for those that are fortunate and still have their home standing, they also understand it's a lot, and they're certainly empathetic to those who are suffering.
Yeah, looking at their neighbors who do not have, even though they do. I have to ask you a question, Gio. Looking at those fires burning behind you, are they still putting water on those fires? Okay. That's an affirmative.
So, no, from what we've seen is that, and I wonder, because we've noticed that a lot of these tend to be similar, is that you almost hear the hissing of gas, and that man we talked to, Ty, he told us, he's lived here for more than a decade, and he's like, I've also noticed a lot of the same things, that some of these people and some of these homeowners perhaps didn't turn off their gas before they evacuated. You kind of lose track of things, and perhaps you're not remembering to do that. So in some of these cases, it seems that that's what it is, and especially when you stand right next to it, that's what I'm hearing right now. You just kind of hear a persistent hiss all the way through. And we haven't seen, at least from our perspective here, these fire crews really, for these particular hotspots, whip out the hoses and start dousing them down with water or anything. At most, we've seen them just kind of take a look at the structures and then move away. Aside from the duplex that we showed you a few hours ago from the massive structure fire, we also checked in from about half a mile down the road. Those were being actively attacked with water and by multiple engines, but in these specific scenarios, we have not seen much. It's just kind of left sitting here for now.
All right, we might be right about the
Yeah.
gas line.
It's one of those situations where I think the gas company will have to come in, shut off the gas, and then
when they get
fire
around to
crews
doing
can,
it.
Yeah, and when they get around to doing, because they're also stretched thin.
Yeah.
Gio, thank you so much. And it's difficult to hear about the looting too, because earlier Pasadena police said we are not going to deal with that. If you come and do that, there's going to be 100. I think they said 150 police officers securing these neighborhoods. So
well, that's
hopefully
that's going to take some consequences for those people that think they can get away with doing that.
Yeah.
To take advantage of those who are suffering.
And we see Mike Rogers there at the desk.
Yeah, and
Mike, have you got some new video?
Yeah, I do, and forgive me while I'm looking down at my screen here. I'm just reading something. The city of Santa Monica just sent, and it kind of goes in line with what we were talking about, looting and all of those things. They just sent out a notice that they are instituting a curfew. They have declared a local state of emergency in the city of Santa Monica and are instituting a nighttime curfew. Now I'm trying to see, and that's forgive me for not staring at the screen, but I'm trying to read through this and see if they're giving times for what that curfew is. And the video that you're looking at right here is the video of the Palisades fire from our helicopter that is looking at it on the north end and from the San Fernando Valley. So bear with me. I'm going to continue to kind of look at this, and then I will let you know what those, if they list any times. In the press release, they don't immediately list them. So I'm going through the actual text of the proclamation to see what they say. But they are instituting a state of emergency, and they are issuing what they're calling nighttime curfews. I don't know if that's just sundown to sunup or how all that's working. But yeah, that's video from SkyCal right now where you can see the fire is burning. 15,800 acres was the last update. And I'm just trying to see, you know, I just had a conversation with CAL FIRE because I was trying to see if they had any updated numbers on homes destroyed or buildings destroyed, and they're still sitting around that 1,000 number. As you can imagine, it is just going to be an impossible task to try to get through, and they will do it, but everyone wants to know how many, and that is just such a long, arduous process to try to count every single building that has been damaged or destroyed, and they haven't even put the fire out yet, right? So it's
no. And they have to make sure it's safe for them to go in and assess.
Yeah, and
anyway.
they'll have those teams that will be able to do that, but it's going to take some time. So real quick, if we can come to my computer, because I want to show you this. This is from the Quick Reaction Force. So this is the night dropping helicopters, right? And they have these really cool cameras they put on, and they just posted this one to YouTube, and you can see them. That's the Chinook. That is there right now. And this is what I was wondering, because we saw some of the flames that they're not really focusing on, but they are focusing on this area. And I believe if you look kind of right in this area, it's because there's houses on the ridge here. So that's what they're trying to protect, it looks like, is they're trying to protect the houses on the ridge there from, obviously burning. So that's what they're doing right there. So this is the video. I just wanted to show you that because it's always such a cool video when we get to see the night dropping operations here from the Quick Reaction Force.
Where is that though, Mike?
So they are, let's see, right now they are working, so they're dipping in and out of the school. Gosh, forgive me, I just forgot the name. Pepperdine. Good Lord.
Oh, okay, Malibu.
Yeah, they're dipping in and out at Pepperdine, and they're working in the hills just right above that, off of Piuma Road is where I've just been kind of watching them. So they've been up in that area kind of working on that, and that's where they've kind of been focusing on tonight. And that's, ironically enough, we're not able to see that because it's so deep down there that we can't get it there. And I should also point out that this is apparently just the week of flight restrictions. Every time there is a fire, the fire department, for their safety and their air operations, they also put up what's called a TFR, temporary flight restriction, which makes it more difficult for us to kind of get in and out of certain places. So we were able to look at the fire from the north. Earlier, we were able to look at it from the eastern front of the fire in West LA. But in this particular area that we're working in, I don't have eyes on it. So this was pretty interesting to get. This video, I believe, was shot around 8 o'clock tonight. So lots going on there as we look again at the live pictures from SkyCal. And then as soon as I can read through this proclamation, you guys, and let you know what the exact times are of this curfew.
Mike, I was trying to read through it too because I was just curious here. And I looked through the proclamation, and there is a portion that says possibly from sundown to sunrise.
So that would make sense because they are calling it a nighttime curfew.
Yeah,
so
between sunset and sunrise is what they're saying.
Yeah, a curfew is hereby imposed in the city of Santa Monica in all areas subject to a mandatory evacuation order. So that's, we want to be clear too, not the entire city of Santa Monica, but the areas that are in the mandatory evacuation area. And if we can come back to my computer I can show you where in Santa Monica the mandatory evacuations are.
The pier, that's one.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah. Did it go that far south? Let me look. Hang on.
I thought you said earlier that the pier was under that.
Yeah, let's look here. See, in this, okay, let me pull up a different map, guys. I'm so sorry. This map doesn't always update the right way. Let me pull this one over. It's close to the pier, but I don't know. Let me look right now. Let's see. So, okay, so here, all the areas in red. So just north of the pier. So the pier is right here, right off, off the end of the 10 freeway. And then just to the north of that, everything that is in red, and let me see if it specifies mandatory or curfew for mandatory evacuation orders. So for the city of Santa Monica, that's actually not that huge of a chunk of land here, because the city of Santa Monica, their mandatories are obviously from the beach, and then this is Montana Avenue, then 11th Street, and then San Vicente Boulevard. And then the Santa Monica city line ends right in here. So everywhere that is there, that is where the curfew is for the city of Santa Monica that they've instituted. And Leslie, thank you for looking through that too. So sundown to sunup is when the mandatory curfew will be in, and they can impose that. And they have this, no person shall be on, it says the order is no persons during the curfew shall be on public streets, avenues, alleys, parks, ways, or any public place or any kind of area that would be out in the public. And that's a lot of, I mean, look, there's still businesses down in here that are going to be dealing with that. So if they're trying to stay open, restaurants at night, I mean, it's the middle of winter, things get dark early. So interesting that they have done that. They also, part of the proclamation, talk about price gouging and different things like that. And you could, I mean, look, it says right here, if you don't follow that curfew, you're subject to a $1,000 fine for not following the curfew there in the city of Santa Monica.
And hopefully that helps with things like looting, as we've been talking about. And they probably just want to also clear the roadways here. Right.
And it's just got to be easier for people to get in and out. And obviously it says hotels are not, included in that. Hotels can still hold people if they're in that area. It's just, you can't be out wandering the streets.
Okay, I don't like to confuse things, but when you think of Santa Monica, you think of some of the most popular places. Oh yeah. That's why I mentioned the pier. Yeah. But the 3rd Street Promenade, now is that affected at all?
So a portion of it, let me look right here. Let me just get in closer on this map. A portion of it may be, but I don't, let's see here. Let me look. So, okay, so here's the pier, right? And then the 3rd Street Promenade is right in here, right? Yeah. So I don't think so, because I don't think it extends that far to the north. I think it may end right here at Wilshire. So I don't think it goes, because here's the mall, right in here. This is the mall, this is the pier. So the promenade is going to be right in here. So yeah, I think the promenade ends right here at Wilshire. So it butts right up against it though. Yeah. And that's a very popular place and reasonable for people to, be hanging out in the promenade and whoops, cross the line, now I'm in a curfew area.
Exactly.
So, I'm sure Santa Monica PD will have some grace with people and, and give them the benefit of the doubt there. But, really it's all about making sure that people aren't looting.
Yeah. Wow, that's something. Yeah. Okay. I mean, to go through everything else we're going through and then to imagine, well, we can't have these places open because we're worried about people, taking other people's property.
And I wish we hadn't, we've already talked about it. We've already seen arrests in Hollywood after the Runyon Canyon fire, and the sheriff talked about it too. So it's unfortunate because it is happening.
Okay. Yeah, it is in multiple locations. Yeah. Mike, thank you. Okay, well, a fire broke out in Studio City where multiple homes burned.
And our Madison Keevy is live on the scene for us tonight. Keevy, Madison, I should say, what is going on behind you there? You don't have a mask on anymore.
A firefight. I know, and the smoke from this is starting to hang here because as they clear it out, it kind of puffs up again. So we're standing back so that you can see this scene. This is a multi-layer, level even firefight, and I say that because one, this was a 4-story structure, a 4-story home that caught fire inside. That fire then went outside, caught brush, and started spreading to neighboring homes. We're on a hillside, of course. These homes are close together, and on our air, we watched as that home collapsed, fully engulfed in flames. Now, that fire that we saw on air is not burning in that way anymore, but that doesn't mean the flames are done. We're seeing these pockets of flames come out of what appears to be what's left of the roof, it's a little hard to discern where that house is and what houses it jumped to from where we're standing. You kind of need an aerial view. But the reason we're standing back in this way is so you can see that there are at least half a dozen fire engines on the ground battling this at like the driveway as you kind of wind through if you were pulling into this home in this sort of neighborhood. Then you have fire crews that are holding water hoses, from a staircase that's burned out, shooting it into this open space where we keep seeing flames come up. It looks like it could be one of, it could be one of a couple of things. It's giving the same as like a hotspot coming up or even something with like gas coming in, but we haven't heard any popping like that. So it's likely just the structure is still burning. And then the final layer of this multi-layer firefight is from the sky. They've been dropping water from a helicopter on this. And the challenge here is just the geography. I mean, this neighborhood in the hills, these winding, narrow roads, you had to fit in at least, from what I've seen walking over here, a dozen engines and dozens of firefighters to work not just that main fire that, again, you saw collapse, but also the spread to brush and neighboring homes, as well as homes on the back side of the hill. So you walk up, you don't actually see the fire, you can smell the smoke, and you walk around sort of a bend in the hill and down, and then you see the scene that we're seeing right now. So these water drops are going. It looks like they're going to be out here for a while because we keep seeing these flames pop up. All of this to say no one was hurt in this. We have reported that. I'll say it again because when you see the scene, it is striking. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at now. And like I said, they're going to be out here for a while, really making sure that there's no hot spots and those flames are just done.
Yeah, that they're definitely going to be there until they can fully get all those hot spots. It's the last thing they want is one of those to flare up and then, you know, ignite all over again.
And we've just got some questions to everybody that's been watching this particular fire exactly as to how it started even. So I can imagine they're going to be out there for a while just to even be there, to get the flames out there, but, you know, hopefully to ensure that they have a presence there, if you know what I mean. Madison.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And at this point, from what it appears, and we're going to actually, after this live shot, go down and get a check-in from one of the chiefs that is here on the scene. But getting in and starting to assess what started the fire and how it spread, it hasn't even happened yet because it's still such an active scene. So I think that shows the span of how long at least some presence will be out in this area. And of course, you know, keeping people away. There were a lot of people coming down, standing right at the line as firefighters were trying to pull their hoses into this scene, which is, of course, you know, not something that is encouraged.
Yeah. Madison Keevy, thank you so much. We want to turn now to the Palisades fire, which has just surpassed 17,000 acres now. Burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu tonight, more homes and buildings destroyed as that devastating toll from the fire does continue to mount.
And KCAL's Lauren Posen is on the Palisades fire tonight. Lauren, tell our viewers where you are and what you are seeing. And it's just really, you know, sad to think that the number has gone up, but we kind of figured that would happen as they're doing more assessments.
Right. Absolutely, Pat, and we're going to unfortunately see that number go up as you know, we head into tomorrow as well, especially when daylight hits, when they can do some more mapping. But I'm here at the bottom of PCH near Sunset, and I believe that we have a shot next to me of SkyCal up in the air in our area here. So you're getting a ground look and then an overhead look too as to what we're seeing here. I mean, it's just complete devastation. It's just gut-wrenching. I want to show you some quiet scenes right over here behind me. These are the water tanks. They're on standby for the firefighters when they need some more water, so they're here ready to go. You know, it's so dark right now, but earlier it was still dark, but you could see there is and was so much ash in the air, and you can feel it, you can breathe it in. It's very much still a fire zone here, even though there's no flames around us. Let's show you some video from earlier today because, as I mentioned, we're down here because there's no reception, but we did go take a drive up earlier because I want you to see what's going on. You know, the neighborhoods are destroyed. Churches, this church you're looking at here, this was one of the bigger fires that we saw when we were driving around. This is a Methodist church, and we just, we heard I was actually talking to our colleague Rena. She was out here too earlier today. She was right next to us, and we heard this big explosion, and that was the church just crumbling. It was really, it was quite scary. Firefighters were close by, but they determined that the structure was just too far gone to save, and so they just moved on to the next structures to try to protect those in the area. And right down the street from that church, we came across what was left of this neighborhood. Most, if not all, the homes are just leveled. This was on Hampton Place, and I could tell that many people left in a hurry. Cars were still left in garages. Those that were left were burned. So many power lines are also down too, and that's what really made this really eerie as well. As we were driving up there, it is so dark that you can't see anything except the light from the fire. And that's, it was just, it's very, very ominous up there. And then also we went down into the Pacific Palisades in the downtown area where the shops and restaurants are. And that was just even more heartbreaking. Ralph's is gone, Gelson's is gone. This is video of Gelson's you're looking at here. Coincidentally, there's Gelson's there, and then there's a Cleaners right next to it. That Cleaners has also been destroyed. And then there's that church we were talking about. It's just horrible. Everywhere you look, house after house, it's just gone. Everything is leveled. Some houses, some apartments are still on fire. We saw that as well. I saw a huge tree that was down in the road. It was burning. The roots of the tree were burning. Those cars that we saw from yesterday when people, had to leave so quickly and they left them in the road there. I mean, they're still there, but they're burned. It's unreal to see these images. And when we spoke to a man you're going to hear from in a second here, he drove up, he rode up on his bike, and he said he wanted to check his girlfriend's parents' house that live in the Palisades here because, it's very hard to get information. They don't know if their home is there or not. So take a listen to what he told us.
It's just such a hard game to play where you're just waiting to hear if the house is there and, if there's a home to go back to. So we were just trying to get any information, and I thought I would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back, and yeah, it's pretty devastating.
I also want to mention too that there are a lot of police and deputies in the area as well. They are keeping a close eye on these neighborhoods, making sure that no one gets in there to try to do anything they should not be doing, any looting or anything like that. Here comes another one of those water trunks, those tanks, if you can see it there. Really impressive, really big, and what we need here to help fight this fire. But again, back to the police, they're here keeping a close eye on everything and making sure no one goes up that doesn't need to be. We'll send it back to you.
We understand in the Santa Monica area anyway, Lauren, we've just been talking about curfews going into effect. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to happen where you are as well, even though really no one should be there.
Lauren, remind me, to even get into your area, do you have to show IDs?
No, not yet. But that was because we came down about 7 o'clock, and at that point they weren't asking anyone for IDs. I will say though this, no one has really been up here except us and the firefighters and a few people here and there. Most everyone has just been evacuated and just kind of holding their breath, waiting to see what happened to their homes here. I also did see some people that, looky-loos, I guess is the word to use. People just wanted to come by and check it out. And Pat, you mentioned this is not the place for that or the time for that. It's a very dangerous situation up there. Homes are on fire. Firefighters need the roads clear from people. Quite honestly, I hope they do ask for IDs because I think that would really help kind of, tighten up security here for people and for everyone trying to fight these fires. It's needed.
Unless they can have someone designated to do that, because it would slow the process down. But why not? They might even get a volunteer who would be responsible for checking
parking enforcement.
People's absolutely, just to keep that clear.
Yeah. And Pat and Leslie, if I could just mention, because we were talking about first responders, one of my contacts, let me just pull this up real quickly for you. She is very close with the Los Angeles Fire Department and all fire departments for that matter. But a lot of people have asked, we're so grateful for the firefighters and what they're doing. What can we do to help support the firefighters? And many people go and they donate or they leave food for the firefighters, like granola bars, stuff like that. But the firefighters say they're so appreciative of that, but they would really love some protein food, some protein meals. meals. They say we need protein to keep our fuel going. They're working long hours. They're not getting much sleep. So if you feel inclined to donate, you'd like to donate something, anything protein. So I'm thinking like chicken, steak, anything that sounds good that's protein, they would love to have. But they're so appreciative of anything you want to donate. So, everything's on the table, but protein would be the #1 choice.
You know what? I'm glad you said that because it's good to know. People do want to help, and that's the first time I have heard of something so specific. But it's for them, and they know what they need better than any of us.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Lauren.
Right. Yeah.
Keeps you full a little bit longer, too. Okay, from the coast now to a beloved hiking spot that was hit by fire this evening, dangerously close to homes.
Yeah, this was pretty scary for a while. It happened in Runyon Canyon, and it triggered mandatory evacuations there. And our Tom Waite is there. Tom, you are familiar with this neighborhood, so tell us what it was like for you and what it's like right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pat, this is such an iconic, legendary kind of spot here in Los Angeles, right? It's a very popular location for any number of age groups to just come and hike and exercise and just kind of people watch. It's just a gorgeous place to be. And I mean, I'm sure it will be again. I'm sure we're going to wake up tomorrow and see quite a bit of damage here and charred hillsides. But, as you're looking at our screen, you probably don't see a whole lot except for maybe a fire engine there on the service road. And that's a good thing because a few hours ago, that hillside was pretty orange. There was a lot of fire there. Let's go to some video. It was pretty terrifying earlier this evening as firefighters were just battling this thing with everything they had, bringing in air support, water drops, everything you can possibly imagine to try to douse this thing and get it under control. You could see this fire burning from so many different locations across LA, from the 101. We were coming up from downtown from a press conference with the mayor and other city and county officials, and we could see it burning there. And you could see it from any number of other places. It was a very large fire, and firefighters just incredibly blasted it with just all kinds of water from the air and from the ground. And also they just had hand crews out here, all kinds of impressive ground support. It was really a sight to see. And of course, the fact that it wasn't very windy out was very, very helpful. Still had some gusts earlier. Now it's still, I mean, I'm looking at the palm trees, nothing is moving. And, it just was a very powerful and intense effort that firefighters just should get incredible credit for. The consequences of not containing this fire the way they did could have just been catastrophic. I mean, think about so many wood frame buildings here in Hollywood, and they could have just been absolutely turned into just open flame infernos. We saw what happened in parts of the Palisades and Malibu and other cities, over the last 24 hours. It's just been heartbreaking and heart-wrenching, and your heart goes out to so many people who lost so much, and we know that was an entirely possible scenario that could have played out here. The firefighters were able to really just smack this thing down. And yeah, I mean, it's incredible what a difference a few hours, 24 hours makes. Looking at the wind right now, which is basically non-existent, it's almost surreal because I think about what I was doing 24 hours ago, and I could barely breathe. I had mask on, I had goggles on, and even with all of that, it was just the gusts of wind were so powerful. It was drilling debris and soot and ash and embers at you, and it was horrible. Tonight it's the opposite. We do hear some police activity coming up here, but the good news is, as I'm going to come back here live in just a few minutes, just kind of show, Francisco, let's just go ahead and show kind of what's going on here. This is the Fuller entrance where we are, one of the main entrances here to Runyon Canyon. So this is kind of, they've got the road blocked off still here and still have a few fire engines here. But compared to earlier, it is a way better situation, way fewer engines. I spoke to a fire official here on the scene. There was an evacuation order in place. He said he believed officially it was still in place, but he felt really good about the way things stand right now. Reporting live in Hollywood, I'm Tom Waite, KCAL News. Back to you.
All right, that is so optimistic. Thank you so much, Tom. And let's get back to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, you have something new to show us?
Yeah, I wanted to tell you guys about some more boil water orders that have been issued. And we talked about the ones that are already in effect in the Palisades fire for that one zip code that LEDWP was telling everybody about. But there's a new one that the Sheriff's Department is letting everybody know about over in the Pasadena area. So basically the guidance from officials is if you are in any kind of area that has an evacuation zone, you should not be drinking your water from your house. You should be drinking bottled water, preferably. If you need to use it for other things, you should definitely boil it first. So I'm moving SkyCal around because I wanted them to look at something. So in the meantime, let's come to my computer here because I just want to remind everybody those evacuation areas, because that is basically the guidance here. If you're in an evacuation area, you should be boiling your water or drinking bottled water if you can. So I'm going to show to you on all three fires here. This is the Eaton fire. And let me turn off the burn area here so you can see. There we go. So you can see the evacuation warnings. I'll turn off the houses as well. So basically, well, I didn't catch this last night, but it looks like even parts of Duarte had an evacuation warning or still under evacuation warnings. And then, of course, Monrovia, Sierra Madre, all of these areas. So if you're in anything that is shaded in red or yellow, the officials are asking you to boil your water and drink boiled water, just because all of everything that can get into the water supply when they're trying to fight these fires and using all the water to have to fight these fires. So this is the one from the Lydia fire earlier, which is a pretty giant chunk of land for a fire that actually didn't do too much damage, which is really nice. This is the other fire, the Hearst fire that we were talking about from earlier. And then, of course, the Palisades fire, and even really here, we'll talk about the Sunset fire as well. People in that area, you're just out of a precaution, just especially the Palisades fire, because there's so much damage that had gone on over there. That's where we first were hearing about these warnings, but then we just saw one pop up for the other fire, the Hearst fire as well. I'm sorry, the Eaton fire as well over in the San Gabriel Valley out there. So I'm looking at Chopper. He's okay. Yeah, Oliver, I think we can go back to where those flames were, and forgive me for giving that direction over the air, but I just, we're trying to move around, get some best shots. I noticed some fire helicopters were right off the 405 in Mulholland. They may have just been picking up water from that location and going back and dropping it, but I just wanted to make sure there were no flames kind of right there where that was happening. Yeah.
I just had someone reach out to me. Was there a fire in the Calabasas, or was that fire from... you know, the Palisades?
Yeah, it's people seeing the Palisades fire. I got 2 or 3 different calls, a couple messages on Instagram as well about people really being able to visibly see the Palisades fire from Calabasas. So we sent the chopper over there. We looked at it, and yeah, it's definitely visible from Calabasas. And if I were in Calabasas or that area, seeing that would for sure concern me. But it is not a new fire. It is the Palisades fire, just as it's starting to reach the highest peaks of the Santa Monica Mountains. Now it's going to be visible from both sides of the hill. And you know, we talk about this in other fires as well, but there's something so different from seeing smoke versus seeing flames, right?
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, tell me about it.
Yeah, you know better than anybody.
That's why I asked you that question.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, you see the glow of a fire on a hillside, it's much more concerning than if you just see smoke. But yeah, it is the Palisades fire, and it's just getting to the hilltops of the highest points of the Santa Monica Mountains, and that's why people are now being able to see it from the north side of the mountains in the San Fernando Valley and elsewhere to the west.
Okay, I'm glad that you cleared that up.
Yeah.
And we have people that are watching us tonight to really, and that don't even live here, who would like that question answered. So appreciate that.
Yeah, it's really, I should have mentioned really quickly, it's really remarkable the attention that has been put on Southern California for these fires. I just got a push alert from Sky News. They are carrying on Sky News in Europe. They are carrying a live feed of one of our helicopters to their viewers over there in a whole different country. So it's really remarkable the impact that this has had, not only here in Southern California for the people that live here, our community, our neighbors, but across the globe.
Yeah.
Historical in more ways than one.
And we've said it, we've heard it from so many officials, which is why we're going with it. They say we've never seen anything like this in our careers, and this is historical for Southern California. Yeah.
We haven't.
And we got a real good inkling of that last night when the fire department asked us to help them get their members to call in so they could put them to work.
Yes,
and,
that's for the recall.
The recall, right. The first time Margaret Stewart, who was talking to us on the air last night, said she's been on the job 19 years, and it's the first time in her 19 years that they've ever done this.
Wow.
Well, we're glad that it happened, though, because what a big difference. Of course, the weather has made a difference, but the fact that we do have more resources, more firepower here, you know, and manpower, it really has made a difference, right?
And earlier, you know, Mike, we talked about the Navy coming up.
Yeah. with their 10 helicopters with water dropping buckets and the National Guards from California and Nevada.
But the water tankers who alluded to that? Was that Lauren?
That was, well, the governor told us that they were bringing in about, I think it was like 100 and, I have to go back and look at it, but I think it was like 140 tankers, yeah, something like that.
Close to that.
Yeah, and each one of them carries like 2,100 gallons of water. And that is, the reason they're doing that is because the hydrants ran dry in the Pacific Palisades when they were trying to fight the fires. And so you bring in these water tankers, then you don't need to hook it up to a hydrant. It's just got a ton of water in it that can either hook up to an engine, fight a fire itself. It's a lot more dynamic. And you heard from DWP today, they have these 1 million gallon tanks that they filled and got them all filled up and ready to use, and they were depleted like that because of how many hydrants were open. And it's a lot of people are getting a lot of criticism, and we'll see if that criticism is held up and if there does need to be a change into our hydrant system, into our water system. But one of the firefighters, and not only in this fire but the Eaton fire as well, talked about, look, if we're opening every single hydrant in a neighborhood, we're going to run out of water. There's just, if you open it all up and we're using every ounce of water we can get, a system is just going to have a hard time holding up.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
On a regular, we would not be using that much water.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's just factual.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, buildings still burning in Pacific Palisades tonight.
And Lori Perez is there live. Hi, Lori. Where are you? Are you on PCH still?
We are still on PCH just south of Tuna Canyon Road, and I want to show you behind me the other very critical job that crews have even after it seems the flames are gone. Crews behind us have been keeping a very close watch on these homes that burned earlier, because we've seen even in the last hour how they flare up even though it looks as if it's been handled. Let's show you what it looked like just a little while ago. A few hours ago, a massive fire just disintegrated these beachside homes. More of so many Malibu houses that have burned to the ground since yesterday, and this was burning furiously. It didn't take very long for the burning homes to collapse. We saw it, we heard it. It was terrifying. These are very big houses. There was lots to burn and lots that could still burn. And just add to the tally of damage, dozens of homes along the coast are gone, along with storefronts and restaurants. And as the fires started to rage, so many people had to get out and get out quickly. Just up the road from here, we spoke with a young couple who escaped. We spoke with a young man who was literally running for his life. The video is intense. You can hear Alec Gellis struggling to breathe.
It was like a vortex of embers. There was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my car.
He said it felt like he was suffocating.
I mean, some people are saying I'm lucky to be alive.
As he ran to his car from his girlfriend's Carbon Canyon cottage with a wall of smoke and flames closing in.
This is all that remains at this point, yes.
He and his girlfriend showed me what he escaped from. Gellis maybe pushed it to the limit because in a stunning, sad echo, he was trying to do what he did just a month ago when he saved his Malibu house and 5 other homes from the raging Franklin wildfire.
It's just not real. I mean, a month, less than a month, my lungs weren't even better from the last time. I'm still coughing from the last fire.
Try as he did, Gellis couldn't save Kelly Lauren's home. She lost everything she owned, including a lifetime of journals.
I lost all my writing, like all my books. Yeah, you're like tearing up, and it's like, it's just hard to, I don't know, I just like remember that after, but everything I've like written for my whole life, and like I journal and write a lot, so it's just the little things that you remember afterward.
Yeah. But looking now at the smoldering rubble, she isn't thinking of the things that are gone. She's thinking of who she could have lost and smiling through the pain.
It reminds me of like the value of what is not tangible.
And that is a very positive way to be in the face of all this loss. Again, behind me, it seems the fire and the flames are not going away throughout Malibu. There are new eruptions happening. We're hearing explosions far away from us, lighting up the night sky once again tonight with just complete heartbreak and brutal fickleness. Here you can see there's one building that's still standing, surrounded by so much that burned. We can only hope that that building makes it through the night, but who knows? I mean, everything here is still so very dynamic. I will say that this is a much different weather-wise, wind-wise situation than it was last night. Last night at this time, we were really struggling with the wind, struggling, to keep our bearings. But tonight it does seem calmer, it seems cooler, and hopefully that will help the firefight. A ton of firefighters still here in Malibu. We've been watching as they have been going up and down PCH behind us. Still looking, of course, for hotspots, responding to hotspots and to fires that continue to break out here. We're live in Malibu. I'm Lori Perez. Back to you.
All right, we really do appreciate the news updates on what the firefighters are doing out there in that particular area, the assessments being made. And Lori, we also want to tell our viewers about what they can do to help people, because so many people want to get involved. As Southern California copes with this devastation caused by the fires, we know you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
So to make a donation, just go to redcross.org/KCAL. It's on your screen right there. For information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter, you can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999.
And of course, these fires have been driven by the wind. This is a really severe weather event.
Yeah.
And Danny, I know you've been giving us some updates throughout the evening about how we can experience the winds dying down, because we see the effects of that, but we're still not out of the woods exactly, are we?
Exactly, but a different story, Pat and Leslie, compared to last night when we were seeing Lori out there and Tom out there and those whipping winds. I mean, we are not seeing what we saw last night, but Pat is exactly right. We're not out of the woods. We are still in the midst of a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event, but we're not going to see the winds that we saw last night. So that's a bit of good news. I know there's a long fight ahead of us, but we want to start to see these winds relaxing, and that's the case right now. So you can remember last night at this time, we were dealing with gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour. Right now, things are quieting down through the Inland Empire into Orange County, and then you can see right through areas of Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, still looking at some breezy conditions. This is going to be more focused on those wind-prone areas that normally see these Santa Ana winds pushing over towards the Malibu coast. So let's talk about conditions for some of these fires right around those fires. So where the Palisades fire is burning, we're still dealing with breezy conditions. Winds are coming out of the northeast, 18 to 20 miles per hour. We've got some gusty conditions through Simi Valley over towards Malibu Beach. Over towards the San Fernando Valley, this is where we were tracking the Sunset Fire through the Hollywood Hills, also the Eaton Fire over towards Altadena. Winds are mellowing out just a bit. In the San Gabriel Valley, we're seeing sustained winds between 5 to 10 miles per hour. Last night, we saw gusts up to 60 miles per hour there. It's still gusty through Santa Clarita into Silmar. So right now, things are lightening up, but still what we're dealing with right now, it's how dry things are out there. I mean, let's talk about this fire weather, what we're dealing with, all the conditions that we need. Yes, it's the wind, and the fires that we've seen have been wind driven, but really the concern is how dry things are out there. Extremely dry when we're talking about relative humidity in the teens, in the single digits, even in the 20s. This is dry for us, and that's what we continue to see right now, especially in the San Fernando Valley, areas like Burbank, where we're still seeing a 10% relative humidity right now. And this is why red flag conditions continue, not just tomorrow, but again on Friday. So even though we are not seeing these intense, powerful winds that we saw last night, any fires that start could spread rapidly. We haven't seen good rain since last May. This is the driest start to winter since the 60s. So that's why we're on high alert right now. But let's talk about a little bit of good news. Those high wind warnings, the blanket of them, we're done with them. But we do still have wind advisories. So we've now downgraded to wind advisories. Even with the wind advisory, we're looking at in these areas right here. So that includes San Fernando Valley, that includes the Malibu coast, Ventura County coast. This includes the San Gabriel Valley, San Gabriel Mountains. Gusts still between 40 to 55 miles per hour tonight, and again tomorrow, northeasterly winds 20 to 30 miles per hour. So the big question is, when are we actually going to get a break from these winds? So I want to walk you through the timing of this because it's interesting. We're going to see another little uptick in the winds. I'll take a step out of the way because I want to zoom you into a couple couple different areas. So we're going to focus on tonight. The winds are dying down in the sense that it's nothing like last night. So that's good news. It is still windy up through the San Gabriel Mountains, also through the San Bernardino County Mountains over towards Big Bear Lake is where we're still seeing gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. And this is a little bit more traditional in terms of the Santa Ana winds that we see. I'll zoom you out and let's fast forward to tomorrow morning. Here's a look at when winds start to pick up again. This is 9:45, 10 o'clock. It's really around midday when we start to see another push, another ramp up in the winds. Those purples right there, gusts around 50 miles per hour for some of our favorite canyons when we see these Santa Ana winds. We're also going to get this through inland Orange County into the Inland Empire, San Bernardino seeing gusts around 40 miles per hour. And then you can also see up through areas like Santa Clarita, gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour there. Simi Valley over towards Thousand Oaks. So this is midday on Thursday, and this is going to continue Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. Still windy at times. We'll get some localized stronger gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. But by the time we get to Friday, this is when we're going to see a little bit of a shift, and you can see those arrows on your screen. This is when we're going to start to see a little bit more of some onshore flow developing. So we're not going to be dealing with these intense offshore winds that we've been seeing over the past couple of days. So you can see through Thousand Oaks, kind of a breakdown for you. We've got some gusty winds that will develop at around noon. So the second half of the day is what we're focused on in terms of some of these stronger winds redeveloping. And so that is why fire danger will remain elevated. But the good news in all of this is that we're not dealing with those PDS statements, those particularly dangerous situations. Those are done, but we're still dealing with the red flag conditions Thursday and again on Friday. Everyone noticed it outside today. I mean, we've been seeing all of the smoke out there. You can tell that it's dark in some areas. You can see the smoke from afar. Here's a look at the smoke stretching all the way from Orange County. Most of Orange County seeing this. All of LA County up through the mountains. And then you're also seeing that right there along the Malibu coast where the Palisades fire is burning. Here's a look at that. That red is indicating that thicker smoke out there, really stretching from Pasadena over towards Glendale along the 5. And because of this smoke, we are dealing with air quality alerts. These are in place right now until Thursday evening at around midnight, but these could be extended because we're going to continue to see these winds and continue to see these fires over the next couple of days as firefighters are working so hard to get a handle on these. So air quality alerts, this wildfire smoke is leading to increasing air pollution for LA County, Orange County, and also the Inland Empire. That's what we're going to be focused on. So going into tomorrow, I want to talk about what's going on in terms of our weather pattern. These winds dying down right now, it's all because we had this really strong low pressure system. This guy is right down here through Baja, Mexico, but watch what happens. We have another cutoff low that's going to kind of merge with that one. And as we go into tomorrow, we're going to see that same setup that we saw yesterday, but we're not going to see it as strong as what we saw. But this is what's going to re-enhance those Santa Ana winds as we go into the next 24 hours, midday tomorrow to around Thursday evening, early Friday morning. Tomorrow's also going to feel a little bit warmer out there. We've been feeling it. You walk outside and you're like, this is not winter right now, just because of how dry it is. And also because these winds are warming things up. We're going to be in the mid 70s tomorrow afternoon in the valleys. Another breezy day for us, but not to the extent that we saw earlier today. Temperatures in the mid 70s through downtown Los Angeles. Low 70s through San Bernardino and Santa Clarita. Our beaches are going to be in the low to mid 70s. So let me walk you through the next 7 days. This is what we're tracking for you in your next weather. So Thursday is going to be breezy. Friday, the winds die down. Saturday is a quiet day. Another chance for Santa Ana winds Sunday, but this is going to be a more traditional event. It's going to be light to moderate, but those offshore winds will continue into early next week as temperatures start to drop as well. No sign of rain for us, though, over the next 7 days. That's what we desperately need right now. Valleys will see another breezy day tomorrow, more red flag warnings, fire weather watches on Friday. So we are still dealing with that elevated fire danger on Friday. quiet Saturday, and then we are tracking another round of Santa Ana winds once we get to Sunday. In the Inland Empire, mid-60s Thursday, upper 60s Friday. Saturday is quiet for us, and then we'll see some more of those winds developing on Sunday. In the deserts, we'll see low 60s. Mountains will be blustery Thursday going into Friday morning. Beaches see another day in the 70s with sunshine, smoky sunshine, so it's going to be a little bit hazy out there with highs dropping on Saturday into the low 60s. So Pat and Leslie, I think, we try to keep an eye on good news and where we're seeing some kind of hope. And it's that winds are not so bad right now. We're done with those PDS statements, those particularly dangerous situations. But we are going to see those winds picking back up, not to the extent that we saw last night. So there is a little bit of hope in that. But I know a long firefight ahead for a lot of firefighters that are out there. But hopefully they can get a good handle on some of these fires in the meantime.
Oh, we hope so too. Thanks so much, Danny. I'm going to make a joke here. It's just like when I heard you say that we're not going to have rain for the next 7 days or so. I wish we had the funding where we can just have the firefighters just go drop water all over Southern California. Okay, to give us some moisture. Just thinking out loud and know it's way out of the box, but you kind of wish those things could happen.
Yeah. We need that rain, so let's hope we get it soon. Okay, we do want to go back out to the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena.
And that's where our Gio Insignares is there. He's live tonight, and this fire has devastated neighborhood after neighborhood, Gio, and it's so sad to see. But I see you're standing in front of, well, no, I started to say a home that doesn't have flames, but it does.
East Calaveras Street.
Oh, go ahead, Gio.
Well, that's the thing, is that we wanted to come back here to this particular spot on East Calaveras Street off of Lake Avenue. And Pat, the reason we wanted to come back out here is because our first live shot this evening was at this school. I want to step out of the way and give you a perspective, because now we're in the back of the building and you see these active flames still at the base of the building, the embers flickering there. And you'll see in a moment as we pan, fire crews still and get these flames under control. But again, worth pointing out, this is the Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. Overpowering, the winds were gusting a little bit. Now things have calmed down from a weather perspective, at least from the live shot here. But I mean, the smoke is still going. Fire's still going, and just really paints a picture of how this entire area has been rocked by this fire. And in a moment here, we'll show you some video of everything else that we've been seeing throughout the afternoon as the sun set and the fire started taking over in spots. And really, the story of the afternoon has been a duplex fire, another house fire, and so many neighborhoods devastated by these flames, while at the same time, some other neighborhoods or houses just a block or two over have been spared. And while we were driving back to get ourselves set up in this location, somebody else came up to us and said our place was fine, and we just feel so fortunate about that. And one of those men that we talked to, and he walked up to us saying, "I'm just checking to see if it's safe to go to bed tonight." He said he did a lot just to get everything situated and ready to go to try and, fingers crossed, keep his home safe, and he did. Take a listen.
We immediately went outside and started squirting down the yard, making everything we could wet, trying to make the yard as much of a wet sponge as possible. I would say that it's that luck and the grace of God is what saved us. I have had a number of friends that have lost their houses. Our church burned down right up the street here, and there's a whole lot of tragedy here. And it's going to take a lot of work from the community to work together to help everybody out.
And back out live here, showing you these active flames here at the school one more time. This is a middle school that, takes care of hundreds of kids, and who knows if it'll be used again. Certainly not anytime soon, based on what we're seeing here and the significant damage. I want to quickly pan over so we can show you some of the fire response. The crews here on scene. We were just looking at there's a ladder up there and a light, and we were seeing a firefighter just pouring some water and trying to douse anything he could from our perspective down here. So things have still been pretty active, and every time we see a fire engine just kind of make their way us or go somewhere else. It always seems to be at a different neighborhood or a different hotspot. Pat, Leslie, we were talking earlier about noticing the gas lines, or at least what we assume were the gas lines. In fact, not only could we hear it, as we told you, the hissing sound of that gas there, but when we were talking to that other person whose house was spared by this fire, he said, oh, one of the gas guys just came by in this neighborhood, shut off the gas of every house in this little block where we were in, and the only thing that was left was one home that was still on fire. It wasn't gas related, it just so happened that it caught fire because of everything else that's been going on here. Meanwhile, the other houses surrounding it were fine and intact, and so often it's become this situation where we run into folks and they say, I don't know. I did what I could, and I'm blessed to be okay. I'm blessed that my house is okay, whereas on the other hand, others not so lucky. And it's been really unfortunate to take all that in. But just giving you a different perspective from 7 hours ago or so in front of this very building, it was quite intense. And you see how much it still lingers all these hours later, guys.
But we're happy to see, though, that the flames are they've died down quite a bit. And we know it takes a lot of time. Yep. But just to see that, that's an encouraging sight. I will definitely say that, Gio, and thank you for bringing that to us. Gio, you had mentioned a school probably being burned, or maybe not totally destroyed, but damaged. And we do want to get to that right now, because we have a lot of closures to tell people about when it comes to classes. So we're going to go to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers, live at the desk now, who has some very important information for all of us.
Yeah, I got a couple of things that I want to talk to you guys about, and we want to run through some of the lists. There's a lot of school closures, I'll be honest with you, so I'm hitting kind of the big ones here, but I want to let you know right away, we have a full list of these on our website at kcalnews.com. That is where we've got a full list of school closures. Of course, your districts will communicate that to you as well, but let's show you some of the ones that we're talking about here, because again, the big ones that we've been talking about: LAUSD, Glendale Unified, and I want to point out that Glendale Unified is closed tomorrow and Friday, Thursday and Friday for Glendale Unified. Pasadena Unified is also closed tomorrow and Friday. Santa Monica Malibu School District, that is closed tomorrow. Beverly Hills Unified School District closed tomorrow. I'll show you more because we got the list is going to keep going here. That's the same list. I messed that one up. Burbank Unified is on there. Alhambra Unified, Arcadia Unified, Duarte Unified, and as I mentioned, there is a full list at kcalnews.com. Now, I wanted to make sure I told you this too, because sometimes when schools are closed, people don't have foods that they need. So the LAUSD has made sure that they do have places for you to take your kids and get food if you rely on that service through the school district. So Mulholland Middle School, Sepulveda Middle School, Hollenbeck Middle School, and Southgate Middle School, Fremont High School, and Harry Bridges Span School. I'll show you the next ones here: Marina Del Rey Middle School, Sonia Sotomayor Arts and Sciences, and Magnet. Now, Leslie, we were also talking about here, the YMCA is also doing a great job. They're opening up their doors for everybody. They're even offering, I'm just looking at their community response website here, they are offering childcare services for free for first responders and displaced families for the ages 5 and up. There's a whole list of different things the YMCA is doing. Dean on our digital desk just put that link on our website as well. So everything that you need for your kids, whether or not to know if they're going to school tomorrow or Friday, and if you need somewhere for them to go, because just because school is canceled doesn't mean you don't have to go to work, right? So there are places YMCA can help you out with that. Go to our website, kcalnews.com, click on Seen on TV, and you'll get that link from the YMCA about the different resources that they are offering for those impacted by the fire.
Mike, so helpful for families, not only those that are displaced and may, parents need to go start doing things. Yeah. They need to get their papers and documents in order, but also for those parents who do have to work tomorrow and their kids do not have school.
Well, and we've talked about how widespread these evacuations are. I mean, look, the fire is not in Calabasas, but Calabasas is under an evacuation order. So there's all kinds of areas. You even have the areas still up in the Sylmar area that are under evacuation orders. So just because your kids don't go to school doesn't mean you don't have to go to work tomorrow. So it's good to know that there's still meals available for them if they need it, and the YMCA is offering to take care of your kids if you are in an impacted zone. And again, all of that information on kcalnews.com.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, it seemed like a lot of people either stayed home. A lot of people we know are impacted by these fires, driving no traffic today.
Yeah. And I also think there's just, and you know, I've got young siblings, and my mom kept them home today. And you know what? My mom's not in an impacted area, but it's just one of those days where you want your family to be together. There's so much going on in our community and in our world. There is just some times where it's just better just to feel like you've got everybody close. So I think there was probably a lot of that going on today too.
And because the fire started, we didn't expect it to start at Runyon today.
Right.
And it did. That was later in the night, I know that, but still.
The unpredictability of it.
Yeah, because those winds were still very strong.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Mike. Those are really helpful tips for people to know going into tomorrow morning. Okay, well, here now, very latest in the Southern California wildfires. Right now in the Eaton Fire in Altadena and Pasadena, we know 5 people have been killed. It has burned more than 10,000 acres, and still at this hour, no containment. At least 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. Moving now to the Palisades fire, burning in Malibu in the Pacific Palisades. This fire has exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. Again, no containment here at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed. And the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills tonight has stopped its rapid spread. It stands at 60 acres, and mandatory evacuations, well, those are still in place. Well, turning now back to the Palisades fire that is still growing tonight. Our KCAL's Lauren Posen is there. Lauren, you have been bundled up for most of the night. You still feel those winds, and behind you are some of those water tankers, I understand.
That's right, Leslie. Yep, they're right behind me here. I'll show you, get out of the way so you can see they're on standby here. And this is actually a smaller group than what we've seen throughout the night here. There were a lot more here just about 30 minutes ago, but obviously they've been dispatched, which is a good thing. We want to see, you know, we need water to fight these fires, so that's a very good thing. If you're curious as to why I'm down here on PCH and not up I want to say where the fires are going on, it's because there's no cell service up there. So, but we did do a drive up there earlier today, and I want to show you some of that video because I think it really will paint the picture for you, even if you're not from the Palisades here, just the complete devastation that is happening in this community. You should be looking at now a church. This was one of the most destructive fire that we saw today with this church. It's it's a Methodist church, community church, and we heard a huge explosion go off, and then you just saw the whole building just kind of crumble on top of each other. It was crackling. You could smell that fire. You know, it's that distinct smell when these wildfires happen, everything that gets burned with it. Just really heartbreaking to see. And then, you know, firefighters were right in the area. They were right close to this church, but unfortunately it was just too far gone. It was not defensible enough, so they moved on to protect the other structures that they could in the neighborhood there. So we moved on to a street just down below from the church, and we saw even more destruction. This is, you should be looking at a neighborhood now, and it was just, Leslie, you know, house after house after house just leveled. It is so sad to see. These are people's homes. You know, we just got finished with the holidays, Christmas and Hanukkah, New Year's. So many memories are made in these homes here. I was looking all over social media today and also talking to people that I could when I saw them out here. Not many people are out here. You know, some people, this is their livelihood. It's their home. Some people have these homes. They've lived in here for decades. You know, so many memories made, and just to see your home just down like that. And of course, the homes can be replaced, and that's very true, but that doesn't lessen, you know, the trauma of seeing your home just gone like that. You know, moving on now to the next video here. It should be Gelson's supermarket. That's also gone, downtown Pacific Palisades. It's just unrecognizable. Gelson's is gone. Ralph's is gone. So many of the restaurants that people just love going to have just been just torched by this fire. It's very right now. It's not too bad with the winds. It's cold, but that's the less of our worries tonight. But you know, throughout the day here, it's just been really unpredictable, and that's just been one of the challenges for firefighters here. As we spoke with people, we spoke with one man who came up. He wanted to check on his girlfriend's parents' house, and he was telling us, as you'll hear, it's just so hard to get information because things are changing so quickly. Take a listen.
It's just such a hard game to play where you're just waiting to hear if the house is there and, you know, if there's a home to go back to. So we were just trying to get any information, and I thought I would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back, and yeah, it's pretty devastating.
Devastating. And also, you know, when we were here earlier, well, we've been here all day, but earlier in the day when it was daylight, you know, at least on the clocks, it felt like it was nighttime here because there was just so much ash and smoke and black smoke in the air. You could hardly see anything. The visibility was horrible, especially the higher up you go, you know, in the Palisades there. We drove by Pacific Palisades High School. Part of it was on fire. Just heartbreaking just to see this. I mean, it's just, I just have no words for it because quite honestly, I've never seen destruction like this in all my years of reporting. Just nonstop, and such a big area too. Mike was talking about Calabasas. That's where I'm from. You know, everybody is worried. You can see the fire from Calabasas. It's just very scary. These are our homes, and it's uncontrollable. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Lauren, you sent an email about that saying that people in the Calabasas area were able to see some of this fire, the Palisades fire, and I can imagine very worried. We have said, of course, the flames in the nighttime, they shine brighter, but fire crews are able to attack those flames as they do reach that ridge line there. You can see them now to the north. But something else that you had mentioned earlier is also downed power lines. Has that been an issue as well?
Absolutely, it's a huge issue. And what's also really scary about these power lines is with that visibility factor, you can't see them. You can't see how low they are. It's not like it's an obvious, oh, that's a down power line. I mean, it might be too late by the time you reach it. The good news is they're not hot. They're not, you know, they turn the electrics off, but still very scary. There's tons of down power lines, and they're so low, Leslie. I mean, it's like, also, we saw some of the power poles on fire too. I mean, that's even more frightening too, to see the flames at the bottom of these poles, and you know they got these wires on them. They're just strewn all over the neighborhoods up there. It's very, very scary to see that, because it just looks like an abandoned town, and it's not. I mean, people, this is a huge community here. It's the Palisades. So many people come here not only to live but to visit. It's just so sad to see. So sad.
Yeah, truly. And one word we've been hearing, a lot of people, when they go up to that area, they describe it as apocalyptic, because some of those images, it's just an entire neighborhood is just decimated.
Yeah.
Lauren,
it is, and that's what's so. Oh, sorry. I'll just say one more thing too. You know, as we were driving through the neighborhoods, you know, it's not like every house, Leslie, on these blocks. I mean, most of them are gone. Now, some houses are okay, but not many of them, and that's what makes this so devastating. Is like it's like if someone took a paintbrush and just, you know, painted over Pacific Palisades just dark, because it's gone. So
that's hard to hear. Lauren Posen, thank you so much. Well, from the coast to Runyon Canyon, it was hit by fire this evening, dangerously close to some homes. Our Tom Waite is there live with what things are looking like now. Tom, a lot more positive, and I'm not seeing any fire trucks behind you at this point.
Yeah, so that's the good news, right, Leslie? You don't see any of those fire trucks that are behind me now. They were, of course, here, many of them, much earlier. And this was a really harrowing scene earlier. We'll remember Chris Holmstrom called in. He was evacuated from this area. A mandatory evacuation warning was put in place. But if you take a look right now, that sort of pit of black, that gate there, the Fuller gate to the entrance of Runyon, that is black because there's no fire burning anymore. So let's go to some video, though, from earlier tonight when it was just really tough out there. The fight for this fire was so intense. They had air and ground units just dumping as much water as they could onto this fire, dousing it as best they could to make sure that, you know, that they contained it, because any sort of fire and smoke or embers that flew out from this fire could have done any number of catastrophic damages to the area here. There's so many wood frame buildings, and we saw what happened in the Palisades and how many buildings went up so quickly and how volatile that situation was, and firefighters obviously knew that. They also had the advantage of not having those intense winds and those hurricane force gusts that we had last night. So firefighters could get that air support up there, and they did so with a ferocious effort, and it really was a huge success. There was pretty intense traffic, during the evacuation order that was put in place. A lot of people try to get out of here, and of course we have pretty bad traffic as it is any given night in Hollywood, and so it was gridlock trying to get into this area and watching people try to get out. We are seeing people return right now. I don't know that the evacuation order has been officially lifted. I spoke to a fire captain here a short time ago, and he said it had not been lifted at that point. So, people are sort of returning at their own risk. I mean, I did also hear from that fire captain that he felt pretty good about the way things stood with the fire and that they had a pretty good handle on things. But, that was sort of the unofficial word. But, just by sort of, anecdotally looking at this, the entrance to Runyon and not seeing huge flames jetting out of the canyon, that's obviously a good thing. And that's definitely what we're seeing right now. I was just up at the gate a few minutes ago. You could just see maybe a couple little glowing spots there on the hill, but nothing anywhere near what we saw earlier. You could see that fire from pretty much everywhere in LA. We were driving up from downtown, coming up the 101, and we could see it burning on the hillside. On social media, I could see any number of posts from different angles across Los Angeles, and you could see the fire burning. So it was a very scary situation for a lot of people, especially people who live in the hills, and they were just sort of near the base of Runyon, and where you could see the fire, right? And people are really scared, especially given what happened in the Palisades and other communities across Southern California in the last 24 hours. But the very good news is right now it looks like things are really calm, and firefighters just did an incredible job attacking this fire from the start to the finish. So there you have it. Leslie, back to you.
Tom, we saw those water dropping helicopters working ferociously on this fire. And it was great that people evacuated and heeded those warnings so quickly. Are those still around? I'm guessing they're not anymore at this hour.
Well, are you talking about the evacuation order?
No,
so
the
my understanding is that
the water dropping helicopters.
Oh no, there was one that was actually there actually was one that that came up not too long ago. I was pretty surprised how late it was when they did a water drop. I'd say about an hour ago maybe they did a water drop. They are just absolutely being so aggressive with this because they know that a hot spot and then a bit more wind could be really disastrous. But the good news on the wind front is it's barely windy at all. I mean, a little breeze even maybe. But compare that to last night when it was just unrelenting gusts of just blasting embers and ash and smoke everywhere. It was just a miserable situation. And out here tonight, it's almost like a surreal difference, right? It's like night and day where it's just much more calm out here. But, I think everyone in Southern California is just probably tired of smelling smoke. People are just exasperated. I think shell-shocked, especially the people that have lost so much. The heartbreak that so many people have experienced, it's hard to put into words, right? And so many people are touched by others that have gone through this, who have family members or friends who have lost a home in the last 24 hours. It breaks your heart. But at least here in Runyon, good news is firefighters got a handle on that fire. But obviously tomorrow when the sun comes up, or this morning when the sun comes up, it will be a tough sight to see, right? Because Runyon is such a beautiful spot, and it's gonna look pretty charred out there. But that's what happens when you don't have any rain and a lot of bone dry brush, rugged terrain, and just a ton of fuel that can go up really quickly. And that's what happened here at Runyon. So we'll see what it looks like in the early morning hours.
Yeah, we'll be able to see that burn scar, which will be a reminder of what occurred there. But of course, Mother Nature working to help firefighters tonight. Tom, thank you. Well, it's still a very active scene tonight in Studio City where multiple homes burned. Our Madison Keevy is there live with the very latest, Madison. The fire crew's still there behind you.
Fire crews are still here, but some engines have left. They're rolling up the water hoses, but this is still an active scene. You've still got at least I'm looking over the hill here. Yeah, 4 engines down on the ground, and these flames that you see coming out of the top of that home there, I've just learned it's actually a gas line that's been hit. And so that's why really every time you've checked in with me over the last 2 hours, we've seen some kind of flame, and then they are putting more water on it from the top and from the side. And that gas line is just proving to be relentless as far as causing fire. So that's why there's still this size scene, though it has gotten a little bit smaller, but all focuses right now are coming from the, just getting water on that. I'll also say in the last 20 minutes, it appeared that homeowners had been taken in to sort of see things. Obviously, a lot of emotion. That's a scene that we've seen, of course, across the region, though this a different situation because this is a fire that started inside the house and then spread outside to brush and then to neighboring homes. And I talked to a neighbor that's in this hillside community, and he said tonight was a relaxing night. His son had evacuated from another area and was here, and they thought they wouldn't have to go anywhere. And I just want you to hear him kind of walking you through the night and the feelings, and then the shock to look out his window and see this.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts. And within probably 2 minutes, I saw 2 trucks coming up. It was a great reaction or response time. I'm just surprised that it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
There's still work ahead tonight. I mean, this scene, like I said, that gas line is still shooting up flames. They're still pouring water on that. The aerial drops that we've seen, helicopters dropping, have since stopped, and now it's just those engines, the water hoses, just pouring water on that tonight. I talked to a few of the crews that are getting out of here, and they're not done for the night. They're going back. They're writing up the paperwork. They're taking a minute, and then they will continue the work as many, if not all, firefighters in this area, in this region, have done over the last few days, and they'll be on call again. So, again, tonight, also taken away from this, it's called burying the lead. There were no injuries with this. So crews are just here tonight trying to put those flames out.
And that's really great to hear, given we watched this 4-story home just collapse. That could have been a very dangerous situation for firefighters.
Yeah, and there's still, we talk about how did this start. We know it started inside. We don't exactly know how. And investigators, it's going to be a while until they can safely get inside. When you get down to the bottom of this earlier after that fire and that structure we watched collapse, there was still fire shooting out again from that gas line, not just from the top of the building, but from the bottom. So it's a really tricky scene. Again, we watched that go on, and we're still seeing flames come from it. And that was, 4 hours ago? I've lost track of time, but, they're still at work on that.
Yeah, and a reminder of all the work our firefighters are doing. They're going, of course, to these brush fires, but then they have these house structure fires, and we heard earlier from the chief that they're still responding to thousands of medical calls and fires like this. So staying very busy, as you mentioned. They will go back, and I'm sure be on another call shortly. Madison, thank you. Well, buildings are still burning in Pacific Palisades tonight. Our Lori Perez is there live. Lori, can you tell us where you are?
Leslie, we are on PCH just south of Tuna Canyon Road, but it is really stunning to think that the Palisades fire is still burning more than 24 hours after it began around Pacific Palisades and around Malibu where we are. Hotspots continue to crop up. I just got an email moments ago from a viewer asking if we could help get crews up to Pacific Highlands. That's in Pacific Palisades, one area where they said the winds are laying down, and they are very concerned tonight because they can see flames coming dangerously close to them. But back here live, I want to show you the other critical work that crews are doing even when flames are not necessarily present. Behind me, these fire crews have been here for hours, keeping a very close eye on what has already burned, because we've seen even in the last hour how it flares up even though it looks as if it's handled. Let's show you what it looked like at about 6 p.m. tonight. A massive fire just disintegrated these beachside homes. More of what locals call the sandcastle homes, and more of so many that have burned to the ground since yesterday. It was an absolute inferno, burning furiously. We watched and we heard as the structures, the interior structures and the roofs all collapsed. These are very big houses. There was lots to burn, and there continues to be lots that could still burn, just adding to the stunning tally of damage. Dozens of homes along the coast are gone, along with storefronts and restaurants. It's a really unbelievable sight as you drive along PCH to see just how much is no longer there. It seems the fire and the flames not going away just yet. There are new eruptions tonight happening, lighting up the night sky once again tonight with complete heartbreak and a kind of brutal fickleness. Again, it's really shocking to be here more than 24 hours later. I had no expectation that I would still be here and still covering the flames. I thought perhaps we would be back here taking a look at the aftermath, but new damage continues to add up. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lori, we saw the home behind you just hours ago now. It was still fully engulfed, and what you're showing me right behind you is just one home standing, right?
Yeah, and that's that brutal fickleness, right? Because there's just that one house, but everything around it is gone. And you know, and we've seen in previous fire coverage that there is a kind of unfortunate guilt that comes with that. When one homeowner, they're so relieved that their house is still standing, and at the same time so guilty because all of their neighbors' homes are gone. And you know, that's unfortunate. And it's just another way that this tragedy kind of creates trauma for everybody in a community, whether you lost your entire home or whether you didn't lose anything at all. It's just a very stressful situation and very traumatic for everyone.
Yeah, it's that survivor's guilt that we see a lot of times because you have all your possessions and someone else has lost everything. Lori, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we want to get back to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike?
Hey, Leslie, we've got some new information on acreage for the Palisades fire. The CAL FIRE mapping system now telling us this fire is upwards of 17,000 acres, which is just tremendous about how much land has burned here. I want to show you some live video here from SkyCal. They're up in the area looking at the fire as well. Right now, there you can see the flames still going strong into the night. As Lori talked about, it's hard to imagine that 24 hours later, we are still talking about this. Now, SkyCal looking at this over the Woodland Hills area from the San Fernando Valley, looking to the south. You got nice water dropping helicopters, 3 or 4 of them up there. The Chinook, which is the real huge one. And like I've been telling you, they've been kind of focusing on near the Topanga State Park. And I want to show you why, because we'll come to my computer here and I'm going to show you the area that is burned. Because every time we get an acreage update, they update this really great 3D map for us as well, which gives us a lot of kind of idea of what's burning and where. And we'll show you here, this is all of the new stuff. So this area, you can see how it kind of flips over here. Let me get my pen so I can draw for you. But it kind of flips the layers, the new area. So this area is partially new. All of this is partially new. This is partially new. So those are the areas where it is burning. So at this moment, it is burning mostly to the north. You've got some newness over here as well, where you can see that the fire has kind of started to lap to the north. So it's good news, bad news, because to the north right now is just a lot of vegetation and mountain stuff. But you get over here, let me drop off these evacuation, where is it, this one? Because over here, now you're starting to get into communities. So if the fire runs it down this hill, now you've got the Montanito community here. You've got another set of homes here. That's up off Mulholland Highway. So it is important that they continue to work on this fire because there are communities underneath of a lot of where this fire is pushing and burning. So that's why these evacuation orders remain in place tonight. Also, I wanted to point this out because this is pretty interesting. This little map on CAL FIRE's website here telling us that gusts right here are 21 miles sustained, gusts up to 27 out of the north-northwest. So not nearly what we were seeing last night, according to our meteorologist, but certainly still some wind to speak of down there. And as we get in a little bit tighter here, remember I've told you this before, but each of these white specks right here are homes or structures or buildings that are all in this fire area. So It's never good to see any of this orange overlap with any of these white things, because that means that there are buildings that are potentially have been impacted by the fire, and not in a good way. Leslie, I also want to clarify something we talked about earlier. We were talking about the safety of water and drinking water in both the Eaton fire as well as the Palisades fire. And I want to clarify something, because LADWP for the Palisades fire, if you were in that evacuation zone, that very specific zip code of the Pacific Palisades, their order is a boil water order. They are saying that if you need to drink or use the water there, you should boil it or use tap water. In Eaton Canyon, or Eaton fire, that is the Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Duarte, all of that, don't use the water at all. So I want to clarify, there's differences here. The Palisades fire is a boil water order, and the fire over the Eaton fire is don't use any of your tap water, period. The Pasadena city government, they're saying that even if you boil it, that's not going to make it safe. Don't add chemicals to it. That's not going to make it safe. Over in that fire, the Eaton fire, it is a bottled water order, essentially. They want you to only drink water from bottled water. Palisades fire, you're okay to boil it. Eaton fire, do not use any of your tap water.
Talking about this earlier, Mike, even if you're in any evacuation zone from any of the other fires, the Hearst fire, the Lydia fire, that's probably a good note of caution, right? To just boil water or drink out of bottled water for a little bit.
Yeah, look, your best bet, if you're not sure, your best bet is going to be just drink out of a bottle of water, right? Because now we're seeing there's delineations between, in the Palisades area, they're saying go ahead and go and boil the water. Over in the Eaton fire, they're saying don't even do that. It's not safe. Don't drink it. And it's all based on the level of damage or the level of issues they're having with the water systems, right? So they may be more concerned over in Pasadena that more stuff was able to get into the water supply, or they're just not sure what's in the water supply, haven't had a chance to test it, different things like that. So they don't want you to boil it. They don't want you to do any additives to it. They say it's not going to make it safe. They're saying over in the Pasadena, the Eaton fire, to strictly bottled water only. Palisades, they're saying it's okay to boil it.
Yeah, and I want to just kind of go back to, you were showing us that map of the Palisades fire as it continues to grow. We talked about all the nighttime water drops that we're able to do right now. Is it still pretty active out there?
Yeah, and let me show you the wonderful Vinny. We'll bring up my computer one more time, please. And I'll show you the water dropping helicopters that are on it right now. So you've got quite a few, and here I can make it a little bit bigger and easier to see. There we go. So you've got quite a few on the screen here. This is the big Chinook. This is the one that's been coming in and out of Van Nuys. That's the one of the helitankers, they call them, Helitanker 5.5, that has been doing these water drops, and they just carry a tremendous amount of water. If you're not familiar, it's these ones right here. That's what they look like. This one's actually the Orange County Fire one that is helping us out down there tonight. So
that's like up to 3,000 gallons of water, right?
I believe it is. Let me
up to that number. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up right now. But regardless, so that one is there, and 3,000 gallons of water, Leslie.
Yeah.
And then you've got this one. This is a Sikorsky S-76. This guy is a spotter. So, we see that during the day. It's called Helitack, where they're the ones that are in charge of, hey, come drop here, hey, come drop there. They're coordinating the kind of ballet that is going on up in the air to make sure that planes or helicopters don't run into each other. So that's what this guy's doing. These two come as a pair. They're both Colson Aviation assets. And then you've got over here, you've got two LA City Fire helicopters, Fire 3, Fire 2. And then this is Orange County Fire. This is their new Sikorsky that we've been talking about. I'm sorry, their new, Sikorsky, the Firehawk. That is coming down to help out as well. And I'm trying to see, okay, so look at this one. This is Air Attack 51. This guy is mapping. So this is when I give you those new acreage updates, and I can show you the very pinpointed maps, these ones right here that I've been showing you throughout the night. These maps that give us the very precise data about exactly where, up to a street level of where the fire has burned. And this situation, Canyon Road here in the Sierra Madre, I believe, area, or Sierra Madre. That is coming from that plane. So that plane has a very sophisticated technology on board that it is able to map exactly what is going on here. And as soon as they finalize it from the aircraft, it automatically updates on the website. So it's not a situation, it's very real time. It's not a situation where someone's got to approve it, someone's got to do this and that and the other. It's a very real time update. And they've been doing them much later tonight than they did last night. Last night they didn't do them this late, and that may have been because of some of the wind conditions. So lots of aircraft still. No aircraft over here on the Eaton fire, but we do still have, and even another fire, Fire 1 coming up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 water dropping helicopters tonight, and then the Air Attack helicopter up there as well.
It's just incredible to see. We have these resources because of the weather. We just simply could not use them yesterday. But when they're here, They're at work and they work well for us.
Yeah, and just the night dropping aspect of it is so huge. I mean, last night we just became at such this giant disadvantage, and those ground crews do excellent, incredible work, but they simply just can't get to some of the areas with enough power to be able to make really that big of a difference. They're just trying to get people out of harm's way. They're doing the best they can from preventing it from moving, but really the big work of making significant progress on these fires is coming from those air resources. We had a full day today of being able to get not only the helicopters, but the retardant dropping, the fixed wing aircraft out there as well. So today was a good day to be able to get those in, and then tomorrow is going to be another good day where we can hopefully tomorrow we're not on the air at this time, but hopefully earlier in the night when we are still on the air, hopefully we're not seeing what we're seeing tonight. We're not seeing these flames. We're not, having to still watch homes burn. We're not still watching, all of that happen. And what's going to be unfortunate though is as soon as the process of getting all the fire out is done, then the really devastating work of learning the devastation and picking up the pieces. And I just am, and we talked about this earlier, but the amount of stories that are going to be told in the coming days, weeks, and months from people who have lived through this in so many different ways. I mean, the low estimate of structures destroyed in the Palisades fire is 1,000 structures. And that is the low estimate. And that's completely destroyed. An official told me today, and they're waiting on a finalized number, but the amount of structures that could potentially be damaged could be as high as 10,000.
And you think about that, those are homes, those are schools, those are churches, businesses that people have had in this area for 40 years,
And I think, I was talking to Lizzie, our executive producer, and Danny and I were discussing this out in the hallway, because sometimes we do this so many times, unfortunately, here in Southern California. It's hard for you and I and some of our colleagues to really grasp the magnitude of a situation like this. And I think I was telling those guys, for me, it was really when we've unfortunately had to tell you about neighborhoods burning before, but this time we're telling you about entire communities. We're not only talking about people's homes, we're talking about people's schools, doctors' offices, your banks, your grocery stores, your Starbucks, your local coffee shop, your favorite restaurant. We're talking about entire community that has been wiped by these fires, not just a section of neighborhoods and homes, which would be bad enough. But the fact that if you lost your home, you still get comfort in your favorite coffee shop, your favorite restaurant, your school. And people in the Pacific Palisades specifically, and the same over in Altadena and Pasadena, they've lost that. They've not only lost their homes, they've lost really their community. So that is why it is so important that everybody rallies around each other and is there for each other, because so many people are not going to live the same life that they lived on Monday.
Yeah, those communities that we build to, build our lives around just simply are not there.
Right.
And hopefully we have the people, and in some of these fires, we know in the Eaton fire, at least 5 people have been killed.
Right.
So it's just devastation all around.
It's just terrible. Yeah.
Mike, thank you. We do want to get to our Lauren Posen over in the Palisades fire that continues to grow tonight. Lauren, where do things currently stand where you're at right now?
Well, right now it's almost like raining ash. A gust of wind will come through and a whole bunch of ash just, you probably can't see it on camera, but there is ash in the air. And what's really difficult now is because there's not a lot of wind, which is positive, the smoke is kind of like settling in on us here. So we're really breathing it in, and you're just really just getting really exposed to the fire here. Now over here, that's burning in the hills here. Over here, these are those water tanks I've been telling you about all night. These are on standby for fire crews if and when they need some more water. They're down here at the end of PCH and Sunset. And the reason why we're down here is because the further up we go in the Palisades, we just lose service. So that's why we're here. But I want to show you some video from earlier today, because we did do some drive-arounds. And Leslie, it was just so heartbreaking and gut-wrenching to see Pacific Palisades like this. Every street we turned down, we saw house after house after house just destroyed. And this wasn't just, there were active fires too. We saw apartments, buildings still on fire. A church we saw that just went up in flames. We would hear these explosions happen, almost, too close to comfort there. You hear these big booms go off, every few minutes as more of the structure goes down. Firefighters are definitely here. They're up and down the streets here. Some home, or like the church that we saw, it just wasn't, it was just too far gone. So the firefighters moved on to the next structure to try to save that. There's so many down power lines too. And what makes this even worse is, there's no electricity, right? There's no light. And so when it's dark at night, you can't see anything. The only light you can see is coming from the fires. I want you to take a listen to this gentleman we spoke with. He has friends that live up here in the Palisades, and he just could not believe the devastation. Take a listen.
But I didn't know it was going to be this bad. And I was driving up Centralia yesterday afternoon. I could still see the flames on top of the mountains. And I knew with these gusty winds it was just going to be devastation. And I didn't realize it was going to hit so many homes. I thought they had it contained up in the hills, but it spread and spread and spread with those winds.
Yeah, and and speaking with people, I have viewers texting me right now on my phone asking, can you go check our house? We don't know if our house is okay. And that's something we've been hearing all throughout the day here and talking with people. They just don't know what they're coming home to, Leslie, what they're going to come home to at all. And that's what makes this so sad. It's so hard to get information because this is such an active fire right now. And so people are just really holding their breath and just, they don't know what to expect. They're really expecting the worst, but hoping for a surprise and hoping for the best when they can get back up there. But it's pretty bad in the Palisades. Like I said, every street, it's wiped. Now there are some areas though that that are saved. The village still looks very good. That's intact for now. But as Mike was saying, some of those restaurants and coffee shops and just just the community. I mean, it's just leveled right now. It's just heartbreaking to see.
Lauren, the way you describe it, by saying it's just completely wiped when you go out there, it is absolutely heartbreaking. As you were speaking, we were also seeing some of the helicopters there making some water drops, which very precise. Right. Great to see them up there. You said the water tankers are behind you, but it will still be quite the devastation and shock for so many people, especially if they haven't been to their neighborhood when they do return. To just see that, because there's a difference between seeing it in a photo and then seeing it up close, I'm sure.
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, and that's, you get emotional, seeing these homes like this, because these are people's homes. This is, we just got done with the holidays. It was Christmas, it was Hanukkah, it was New Year's. We had a great season, right? And then a lot of our memories are made in these homes that we all work so hard for, and we, provide for our families. And kids grow up, in these homes. I mean, you can go on and on. It's just heartbreaking. And this is affecting everyone, not just people that live in the Palisades. People from all over our area here are impacted by these fires. It's just so gut-wrenching to see. On the positive side, though, I know we're very strong. I know we're going to come back, even stronger and rebuild. But this is a tough one. This is definitely really tough to take in.
Yeah, entire communities. It's what we build our life on. It's, what a lot of us thrive off of, our neighbors, our local coffee shops. And it's just, again, so hard to hear because, many people just made memories during the holidays. Lauren, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, it is another long night for firefighters on the front lines of the Palisades fire. We want to check back in with our Lori Perez with conditions where she is right now. And Lori, we've been seeing those firefighters, first responders behind you all night. Are they pretty much just staying put there? Is this kind of a location where they're gathering?
Yeah, they're just doing some cleanup here now and, of course, watching for flare-ups because even after, the big flames are gone, with these fires, there is always a chance that they could reignite. So they've just been staying here on the scene. We do see them spraying water from time to time, but really just watching to make sure that nothing sparks into anything big as long as they are here. But we are starting to hear stories of people who got out from houses that were burning, but just barely. As the fires really started to rage, so many people had to get out and get out quickly. We spoke with a young couple just up the street here in Malibu who had to escape. The young man literally running for his life. The video is intense. You can hear Alec Gellis struggling to breathe.
It was like a vortex of embers. There was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my car.
He said it felt like he was suffocating.
I mean, some people are saying I'm lucky to be alive.
As he ran to his car from his girlfriend's Carbon Canyon cottage with a wall of smoke and flames closing in.
This is all that remains at this point.
He and his girlfriend showed me what he escaped from. Gellis maybe pushed it to the limit because in a stunning, sad echo, he was trying to do what he did just a month ago when he saved his Malibu house and 5 other homes from the raging Franklin wildfire.
It's just not real. I mean, a month, less than a month, my lungs weren't even better from the last time. I'm still coughing from the last fire.
Try as he did, Gellis couldn't save Kelly Lauren's home. She lost everything she owned, including a lifetime of journals.
I lost all my writing, like all my books. Yeah, you're like tearing up and it's like, it's just hard to, I don't know, I just like remember that after, but everything I've like written for my whole life and like I journal and write a lot, so it's just the little things that you remember afterward.
Yeah. But looking now at the smoldering rubble, she isn't thinking of the things that are gone. She's thinking of who she could have lost and smiling through the pain.
It reminds me of like the value of what is not tangible.
And it's such a positive way to be in the face of such enormous loss. And it's a difficult way to be, and not everybody will be like that. And I think, you know, just thinking of the days and the weeks and the months and even the years ahead, I think that we're all going to have to extend some grace to our neighbors and be sensitive and charitable to people who have lost so much. This is going to affect so many people in our community, and this is really a time for us to step up and to be there for one another. We are live in Malibu. Leslie, back to you.
We have seen a lot of fires. We have covered a lot of fires that really devastate communities. And I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. We talk about trying to rebuild, extending grace, as you mentioned, to your neighbor. It's so hard to grasp that when you're still seeing so much destruction. But every time we speak to someone, and you heard it in your story there when you spoke to that couple, they are always reminded at the end that, hey, I'm still very fortunate.
They are, but you know, even that young woman admitted that there was another time this morning when she felt very angry and she felt very frustrated. And I said, that's perfectly normal. I'm sure, you know, their emotions go up and down. And in situations like this, as we've seen, you know, people are so gracious, especially in the moments afterwards. I think we just need to remember to be charitable for many weeks and months and perhaps years after this, because this is going to take so long to recover. You're right. I mean, I've covered a lot of fires here, and I've never seen anything like this. I mean, people are going to be stunned when these roads reopen and they decide that they're going to take a road trip and travel up PCH as they probably have many times before. They're going to be stunned by what they see, by what they don't see, actually. You know, I mean, just all those beautiful homes that maybe you looked at and admired and oohed and awed at, they're just gone. And all the storefronts and the restaurants that you maybe like to visit, it's really unbelievable. I said this yesterday, but if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. So, you know, just a very tough situation out here, and everybody is going to need a little grace.
And you know, yeah, we drive that coastline so much, and you see those sand castles, as you call them, all the homes that line the road there on PCH, and I can just imagine now, because so many of them are gone, you're seeing the ocean.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you said you're seeing what?
You're seeing the ocean, you're seeing the water at this point. Normally you would definitely see all the homes.
Right, I mean, yeah, and that's the other kind of disconcerting thing, right? Because we're also hearing the ocean a lot more because it's just so exposed. It's really just a stunning sight to see, and really, the word is disconcerting because you just have not witnessed this before. And you know, that young man in the story that we just ran, he said that this is like Malibu in the 1940s. because so much is gone, so it looks so undeveloped. And he said it's like Malibu has gone back all the way to the 1940s. You know, and he had expressed some concerns about the ability for people to rebuild, because a lot of the people down there, he said he's been here for a very long time, all his life, a lot of the people down there are underinsured, and as you can imagine, rebuilding on the Malibu coastline is not going to be cheap. And so who knows what it will look like in the future and how long it will take for any sort of rebuilding community to be built.
We can hope, and we know that at least we have our community to rally around us. And truly, hopefully, you know, the state government, federal government, everyone else. Lori, thank you so much. You're taking a live look, I believe. Is this Lori's camera, or is this KCAL that we're looking at here? Okay, this is KCAL right now. Mike, do you know where, what direction we're pointing in?
Yeah, so we're still in the valley, and it looks like they're just looking at a dark spot right now. They're sitting over Pierce College still. We were looking at the fire to the south, so they may just have had to move their camera off of it for just a second. It looks like they're looking a little high up in the sky. I see a plane moving through right there. But yeah, still lots of helicopters in the air though tonight.
Thanks so much, Mike. Okay, we want to go back out to the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, where Gio Insignaris is there from a neighborhood. Gio, we continue to see just neighborhood after neighborhood. We talk about the Palisades, it being completely decimated. In this case, Altadena, a cute little neighborhood that so many people have visited, is seeing that same destruction.
Certainly so, Leslie, and it's just you know, going to Lori's point about things changing altogether in Malibu along PCH. It's the same thing here in Altadena, and we want to highlight, because we're on Lake Avenue right now, and this was in the main strip when we first arrived, where when the sun was up, you could see everything for about a mile or two up the road, all that smoke, all that fire, and all of these buildings left and right that were destroyed or engulfed in flames at the same time. And we want to show you one of them here, a library. I'll step out of the way here because there's just so much left over. It almost looks, just the way you look at it, it's as if a bomb went off inside the building. There's just nothing left. I believe this is a library, last I checked, and still, as you see the hot spots lingering in between what looks like filing cabinets and everything else, it's sitting there, and we continue down with the burn scars and the like, and it's unbelievable to take a look at. On top of the flames that are still raging at the end of this building here. I mean, these have been sitting here for hours, ever since we got here 7, 8, 9 hours ago, and you can still feel it. I mean, we have a gust of wind, in fact, coming in right now and coming our way, and you can feel the intensity of these flames coming through all the way at the end. And I mean, it's hard to look at, it's hard to see and know that this is just one piece of so much else here damaged in Altadena, and knowing that so many people are going to have to rebuild, and all of the neighborhoods we've seen, all of the homes we've seen, everything that's been destroyed has been really hard to take in, because I think Lori's point about grace extends really everywhere in this scenario, and so much of that we've seen here as well from people who have kept their homes. So their homes are still standing after all of this, and yet just their neighbors right next door, right across the street, are not that fortunate. So to see this right now, the good news, if there's any good news to take out of all of this, is that the weather has died down, things have cooled off a bit, and based on what we've seen, the chaos of about 2, 3 in the afternoon is not the same here past midnight on this Wednesday night. But obviously a lot of rebuilding to do, a lot of cleaning up to do, and this is just one piece of what we've been seeing today. Leslie, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Gio, and you're trying to make out what is behind you, or what was behind you, right? And it's just really so hard to make out what everything was. But you know, again, just another structure lost. Gio, thank you. Well, Runyon Canyon was hit by fire this evening, dangerously close to homes. Our Tom White is there live with what it is looking like now, Tom.
Good evening to you, Leslie. Sorry, good morning to you. I was looking because police have come back here to the scene in front of the gate at Runyon Canyon. I was just trying to figure out what was going on there. I don't think it's related to, obviously, to the fire, but maybe they're securing the area here. But if you look just up the street here, we're on Fullard, you'll see there's a cruiser there with its lights on. That is the entrance to Runyon, and this entire block was really just completely swarmed by firefighters and fire engines. Just about an hour ago, there were several still here, and earlier tonight it was completely packed. Let's go to some video that we have from this evening. It's just an incredibly dramatic firefight here in the Hollywood Hills and Runyon Canyon as firefighters just blasted this fire with all they had from the air and on the ground, trying to get a containment as quickly as they could. They knew that they had to, in the sense that there is such a densely populated area of Hollywood around Runyon Canyon, so many apartment buildings, so many homes that are so old that could just go up so quickly. We saw what happened in the Palisades and in other communities across Southern California when these embers and these fires travel and when wind carries them. Now, of course, we didn't have that issue this time with wind tonight, or earlier, I should say, not tonight, last night. Because the winds had died down so much that firefighters were able to get up those aircraft that can support them in such important ways, just to be able to dump a lot of just volume of water down onto these hillsides. And if you just think about how dry Runyon is, bone dry, just fuel up and down the rugged terrain. It's such tough terrain for firefighters to do on the ground. So they needed that air support to really help get containment, get those flames out. The official evacuation order may still be in place, but fire captain I spoke to on the scene did tell me he felt very good about the way things played out tonight. Obviously, firefighters are not here on the scene right now, so that's a very good sign in the sense that they feel like they've gotten a pretty good handle on the fire here, and that put a lot of people at ease. I mean, this fire was visible from so many different angles. If you saw on social media, different areas of LA, we were coming up from the 101 and saw it coming, burning from the 101 freeway, and I saw a number of other people posting about it online, various social media apps, and you could just see it from so many different directions, so many angles. People evacuated, very scary. My sister in Studio City did so. She saw it. Just, she wasn't in the evacuation zone, but was concerned. So a lot of people affected. I know we have colleagues who were evacuated. Mike Rogers had to go ahead and take care of his dog, I think, earlier in the night, last night. Chris Holmstrom also, one of our morning anchors. So yeah, very scary stuff. When you have a fire that's burning that hot and that fast, given what we've seen the last few days, you just can't take any chances. But the good news, it does appear that they've gotten a sort of handle on it, but obviously when we see the sun come up this morning, it's going to be tough because Runyon Canyon is one of these iconic spots. It's a legendary location in LA. It's a staple. It's a place so many of us use just for exercise, for people watching, just to enjoy ourselves, and it's going to look very different when we see the sun come up in the morning. Leslie?
It sure will, Tom. You have been going through the night. This is your second night now. And we know as reporters this is part of the job, but you were telling me, you know some very close people to you that, have lost things. And I just want to commend you for, of course, continuing to keep it together and hold it together, because you've been to these places. You know this area very well, but you also know the Palisades very well. So.
Yeah, my aunt's house burned down, so it was a heartbreaking day. But I know a lot of other people lost so much too, and my heart goes out to everybody. It's just it's so tough for so many people. So many of us know someone connected to this and that have lost so much. But yeah, my aunt was in the Palisades since the 70s. We were just at the house 2 weeks ago, so it's awful. But hey, you know what? She's okay, and we're gonna rebuild. So it's gonna be all we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and the important thing, as you mentioned, is that she is okay. So, Tom, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, as Southern California does cope with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. You can go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Okay, we want to talk about the weather, right? Because yesterday we weren't able to get any of our helicopters up, any of that air support up. Today was a different day, Danny, but I know we're just not out of the woods just yet.
Not completely, Leslie, but yeah, you're right. In terms of looking at kind of the hopeful moments and all this, at this time yesterday, there was no way we could get our aircraft up there because these winds, they were so high, they were so strong, they were so powerful and so widespread. I mean, last night we were seeing all these colors on our wind gust map, gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour. These were wind-driven fires. So these embers were able to spread so rapidly and quickly with each of these fires because of the winds that we saw last night. Now tonight, it's a different story. Leslie mentioned that we're not out of the woods quite yet. And yes, that's exactly right, because we're still dealing with a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event. But thankfully, we are done with the strongest winds. And hopefully this gives our firefighters, all of our crews, the opportunity to get a handle on some of these fires. I know it's just such a heartbreaking 24 to 48 hours for so many folks, so many families and communities here in Southern California. So I want to talk about what we're seeing right now and what's next. We want to see when these winds move out of here and when those weather patterns are going to play in our favor. So let's talk about it. It's still gusty through areas like Santa Clarita into Simi Valley over towards Malibu, where the Palisades fire is burning. But we're looking at gusts between 15 to 20 miles per hour, localized stronger gusts, and a little bit stronger over in areas like Big Bear City. Let's take a look at those conditions where the Palisades fire is burning. 18 to 20 mile per hour winds right now. We are seeing stronger gusts picking up at times. They're not as widespread as they were last night. Over towards where the Eaton fire is burning, winds have calmed down significantly, but you can still see some corridors right there. Sylmar into Santa Clarita, right there where we're seeing gusts between 15 to 20 miles per hour. So what we're dealing with right now, lighter winds. We're done with the strongest winds, but we're going to see what we're watching for is another little uptick in these winds. They're going to ramp up Thursday afternoon, Thursday night into Friday, but this is going to be a more traditional Santa Ana wind event. So it's not going to be what we saw last night, where those spots that normally don't get in on the Santa Ana winds got the winds. We're not expecting to see that going into tomorrow, but still, this is not going to help things in those areas where we are seeing the fires, like the Palisades fire. So critical fire weather is going to continue going into our Thursday and again into our Friday, and that's because it's still windy, it's still breezy out there, it's still very dry, but thankfully we're not dealing with the conditions we saw last night. In terms of things being very dry, I mean, it's dry for a lot of folks here in Southern California. This is a big ingredient when we're talking about red flag conditions and when we're talking about fire weather. It's when we're dealing with this very dry vegetation, this very dry air. That's what we see when we see these Santa Ana winds develop. They compress and they dry things out as they make their way into the foothills, into the valleys, all the way out towards the coast. And you can see not as bad in Orange County and the Inland Empire, but more so in parts of LA County and also Ventura County. We're still seeing some very low relative humidity. Take a look at Malibu, single digits right now. I mean, this is incredibly dry for us. And the other concern is that we have not seen any rain. The last time we saw measurable rain, it was in last May. This has been the driest start to winter for us since the 60s, one of the driest starts. So with that being said, with things being so dry, we've got such dry vegetation out there that when we see these fires start, that's what helps them spread and grow so rapidly, is because of how dry the vegetation is out there. So fire danger, as I mentioned, it's going to remain elevated going into tomorrow. Let's take a focus on some of the key areas, thankfully, and I want to look at some of the positives in terms of what's happening next in our weather. We're done with the PDS statements. Those are the particularly dangerous situations when we're talking about red flag warnings. And when we have a PDS statement, I mean, this is as bad as it gets when we're talking fire weather. We're not dealing with that, but we are still looking at red flag conditions going into the next 24 to 48 hours. So you can see through western LA County, San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Valley, up through the San Gabriel Mountains, Santa Paula over into Thousand Oaks, and also Sylmar is where we're dealing with that elevated fire danger. It's critical, I should say. It's not extreme like what we were seeing today in some spots. And then this is also going to be the case through inland Orange County, pushing towards our southern Orange County beaches, San Clemente up through Laguna Beach, and then inland Empire, San Bernardino County, and also Riverside County going into tomorrow. This is where we're going to see another uptick in winds going into the afternoon. So let's zoom in and hone in on the timing of the winds going into the next 24 hours. I want to try to walk you through this hour by hour. So this is a look at 6 o'clock this morning. So 6 to 7 o'clock this morning, folks are getting out there on the roads. We're not dealing with really bad winds right now at this point. This is going to be breezy conditions through those windy corridors. Santa Clarita pushing out towards Thousand Oaks, gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour. For the most part, going into early this morning, we're looking at wind gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour for those typical Santa Ana wind locations. The strongest you can see across the mountains and through some of our foothill communities, Crestline, over towards Running Springs, Big Bear Lake. This is where we're going to see some of those gustier conditions tonight into the early morning hours. Now let's go to Thursday at around midday. This is when we're going to start to see that uptick, some stronger winds developing. This is going to be for folks seeing gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour. We could get some isolated gusts of 70 miles per hour. Those stronger gusts I just mentioned, this is mainly going to be for our favorite foothills and also our peaks. So you can see that through San Bernardino County mountains. This is where we're going to get that little uptick along the 15 right there through Crestline, and then also through inland Orange County. Santa Ana mountains is where we could potentially see that as well. That continues over where the Palisades fire is burning. So this is going to be that window. It's going to be Thursday afternoon. I'll zoom you out so we could take a look at the rest of the evening into Thursday night. And then once we get to Friday, we are still dealing with extended high wind warnings and wind advisories. But then Friday afternoon is when we're going to start to see some of those winds relaxing going into Saturday morning. And this is when we're going to finally get a break from the red flag conditions. We're going to get a break from the wind advisories, and we're going to start to see a shift in our winds, a little bit more of that sea breeze. Now going into tomorrow, this is what we're waking up to. We saw it out there today. It's that smoke. And I know it's not enjoyable to breathe any of this in. That's why we have those air quality alerts that are in place. I want to zoom you into some areas where we're seeing the thickest smoke. You can see that through a lot of LA County right now. And this is due to the various wildfires that we are tracking. So we've got this through the San Gabriel Valley. West Covina is seeing some of this thick smoke. And then also I'll zoom you in. This is our street view. So you can literally see the communities that are dealing with this smoke. Inglewood into Southgate and Compton, Commerce, right there along the 5 and the 710. It's smoky out there, folks, and we're seeing that again through West Covina. So, Leslie, going into tomorrow, air quality alerts are sticking around. But I think the biggest thing is that, we're seeing that break right now. Hopefully this gives our firefighters that chance. I know we have that uptick in the winds tomorrow, but at least we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. This weekend, we are getting that break. Things are going to quiet down that we've been waiting for.
We definitely have been waiting for that. Yes. Danny, thank you so much. Well, continuing coverage now on this special edition of KCAL News at 1 o'clock. Here is the very latest now in the Southern California wildfires. Well, right now in the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, 5 people have been killed. It's burned more than 10,000 acres and still no containment. At least 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. And tonight, Pasadena residents are being told not to drink the tap water. Boiling it won't even make it safe. In the Palisades fire burning in Malibu in the Pacific Palisades, this fire has exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. There is no containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed. And the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills tonight has stopped at its rapid spread. It now stands at 60 acres and mandatory evacuations are still in place. But a new spot fire in Studio City burned multiple homes Wednesday night, and firefighters are still putting out hot spots. Our Madison Keevy is there. Madison, what's the latest with that situation?
A very different scene here now than what we saw 3 or 4 hours ago, even at the end of last night, because there was about a dozen fire engines here, 50 personnel, all working on this 4-story home that caught fire from the inside, and then that fire spread to brush in those neighboring homes. So the scene now, though, is still active. There is still work being done because that fire in that collapse hit a gas line, and that's where you see those flames coming out of the top of what's left of one of these structures. Just within the last 30 minutes, SoCal Gas is here on scene. We're told trying to stop the gas in that gas line so that they can finally get a handle on the flames that have been coming out of that nonstop for at least the last hour. Earlier, we saw helicopters dropping water. We saw multiple fire engines, and the scene is wide. The video of this home completely engulfed in flames, then collapsing live on our air tonight. Of course, again, 50 personnel. I talked to a neighbor who says within a few minutes of smelling the fire and then seeing it, there were at least 2 engines here. This is a winding road in the hills, and they really filled it with those personnel, just pumping water on this from the sky, from the sides of the structure, and then from the ground shooting up at it. That same neighbor I just mentioned said, you know, tonight he thought would be relaxing, especially considering the area. He had the news on, was watching other fires in different areas of the region. His son was at their home here in Studio City, evacuating from where he lives. And then, of course, this scene. Here's a little bit of how his night started and where it went.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts, and within probably 2 minutes, I saw 2 trucks coming up. It was a great reaction or response time. I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
He talked about the surprise and also the relief because his house is just a few yards away from where we're standing, of course, from where that fire burned. And the relief in that the number of engines that came, the number of fire personnel with everything else going on tonight. He said he felt relieved tonight. He said he was glad to know that his neighbors were okay. He said he talked to the owners of that house. There were no injuries reported here tonight. And of course, the cause of that fire is still under investigation. But it looks like crews are going to be here at least for a little while longer because, again, it's that gas pipe that's causing still those flames coming out of this that they're just dumping that water on.
Yeah, and when you look at least the silver lining of this all, the Sunset Fire, I know where you were at moments before rushing over here, they had water dropping helicopters there or aircraft there, so they were able to bring those quickly over here, and I can imagine that really helped firefighters in this firefight. But Madison, any indication if the gas company is going to be out there, or are they already out there at this point?
Yeah, so within like the last 30, 45 minutes here, the SoCal Gas truck just pulled up, and I'm like actually kind of looking because earlier they were getting some line out. Looks like now they're kind of getting into position to respond to that, and they were kind of waiting on that. One of the firefighters told me as they kind of headed out that they were waiting for the gas company to get here tonight. And that's really the main, I'd say, issue right now that they're having, he says, of putting this out. So again, timeline he couldn't give me on, you know, we're going to be here for another hour, 2 hours. He couldn't give me that. He just said once that gas line is cut and safe, they feel like they'll be able to actually put this out for good, at least, you know, into the morning a bit.
Yeah, when we saw that home, you know, just collapse, we saw other little spot fires around the area. Didn't see, I think we saw 2 homes at least gone, but are you hearing about any more damage to homes, any smoke damage, anything like that?
No, not specifically yet, and it's just been difficult to get down in those homes because those homeowners were evacuated. I talked to neighbors on the other side of the hill here in this neighborhood, and they raced down to kind of see where this was going as it was spreading, because at first, you know, of course, when that brush fire started and it started spreading to the homes around that original home that we saw collapse, there was concern of we needed to move on this quickly because these homes, as many hill neighborhoods are close together and they're typically connected by vegetation. And so getting on that quickly was a concern for other neighbors and even people that have lived in this neighborhood for over a decade tonight. We just talked to one and they actually couldn't even piece together what they were looking at tonight just simply because of the damage as well as it being dark. And so from there, tomorrow, I think when the sun comes up, there's going to be a much clearer picture of the extent of this damage because even neighbors that see this every day, you know, are asking us, well, what, you know, I can't tell, is this that house? Is this that house? So there's even confusion with people who see it every day.
Wow. Well, that's good to know because, yeah, we've been trying to decipher all that from maps and just looking from KCAL. So thanks so much. Well, we want to get back to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk. Mike, I'm sure you have something new for us now.
Yeah, I do. We've got 2 helicopters up, and we're looking at both fires, both big fires, the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. I want to show you both of those. And actually, you'll see flames from the, let me see which helicopter this is. Okay, this is the one that is over the Eaton fire, and you actually don't see anything. That's because it is too smoky. Oliver is up there in KCAL, and he is unable to actually kind of see anything beyond where we're at. So he's sitting basically over the 210 freeway, kind of the 2 and the 210, the Montrose, locking out of Flint Ridge area. And they have added additional night dropping helicopters over to there as they continue to survey the situation. So I saw the Copter 22 from LA County Fire. They were looking at it as well. And then they had the Chinook over there for a period of time as well. I want to show you the other helicopter, and this is the one that is looking at the Palisades fire. Where they are now burning pretty tall flames up into the hills. And again, this is, Leslie, looking at this from the valley. So this is what people are seeing. This is why I kept getting messages earlier today about, hey, is this a new fire in Calabasas or what's going on here? No, it's just that the fire is starting to move north and you are starting to get it on the highest hilltops in the Santa Monica mountain range. So that's why people are starting to see it. I think my lovely friend Vinny is able to put these side by side. There they are. So you can see them. On the left is the Eaton fire, which is just full of smoke. On the right is the Palisades fire as the flames continue. Now, what's different, Leslie, tonight is that the smoke is, especially when you look at it on the right side, moving more in a straight up direction. And that was what was so noticeable yesterday, is that the smoke was just laying flat and sideways. And that just goes to show you how strong the winds were last night, how they've died down tonight, and how some of that smoke is just going straight up. And that's the same thing. One of the reasons we can't see the Eaton fire on the left side of your screen from KCAL is because the smoke's lingering now. There's not any more wind or not any more intense wind to really push it out. And on the left side, you can see KCAL's kind of positioning lights and alert lights. And you can see every now and again, you'll catch some of the ash that is in the air and drifting about up there. So we've already told you the air quality is really terrible. Again, this is the Eaton fire throughout Southern California. Danny showed it to you on that map. Eaton fire has burned 10,600 acres. So it's just been a real big mess. And I want to show you one more time as we look at the ash there coming through the shot through that light affixed to KCAL. Let's go to the other helicopter. We'll show you the Palisades fire again. And remember, we just got that acreage update, 17,234 acres. The Palisades fire has charred through. Unfortunately, there's not at a time where we're not getting updates on acreage and how it is increasing. Vin, I want to come to my computer here if we can, because I want to show people this image. This is from one of our Alert California cameras. This is looking from Arcadia, looking at the Eaton fire. So just because KCAL can't see it doesn't mean we can't see it. And I want to show you here. Let me look at pick out another camera here. This is Mount Lee. No, wrong camera. Let me do this one. This is the other Arcadia camera, and you can see it still burning along the hillside there. So just because we can't see it, there is still active flame in the hillside. The difference tonight from last night, though, and we'll say it again, is the fact that there is a much less wind tonight. And the other thing that is helping here is that what's burning is now mostly burning up into the hillside. This is the Mount Wilson camera as well right now. So the good news is we're not seeing entire neighborhoods being destroyed, entire communities, as we have talked about so many times, being destroyed tonight, Leslie. We're looking mostly at fires that are burning up into hillsides and up into mountain ranges. And while that is concerning, we want to get that under control, at least we are not sitting here having another conversation like we had to have last night.
100%. And it is wild when we take that KCAL image over the Eaton fire that you can't make out any of the flames because of all that smoke, but you could make out all the ash.
It's really crazy. And, you know, we've been trying to get over to that fire for a good chunk of the day. And, you know, even earlier today, the winds have calmed down now, but earlier today, it was too windy for us. Basically, when there are fires like this, they put flight restrictions over the fire zone. So the Eaton fire has one, the Palisades fire has one. I think there was one up to the north as well for where the fire was burning in Sylmar, the Hirsch fire. And so we have to climb to extremely high altitudes, and for good reason. The firefighters need their space to do their work. There are so many aircraft coming in and out of those flight areas that we need to be way up high so that we can not bother everybody. But today it was just simply not safe for us to be that high in the air. And so we've not been able to get a really good look at the Eaton fire yet. We'll hopefully do that tomorrow once conditions improve. And once we can do that. Leslie, I also want to let you know, we heard from LAFD on the Sunset fire. This is the one that was burning in Runyon Canyon where our Tom Waite has been all night. They have lifted evacuations in that area. So evacuations have been lifted. The immediate area, of course, where the fire is burning or was burning is still closed indefinitely. And remember, Runyon Canyon Park, not only Runyon, but Griffith Park, any mountain parks, closed until further notice just to prevent anything like this from happening. So we'll see what happened with Runyon and how that fire started, but at least tonight the evacuation orders have been lifted.
Yeah, that's good to hear, and which makes sense because when Tom Waite was out there about, a half hour ago, a couple minutes ago, a lot of people were returning back to their homes right at the entrance of Runyon.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. That means they were able to get that under control.
And look, you know, better safe than sorry for sure. Evacuate more people than you need to just to make sure that they're safe. But the evacuations for that area were so huge. I mean, we were talking Hollywood and Highland, you know, one of the most iconic places. Hotels and all the way to the 101 freeway, Hollywood Boulevard to the 101 freeway. That's just a huge swath of land. And imagine if, I think about the people that aren't even from here that are visiting, right? And imagine you came, just picked this week, you know, maybe your kid's winter break went a little bit long and you decided to come to LA thinking you're gonna get some nice beach weather, and man, do we have a surprise for you in store. And so all those touristy spots like Hollywood and Highland, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, crazy to think that they were under an evacuation warning tonight.
Or, you know, the people that may have gone there for shelter. I know the Lowe's Hotel was one of the hotels that were on that list.
Right, because you think of hotels like that, and this is what I was thinking too, even about my home today, like, it's so far into the city, right? It's so deep into the city. You think to yourself, yes, the Hollywood Hills are right there, but
on the Walk of Fame.
And the Walk of Fame, and but you're so in the city that you think, gosh, there's no way that I'm going to be in any kind of danger here from a wildfire. It just doesn't happen. And here they are under mandatory evacuations. I've been thinking about that about Santa Monica too. I mean, the fact that the city of Santa Monica has issued a curfew for their evacuations, the fact that there are mandatory evacuations from a brush fire in the city of Santa Monica is just really remarkable. It's just so many of these places that we don't think this is going to happen. Look, I mean, we deal with fires all the time here at the desk and here in our newsroom, but they're fires that are up in the hills or up in the mountains, and they're fires that you're not necessarily surprised that an evacuation order would pop up in, right? But when we're talking very, very populated, very inner, you know, parts of the city that are not necessarily near a forest or towering mountains or things like that, it gets a little concerning when you're all of a sudden in a situation where you never in a million years thought you would be under an evacuation order.
100%. And one of those communities being Altadena, yes, they're close to that Eaton Canyon area, hiking trails there. But when you get deep into that city, you know, right on lake, you don't think that the businesses, the vet, the car shop, all the way that, you know, are in that what feels like a downtown area would get hit, and they have. And
because you don't think they're going to come off the mountain like that. You think, you know, that's how the fire started last night. It started in the mountain on Eaton Canyon, and it's just, last night was so interesting to watch on these wildfire cameras because the fire kind of shot up the mountainside because it's a topography-driven fire, so it shot up the mountainside. But as it was doing that and the fire was burning, then you had the northerly winds coming off and catching all the smoke and the embers and then pushing them back down into the city. And so all of a sudden, these people who, again, like you mentioned, even though it's kind of a foothill community, they're not that close to the mountain itself.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're totally in harm's way.
Yeah, they're still a drive.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Well, speaking of Altadena and the Eaton fire, so many landmarks in Altadena are still burning tonight. That small town in LA County is unrecognizable now. KCAL's Nicole Comstock shows us some of what they've lost.
There's a sense of powerlessness lingering over Altadena tonight, as at least 3 historic houses of worship, like St. Mark's Episcopal Church, continue to burn to the ground. Directly across the street, Altadena Community Church is also in ruins. Windblown embers caught both buildings on fire early this morning. 12 hours after and a mile away from the start of the Eaton fire.
You said your son's school burned down?
Yes, it did.
Which one was that?
That's St. Mark's.
How does it feel knowing that he can't go to this special place anymore?
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it's heartbreaking, and it's shocking to see our community like this.
Carlo Fox is one of the lucky ones. His home is still standing, while dozens of other homes and beloved one-of-a-kind businesses in every direction were destroyed.
And the coffee shop that we go to every day is burned down. And
is that the Cafe de Leche place?
Yeah, Cafe de Leche, which is walking distance from our house.
The Fox's restaurant is gone, a landmark that's been here since the 1950s. But the owners say what's important is they're all safe. Also lost the world's only art museum dedicated to bunnies, a collection that took the loved bunnies who maintained it 26 years to curate. The Altadena Golf Course posted this video showing their property in ashes, saying they're focused on supporting the community through this disaster. The strip mall where Side Pie was in is now in this condition. And a third house of worship, Altadena United Methodist Church, also burned to the ground in Janes Village. The neighborhood, designated as a heritage area, lost many, many homes.
It's a huge loss. Yeah, it's a huge loss. So I'm not exactly sure what comes next.
And back at the geological preserve where this fire started, here's a before and after of the damage at the Eaton Canyon Nature Center, which educates kids and adults about the native flora and fauna in these hills. It's unclear how much of the trail system here in the San Gabriels has been scarred, but they will eventually heal. And officials say that 5 schools in the area, but potentially more, have significant damage. Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
Just so heartbreaking to see all those landmarks just gone. So many businesses, so many jobs, so many people's employments. But we know as Southern California just cope with the devastation caused by this fire, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. This is how you can help. So you can go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Okay, we want to get to your weather. We're monitoring what the next few hours are going to look like. Danny, it is a new day.
Yes, it is.
If we can believe it. It is a new day once again, and we're hoping for Mother Nature to continue pushing us in the right direction here.
Exactly, and that's what we're seeing right now, Leslie. That's the good news. We're going to still see, we're still in the midst of a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event, so we're going to see more winds. We'll talk timing. I want to back things up, and I want to jump right to the smoke, something that Mike Rogers was talking about just a moment ago. All the thick smoke that we're seeing right near the Eaton fire in Altadena. So I'm going to zoom you in right now. You see those purples right there? This is the reason that it was so tough to see anything from our live camera, is because the smoke is so dense and so thick out there. When we're seeing that purple, that means it's tough to make out or see much of anything. And what's interesting, Mike also mentioned how the winds were playing a factor in this. When we're not seeing the winds and we see a fire like this, I mean, that smoke, it typically just goes right up into the sky. But yesterday we were watching some of these live cameras, and you could see the smoke completely parallel to the ground because the winds were so strong that it was shooting it out. And part of this help to fan the flames because we get embers that get caught up in the smoke. That smoke is able to transport some of those embers, and that's what helps this wildfire, these fires, I should say brush fires, really spread in these situations. But thankfully today, you're only seeing that purple over the fire, and that's because we're not dealing with a whole lot of winds over in that area. But we are still dealing with a lot of smoke all across Southern California right now. The focus is going to be LA County into Orange County. And you can see, this is a look at our street view. So you can literally see some of the communities that are socked in with this thicker smoke. Downey over to Southgate. We're seeing that through West Covina over towards Whittier and Norwalk. That's where we're seeing some of the thickest smoke. And because of that, We are looking at these air quality alerts that are in place through tomorrow night, or I should say through tonight. It is a new day, so Thursday night is when we're seeing these. They may be extended depending upon how this smoke behaves and acts, but this wildfire smoke is really increasing our air pollution right now. So LA County, Orange County, into the Inland Empire. So now let's get back to kind of the big focus for us, and that's going to be the winds and what's happening with the winds going into the next 24 hours. So you can see still some gusty winds. Now, right now, this is more focused on those spots that are prone to the Santa Ana winds. Last night, this was a completely different story. We were seeing widespread gusts, really between 50 to 80 miles per hour. Burbank saw gusts up to 70 miles per hour. At this time last night or yesterday, we were seeing Simi Valley with gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour as well. Altadena and Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley, clocked in 60 mile per hour gusts. I mean, we don't see that in the San Gabriel Valley. So right now, this is definitely a welcome sight. We're not done with the winds. It's still breezy in some areas, but not to the extent that we saw yesterday at this time. So this is good news for the Palisades fire. We're still seeing some gusts between about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Simi Valley is a little bit breezy as well right now, but this is really not out of the ordinary for us. Unfortunately, the situation is because this has been prolonged. We've seen days and days of these strong gusty winds and these really dry conditions out there. So still gusty through Sylmar. You can see that through LA County into Ventura County and Santa Clarita. So another big piece of this, it's how dry things are out there. So relative humidity is very dry. It's not as bad through Orange County or the Inland Empire right now, but over towards Malibu, we are still dealing with single-digit relative humidity, 9% right now. I mean, for us, that is very dry for our standards. Burbank, we're in the teens right now, and then we've seen many areas in the 20s. And that's why red flag conditions are going to continue going into today and then again going into Friday. So our red flag warnings that we've been talking about for days upon days, they've been extended until Friday night. And you can see through Santa Clarita into Calabasas today, that's going to be the bullseye, and also inland Orange County into the Inland Empire. Coming up, we're going to walk you through the timing of the winds and when they finally move out of here. When we see that shift, Leslie, that we've been waiting for, that's coming up in your next weather.
Danny, we'll check in with you in just a bit. Well, we want to get to Mike Rogers now, who is tracking what is going on there, Mike.
Yeah, so, you know, we've been dealing with power issues here in Southern California for days now. Everybody has, both Southern California Edison, LADWP. Chopper was going to, I don't even remember now, the Palisades fire. When Oliver noticed this bizarre flashing pattern. So it appears that they're either doing power surges or maybe this neighborhood was without power and it finally came back on and not in a very good way. But so what's interesting though, when you look at it, this is on Los Feliz, by the way, off of like Ronda Vista, Franklin Avenue, Ronda Vista Drive. What's interesting if you look at it though, Leslie, and I'm gonna ask Oliver to get in tight on the neighborhood here because it's not the homes that are losing power, it's all the street lights that are flashing. So it's like just obnoxious enough to probably irritate people who are trying to sleep in their windows, but it's not actually any of the homes that are losing power. Watch as they go off, and Ollie, pan up and down the street for me, but watch as they go off, you'll see the homes themselves are not losing any power. You see the backyard, some Christmas lights, those all stay on, but it's the street lights that are constantly flickering and going on and off. And I just have to imagine this is related to all the power issues that we've been having. LADWP saying if your power is out, you're still on a 24 to 48 hour wait to get it back on. They're just having thousands and thousands of customers without power. This is a really particularly interesting issue though, because I don't know if this would be street services that needs to deal with the street lights or presumably maybe a bad circuit on LADWP's side, but nonetheless, it's got to be pretty annoying, especially if your bedroom window faces the street and you've got a street light that is just constantly flashing all night long. And it looks like it's at least, yeah, it looks
a big portion of that neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's, you know, they're a little late for a Christmas show down there, but it looks like it's at least 2 or 3 streets that are dealing with it there, just and different circuits too. Ollie, pan down for me a little bit because you can even see down the street here, it's happening there too, and it looks like they're on a different cycle than some of the lights. So some of them are, watch, and then you have one that comes on and then goes off and then comes on and goes off. Wow, that's got to be really obnoxious.
Yeah, you think you hope you have blackout curtains or any curtains at this point, because that's not what you want to deal with. But at the same time, there are entire neighborhoods that still don't have power.
Yeah, totally in the dark. I guess what's your, The better of two evils, I guess, would be to have power but have an obnoxious flashing light out your window all night, or be in the dark with no power at all. I bet these guys probably are at least thankful that they have power. The last time I checked DWP's website, there were still just really large chunks of neighborhoods, large chunks of people that are still, 2,000 people without customers here, 2,000 customers there, and it's a lot. And Edison, let me check Edison's power outages really quick, because they were up something like into the 20,000s earlier, I believe. So let me see where they're at right now. But it's just something that so many people have been having to deal with, and it gets really frustrating when it's just so long. And the power crews are doing the absolute best that they can to get to people, but it's just so much, and it's so difficult when you're trying to deal with all of that.
You got to think about food. You got to think about, some people who it's cold outside if they need their heat. Just being able to do anything, shower, all things like that. We know our Evelyn Taft was dealing with power outages over in the Hollywood Hills, and she brought her kids in today because they just needed somewhere to go for a little bit, and they're off to a hotel tonight because they simply they can't be at home.
There are still Southern California Edison, which is most people outside of LADWP. Pasadena, those kinds of cities have some of their own power and water companies, but Edison, which is largely Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, Ventura, and then the northern part of LA County, Malibu, they still have, and this is just public safety power shutoffs. This isn't even because of damages. Public safety power shutoffs, there are still 174,000 Southern California Edison customers without power. 174,000 Southern California Edison customers that don't have power. 39,000 of those are in Los Angeles County, 49,000 are in Riverside, 34,000 in San Bernardino, and 48,000 in the Ventura County area. So lots of people still dealing with the lights in the dark, and these people dealing with flashing lights kind of in the dark.
Yeah, this is a wild thing to find, but I could see why SkyCal would have noticed it, because that is very bizarre.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Mike. Well, the gas line is now on fire in Studio City after several homes caught fire there. Our Madison Keevee has been keeping an eye on this situation since it started, closer to 8 or 9 p.m. now, and now it's almost 1:30, Madison.
Yeah, so I've got some more information on what is, kind of prolonging this fire from being put out. That gas line is key to it. So if you kind of look, you can see those flames coming out, or you can at least see kind of you can see the flames coming out. There you go. That was right on cue. You can see they're still spraying water into that. So I talked to crews here. SoCal Gas has showed up here within the last hour or so. And the issue is that the home that collapsed, they say, when it collapsed, and we have video of that it was engulfed in flames and just collapsed into itself. All of that falling down. So now they're having to go through that rubble, of course, and figuring out then in the neighboring home where this gas line is connected and how they can safely cut it off. So basically, because of the damage of that first home that collapsed and then the subsequent impacts of the fire on this other home, what's taking kind of long and why they're just keeping an eye on this before they can cut the power off or the gas line off is just the amount of stuff. Of course, they're moving through all of that, and because it was a new build, the fire crews say that they don't actually know where they can pinpoint the line. Usually in an older home, they're able to say, or they're able to talk to the homeowners and they know exactly where it is. It's in this spot, here you go. And so they're saying at this point, it's more of just trying to find it, get to it safely, turn that gas line off, and then of course those flames will eventually stop. So there were no injuries in this fire, we do want to say. 4 stories though collapsing on itself in this. And I talked to a neighbor tonight nearby who said he was relieved that fire crews showed up in the numbers they did. There were 50 firefighters here, multiple engines of course, and just a ton of water on this. You mentioned it earlier, even some of those helicopters that were overworking the Sunset Fire were able to bring water on this and keep that from going any further than the homes that were impacted, and keeping the rest of this neighborhood, safe from that fire. So, of course, being in this hilly neighborhood, the homes are close together. But this is going into now the early morning hours, and they don't have a timeline on when they're going to find that gas line. Though based on the sounds, of the SoCal gas trucks, something is happening, which tells me that they might have gotten the answer that they've been looking for. So we'll keep an eye on this, of course, but like I said, they don't have a timeline right now. Their focus is just getting those flames from that gas line and making sure that this is safe when the sun comes up.
Yeah, a noise like that definitely lets you know that we're moving in the right direction. Madison, before we let you go, you had mentioned earlier that maybe the homeowner was able to go and survey the damage.
Yeah, so talked to a neighbor who said that the homeowners, he had talked to them, they were doing okay, and of course law enforcement said there were no injuries. Then a couple hours later, this is after the fire had been put out and the home had collapsed, and I say put out basically to put where it is now. The homeowners were guided in to one of the homes, and I can't tell you which one because I don't know, but guided in, and you could just see the emotion, on their faces. This, as a neighbor said, is unexpected. This was a fire that started within that house and then spread outside to other vegetation and then to other homes. And so you could see that emotion. You could see that at least one of them was crying as they were guided in by firefighters to what is just the memory of their home now. And you hear that drilling. So we are absolutely going in the right direction to get to that gas line and cut this off. But you just see the emotion again, when you look at this. I mean, we've talked about it all night in different capacities across the region, but these homeowners seeing their home or where their home was for the first time, of course, is going to be emotional.
Yeah, losing a home, no matter what the circumstances is incredibly emotional. Thank you for describing that for us, Madison. And of course, just heartbreaking because we don't know, I should say, what really started this fire, but we know it started within the home. So Madison Keevy, thank you so much from Studio City. Well, the low-end estimate of homes and buildings that are burning in the Palisades fire is more than 1,000. Our Lauren Posen is getting a look at some of the total devastation in Pacific Palisades.
It's just complete devastation here in Pacific Palisades. We're down on PCH near Sunset, and right over here are some water tanks on standby for the firefighters if and when they need some more water support. Now, we're down here on PCH because there's no cell reception up in the higher elevations, but we did take a drive around there earlier, and I want to show you some of that video right now. Neighborhoods, restaurants, schools, and even churches are gone. One of the bigger fires we saw was at Community Methodist Church. This entire church was up in flames. We heard steady sounds of explosions as it burned as we drove by. Firefighters were also close by, but determined the structure was too far gone to save and moved on to protect other structures in the area. Down the street from the church, we came across what's left of this neighborhood. Most, if not all, the homes are leveled on Hamden Place. You could tell that so many people left in a hurry. Some cars were still left in the streets and the garages, many of them burned down. A lot of power lines also down too, and it's leaving the streets just pitch dark here at night, with the only light really being the flames from the fires that are left. We also went into downtown Pacific Palisades, which was just heartbreaking. Ralph's is gone, Gelson's is gone, also destroyed. Palisades Village is still intact for now, but across the street, Serena and Lily is gone. We spoke with one man who came up to check on his girlfriend's parents' house. Here's what he had to tell us.
It's just such a hard game to play where you're just waiting to hear if the house is there and, if there's a home to go back to. So we were just trying to get any information, and I thought I would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back, and yeah, it's pretty devastating.
And there's also many police in the area making sure that no looting will happen at any of the impacted areas. Reporting in Pacific Palisades, Lauren Posen, KCAL News.
And to follow up on what Lauren was saying, when it comes to looting, we have heard some reports, not only in that area, but also in the Eaton fire, and even heard reports possibly in the Sunset fire over in Runyon Canyon. So that's something that police are keeping their eye on right now, trying to secure all of these neighborhoods, as the people have lost so much and they don't need to lose anymore. Well, turning now to 5 people who have died and hundreds of homes and buildings burned in the Eaton fire. That fire is ravaging Altadena and Pasadena. Our Gio Insignar is reporting tonight outside a school on fire in Altadena, one of several schools that have been destroyed by the fires burning here in Southern California.
We're on East Calaveras Street, just off of North Lake Avenue, and at first we gave you the perspective of this school from the front. I'm going to step out of the way and show you what it looks like from the back, because there's still active flames here and so much smoke billowing out of this school building, and it's something that has caught such intensity over the evening hours ever since the sunset. This is the Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. It's a public school that has hundreds of kids, and all of a sudden just seeing this devastation is shocking. We want to take you to some video as well, because this is just part of a bigger picture across Altadena this evening, where you see so many things on fire, so many houses destroyed, neighborhoods rocked, and people coming back and seeing what's left, and not that much is left in many cases, while others, meanwhile, we talked to where their houses were spared, and they feel so fortunate about how things turned out, that they took enormous efforts to figure everything out and to prepare their homes for the possibility of this fire beforehand, and then still feeling that they made it out wonderfully on the other end. Take a listen to one man who told us what he did leading up to this fire.
We immediately went outside and started squirting down the yard, making everything we could wet, trying to make the yard as much of a wet sponge as possible. I would say that it's that luck and the grace of God is what saved us. I have had a number of friends that have lost their houses. Our church burned down right up the street here, and there's a whole lot of tragedy here, and it's going to take a lot of work from the community to work together to help everybody out.
Coming back out here, you notice the flames coming from the school. You see the fire response as well over to the right as the smoke billows out from these windows. So much to take in, and you wonder just what the future holds for so many people in this neighborhood. So many fires we've seen, whether they've been spotty, whether some buildings have been spared, others destroyed, and in some of these cases a lot of it has just been blocks away. You go from one area where every home is gone to just a few feet away, and all of a sudden those have been spared, and it's a lot to take in, all of this devastation. And so many people, that even those who are fortunate and tell us and have told us that they feel so happy and fortunate that their homes have been spared, they still can't help but feel the heartbreak, like so many of us have, for all of those who lost everything and doing the best they can to pick up what's left and try and plan for the future. A lot to take in, and certainly the worst, hopefully, for so many of these people, they tell us, is over, and they can look forward to what's ahead. Reporting in Altadena, I'm Gio Insignar, KCAL News.
Yeah, and as Gio was talking about the backbreaking work of now moving forward and trying to figure out how much has been lost is going to be certainly the challenge over the next several days and even weeks to come, because the magnitude of the destruction from these fires is so significant that it's not something that can be tabulated and calculated quickly. And all of a sudden, as soon as these evacuation orders lift and people can get back into where their homes once stood, then is going to be the heartbreaking stories of people looking through the rubble to see what they can find. You're looking at live pictures here of the Palisades fire. This is from SkyCal, who is looking at this over the 405 freeway. They're just south of Sunset, sitting on top of the 405. And you can see in this late hour, or early hour, I guess, however you look at it, still a lot of active, excuse me, a lot of active flame going on. SkyCal is looking at an area where we have 3 LAFD water dropping helicopters that are kind of working the area. And right now they are focused in an area just north of the Mandeville Canyon community, just to the west of Mandeville Canyon Road. If you're familiar with that area, the nearest streets would be West Ridge Road. It's just to the north of that, Mandeville Canyon Park. That's where they've been kind of focusing their efforts, at least these 3 helicopters. We've got some more helicopters that are over more towards the Malibu area in the hills north of Malibu, where I was telling you earlier, kind of Malibu Creek State Park. That is where the night dropping helicopters from Colson Aviation are focused on right now, and Orange County Fire Authority bringing in one of their new Firehawk helicopters that they just unveiled, and then the Chinook is over there as well. So we're getting a good look from SkyCal for now. We're going to lose SkyCal here in a couple minutes because they've been doing such a great job tonight. We got to go swap out some crews, but lots of flames, still very active in the hills that are above, really above Brentwood and above Mandeville Canyon, west of the 405. So this is just something that is continuing to extend, and we hope that the weather has calmed down enough that this won't push into any more neighborhoods, right? That's been the big concern, and that's the issue that we had yesterday and the day before when those fires first started, is that the wind was so intense and so powerful that it very quickly just pushed right into all those neighborhoods and right into all those communities, and ultimately just really, really devastated those communities. So it's really been a kind of tough situation here to kind of look at, and it's wild to see that the fires are now coming into our, I guess technically our third morning of this, as we have now been on the air for, gosh, I mean, almost a full 48 hours at this point, talking about these fires, Leslie, and it's just we've said it over and over again. This is not a story that we're going to stop talking about anytime soon, because even once the flames are out, and I suspect tomorrow we're going to start to get just a really devastating but good look at all the damage that has been caused. One of the things that we weren't able to get to today because of the smoke and because of the flight restrictions is all of the homes that are along PCH. And I know we had some reporters there earlier, but getting the scope of seeing, I mean, there's going to be a much more clear view of the ocean now, unfortunately, because all of those homes along PCH near Big Rock and north of Topanga Canyon, even south of Topanga Canyon. Unfortunately, we watched those last night as just home after home after home after home burned down. And now, they collapsed and fell onto the sand, and it's just so much devastation that is actually, to be honest, a little bit difficult to comprehend how much devastation is happening right now, and we'll get some probably more clear pictures tomorrow to be able to really put it into perspective for folks.
Yeah, those of us that may not live in that community but visit there quite often. Yeah. We heard from our reporters throughout the night and yesterday that it's one thing to see it in photos, it's another thing to go back and witness it yourself. And I think for many of us here in Southern California, Pacific Palisades is somewhere many of us go and hang out with family, or if people come to visit, that's somewhere I take them. Malibu, always. Yeah, and even the Palisades. I mean, I know the Palisades from driving really just through it to get to the beach. I mean, that's for me is you take Sunset all the way west, and that's how you get to Will Rogers. Or if you want to go up Malibu and go to Zuma or anything like that, that's kind of the way that I go. Sometimes I'll go up through the valley, but a lot of times, and then it's stopping at that Starbucks. Jonathan Vigliotti, he posted some video, and it was in his piece on CBS Evening News tonight, but it's one of those things where you're right, Leslie, you don't fully grasp it and fully understand it until you've revisited that area. And you could hear that in Jonathan's voice today. He drove past that Starbucks, and if you've ever driven through the Pacific Palisades on Sunset Boulevard, you know where that Starbucks is on the corner. You know where that Gelson's is, and you heard it in Jonathan's voice. When he pulled back up to the scene today, you could just hear the shock in his voice. Because again, I would never in a million years consider that part of downtown Pacific Palisades in any kind of truthfully fire area. I would never have thought that a wildfire would rip through there and ravage that community. Just when you're in it, it feels so far away from anything that would be remotely close to a wildfire. And here we are. And as we talked about earlier, it's not just people's homes, it's people's community that has been lost. It's people's schools, it's people's churches, it's people's grocery stores, their coffee shops, their favorite restaurants. People in these communities have lost, while they still have each other, thankfully, they've lost everything. As we talked about earlier, you move to a community for a reason, right? You like the area, you like what's in it, and now that's gone. Yeah, Lizzie was telling us, one of our executive producers, that over in Fire, some of the schools have been lost there, and parents have to pick what schools their kids are going to go to well in advance. And one of the schools that she toured is now gone. Yeah. So we're talking about the plans that people have made for this community, where, as you mentioned, children go to school, make their connections, have their friends, have baseball teams. All that goes into building a community, right? And to plan for the future, as Lizzie was talking about, finding schools for your kids. That's not a decision you make to fulfill a one-year ordeal, right? This is you pick a school, and that's where you want your kid to be. You want your kid to go through school there and be there, and now that's gone, and you have all these other things. And I think about all of the people, especially in Altadena, that's a little bit of an older community. You think of all the family houses, the houses that have been in families for generations that were going to get passed on to the next generation, and that's not going to happen anymore either. And it's a lot of difficulty to talk about. It's a lot of memories. It's a lot of things to think about, and the devastation is it's very surreal.
and it's just a lot to process for sure.
And I think that's a good note, especially when it comes to Pacific Palisades.
Yeah.
A lot of those homes are passed down through generations.
Yeah.
Yes, we have heard of plenty of celebrities and A-listers who've lost their homes because they live in those areas. But as Tom mentioned, his aunt lost her home and she's been living there since the 70s.
Well, and our colleague Mark Liu, who will probably be here in about an hour or so, it's a terrible story. I was watching him this morning, and he noticed a house on fire in one of our live pictures, and he recognized that house. It was one of his dear friends, he said, their house that he has been to a number of times. And Mark had the very awful and unfortunate task of having to call his friend and say, I'm watching your house burn down. And he had to break that news to his close friends, a house that he's been to. And it's just, if you don't, it's touching everybody in our community. No matter who you are, you have some sort of, you're impacted by this in some kind of way.
Yeah, truly are. We all are, and we all feel it, and our hearts break for our communities and, of course, the people that have ultimately lost their homes. Mike, thank you. We want to turn things over to Danny Roberti because we still are monitoring our weather, the conditions out there. We're still feeling those winds in parts of the Southland here, Danny.
Yeah, and we're tracking that, Leslie, right now as we're seeing those winds dying down. I think it is so hard, and going back to what Mike was mentioning, to comprehend all of this, because it's hard to believe that all of this is really real. You know, you're seeing the videos and you're seeing the pictures, but you're thinking this possibly can't be happening here in Southern California. And so I think it's hard to wrap our minds around that right now, because this is so heartbreaking and so heart-shattering. And like Mike and Leslie were mentioning, it doesn't matter where you are in Southern California. We're all connected. We all know people. We all love people who are losing their homes and who are going through these really difficult times. So yes, our hearts and our prayers are with everyone. And the big focus going into the next 24 hours, it's when are we going to get rid of these winds? When are we going to get a break? And we're seeing that right now. We're just not completely out of the woods quite yet, because we're still in the midst of some of these gusty offshore winds. But thankfully, they are not as strong as what we were seeing last night. We had gusts between 40 to 80 miles per hour in some areas. Right now, you can see things have quieted down in Orange County in the Inland Empire. For folks in the San Fernando Valley, still a bit gusty right now through Burbank up through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, with those winds continuing to funnel down through the Malibu coast over towards the Pacific Palisades. So let's talk about Altadena. I mean, this is a little bit of good news. Winds have relaxed significantly here. We're still on alert for winds going into the next 24 hours, but winds are down to about 5 miles per hour right now, and they're coming out of the north. And the winds that we're seeing right now, they're going to be more focused on those areas that are more prone to the Santa Ana winds. And we're going to see that going into tonight. Let's jump right to Futurecast. I mean, this has been an important tool for us over the last 24 hours to showcase where the winds will be the strongest and at exactly what minute they will be. So this is a look at early tomorrow morning, or I should say right now, it's today, around 7:40 to around 8 o'clock in the morning. So this is more traditional in terms of the Santa Ana winds that we're seeing. So tonight, we're really looking at gustier conditions, mountains, foothill communities, San Gabriel Mountains, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County mountains. Gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour through early Thursday morning, so early today. Now going into around midday Thursday afternoon into evening today, this is when we're going to see that next little uptick. Winds are going to ramp up, so we're going to see another round of these Santa Ana winds. But again, we're looking traditional Santa Ana wind fashion. So these are the spots that normally get in on the Santa Ana winds. So it's not going to be as widespread. But still, we're going to be seeing those impacts through Thousand Oaks down into Malibu, Calabasas, Simi Valley. We're looking at gusts between 30 to 45 miles per hour, and then especially up through the mountains, 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is Thursday afternoon. So once we get to this point, we're still seeing wind advisories. We're going to still see some high wind warnings in effect going into Thursday night, because this is when we're going to see those winds picking back up. This is why fire danger is still elevated, still breathing breezy and still incredibly dry. This is really a long duration, prolonged event for us. Now, Thursday evening, we're still dealing with those winds. That's tonight. And then once we get to Friday morning, it's still gusty through the mountains, foothill communities, up through some of our passes. And then you can see once we get to Friday morning, those are going to start to die down. So for Thursday night and Friday, winds will be slightly stronger, gusts of 30 to 55 miles per hour, and then isolated gusts of 70 miles per hour in our favored foothills, our peaks. And with that, we're still dealing with very dry conditions. And that's why, yeah, these red flag warnings, they got extended today. They were supposed to expire at 6 o'clock tonight. Now they're sticking with us through Friday night. And that's because it's still breezy out there and it's just still so incredibly dry. And the fact is, this is a long duration event for us. Sometimes when we get these Santa Ana wind events, it's just a night into a morning, but we're seeing days upon days of these winds, of these gusty winds, of these, advisory level winds. And we're also seeing the drying and the vegetation out there. It's just so dry. I mean, we have not seen good rain since May. Actually, this is our driest start to winter since 1964. I mean, it's been 60 years. We've only had 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. So as of today, yes, our driest start to winter since 64. At this point, we should be seeing a little more than 3 inches of rain. And we did see this at this time last year, the last 2 seasons. I mean, we were getting inundated with rain. We had some really rainy seasons. This season, it's been a completely different story. Here's a look at Thousand Oaks going into today. You can see over the next several hours, we're still quiet. 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, we get out there on the roads. Not as bad as what we saw last night, but you can see going into around midday, this is when those winds are going to start to pick it up just a little bit. And this is going to last into, excuse me, Thursday night into Friday morning, gusts nearing 35 miles per hour at this point. So what's really happening right now, the reason we're seeing these winds lightening up just a little bit, here's that low pressure system that was really kind of slamming into this high pressure. It was creating this really tight pressure gradient, and these winds were getting funneled down. Now, what happens going into tomorrow, we're tracking this little guy over here. He's going to merge with that previous system, and here we go again. We've got that perfect setup. High pressure off to the west of us, low pressure to the east, and you can see these lines right here. We've got these winds that are funneling down, and this is why we're seeing these northeasterly winds, these Santa Ana winds picking back up. You can see Thursday afternoon, Thursday night into Friday morning. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Temperatures going into today, it's going to be a little bit warmer out there. We're at the point where these winds are warming us up. Earlier in the week, it was not warm out there because we had this trough of low pressure. It actually brought snow to the San Bernardino County mountains. But now that that's moving away, we're starting to see temperatures climbing. We'll be in the mid-70s today in downtown Los Angeles, 75 in Van Nuys, low 70s over in San Bernardino, low 60s in Lancaster, 70s for our beaches. LAX is going to be seeing those low 70s. So Los Angeles and Orange counties, low to mid 70s Thursday and Friday. And then once we get to this upcoming weekend, we're going to see temperatures in the 70s. Things quiet down Saturday. So here's the next focus. We've got more Santa Ana winds Sunday into Monday and then again on Tuesday. With these, they're not going to be as strong, nothing like what we've seen the past couple of days. But still, we're going to keep these dry conditions going into the next 7 days. For the valleys, 70s Thursday and Friday. We still have those red flag warnings that will be in effect. And then things will start to quiet down Saturday and Sunday. For the Inland Empire, there's the chance for some patchy blowing dust out there because we continue to see these winds. We're seeing temperatures in the 60s there. Winds will pick up Thursday afternoon, Thursday night into Friday morning. Quiet this weekend with sunshine in the 60s. Mountains will be in the 40s. Gusty Thursday and Friday. Beaches breezy on Thursday. And our deserts today will be windy. Things will start to quiet down this upcoming weekend. So Leslie, we're still monitoring those winds. We'll keep a close eye on them. But at least we're going to be seeing some moments, some opportunities where those winds are dying down and relaxing, which is really what we need right now.
Yeah, it truly is. And Danny, it's good to have that alert about that blowing dust too, because we're all seeing that smoke. I'm smelling that smoke and you know, all that blowing dust.
And it's tough to even breathe in it when it's so thick. You know, it's the smoke and the dust that we're seeing out there that's getting blown around.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Danny. Well, now to a massive home collapsing in Studio City Wednesday night. We were on air when this happened. You can see it there. And then that's when another fire broke out. KCAL was overhead as several homes in this area burned. Our Madison Keevy hiked up into that neighborhood as firefighters battled those flames.
Hours after a 4-story home engulfed in flames collapsed, live on our air. The firefight continues here tonight. This is in Studio City. The building still having flames coming out of it. That fire started inside that home, jumped outside the home into brush and neighboring homes. Now, the flames you see are coming from a gas line that's been hit. I'm told that's what keeps sparking up flames. They've got water coming at it at different levels from the top, the side. There's still a number of fire engines here, though some of the crews have moved away. The focus now is entirely putting out those flames that are being caused by that gas line. This as far as engines being able to move here hours after this fire actually started. No injuries in this. Spoke to a neighbor who lives just a few doors down from this home and said tonight they were at home and relaxed, not expecting a fire in their neighborhood.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts. I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
Of course, this unrelated to a wind event. It started inside. Of course, the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Good news tonight, there were no injuries, and crews are going to be here until they're done and those flames are fully out and it's safe to then investigate. Madison Keevy, KCAL News.
And we do have continuing coverage now on this special edition of KCAL News at 2 o'clock. Here is the very latest in the Southern California wildfires. Right now in the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, we know 5 people have been killed. It has burned more than 10,000 acres, and at this hour there is still no containment. At least 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and Pasadena residents are being told not to drink the tap water. Even boiling it will not make it safe. In the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades, it exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. There is no containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed. And the mandatory evacuations have now been lifted in the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. That fire burned at least 60 acres. Well, 2.5 days into the Palisades fire, homes do continue to burn. Our KCAL's Lori Perez was in front of several waterfront homes that just went up in flames tonight.
I certainly did not expect to see flames again like this after leaving here early this morning. But take a look. Here we are just south of Tuna Canyon Road, an absolute inferno. Now, when we got here about 45 minutes ago, only that first house closest to us was on fire. And in the last 45 minutes, it has spread to 4 other houses. These are beachside homes, some of what locals call the sandcastle homes, and some of what so many that have burned to the ground since yesterday. These are really burning, as you can see, fast and furiously. We have already seen and heard the interior structures of some of those collapsing, and it won't be long, I'm sure, before the rest of them follow. I was noticing, people from all over the world usually come to PCH and through Malibu specifically to kind of admire the coast, but a whole other kind of a tourist is coming here. We passed cars tonight, windows down, phones taking video of just the stunning view of destruction, just a line of devastation down the coast. And there are compound dangers that come with the fires. You see the telephone poles, you might be able to see in the foreground here, kind of leaning precariously. They have been compromised. They are getting pulled down as other poles have burned and fallen down up and down PCH. And those are hazards as fire crews and emergency personnel are trying to respond to situations, of course. And it seems that the flames in the fire are not going away. There are new eruptions like these happening, lighting up the sky once again tonight with just complete heartbreak. I was talking with someone earlier today about, we see houses burned, but we're seeing entire apartment buildings, condo buildings burn. And as you said, these are new houses. These are the few that remained, frankly, from last night's devastation. And now they're being taken in this evening. And watching these flames erupt, I mean, it's so ferocious. I don't know. If you haven't been close to a fire like this, I don't think you can adequately understand how intense it is, how hot it is, and how terrifying it is to watch from, just a few feet away. It's really, and just to see it just having its will, with whatever stands in its way. I mean, nothing can fight it. But I did talk to some locals who said they are holding on to hope. And even in the face of enormous loss, they are taking solace, and they have a lot of gratitude for the community that is sustaining each other through this. In the last few hours, in the last 24 hours, they have seen their community come together, people staying in other people's houses and offering food and, of course, water and anything they can do, and just offering kind words and to anyone who needs it, and any help whatsoever that people need. People are ready to give it, and that's always encouraging to see at times like this.
Truly is encouraging to see that. Well, we want to get to the Sunset Fire that began burning in the Hollywood Hills at right near Runyon Canyon last night. Firefighters were able to get a handle on it very quickly there. KCAL News reporter Tom Waite does show us the intense response.
So lots of good news this morning at Runyon Canyon. That is because the fire that was raging earlier in the evening prior is pretty much contained, at least in terms of the visual flames. Official containment numbers, we don't actually have those right now, but firefighters are saying they're very happy with the way things stand right now. That is the fuller entrance to Runyon Canyon. The good news is you don't see anything there right now, and earlier it was packed with firefighters, and also you could see flames and smoke from that area. Let's get you some video of just how intense that firefight was on Wednesday night. Just a, incredible amount of firefighters on the ground and also in the air, dousing that fire with as much as they could. People terrified really in the area. You could see that fire from pretty much every angle, and Runyon was just a tinderbox. Dry fuel on the hillsides with very little rain, bone dry fuel, just everything went up so quickly. A very volatile situation. Firefighters knew they had to get a handle on this, and they did. It was an incredible effort, and it was accomplished very quickly in terms of just the relative amount of time that they were able to do it. They did have to put an evacuation order in place. People did seem to sort of do that very orderly. We came up through the area to get here, to get to the scene, and it was gridlock. It was busy, but it was not that chaotic. Tense maybe, but not. We didn't see any sort of road rage or people honking. But again, firefighters just went at this thing as hard as they could, and they did have the advantage of not having to deal with any intense winds, of course, that we had seen earlier in the firefight in the Palisades and other areas. So the winds were much more cooperative, much calmer, and so that made it very much, not easier, but it made it much more adaptable for firefighters to get up there with their air support, able to drop water down onto the canyon and get these flames doused as quickly as possible. Fire captain on scene told me he was very happy about the way that played out. But of course, a lot of people very scared. A lot of people left their homes because they did not know what would happen. And, the fire was just visible from so many angles, and very scary for lots of folks. Reporting from Hollywood, I'm Tom Waite, KCAL News.
That was quickly, when you speak about it in relative to the other fires that we're dealing with right now, firefighters were able to really quickly fight that fire, and evacuation orders have now been lifted for that area. So many landmarks now in Altadena are still burning tonight, and the small town in LA County is unrecognizable now. KCAL's Nicole Comstock shows us some of what they have lost.
There's a sense of powerlessness lingering over Altadena tonight, as at least 3 historic houses of worship, like St. Mark's Episcopal Church, continue to burn to the ground. Directly across the street, Altadena Community Church is also in ruins. Windblown embers caught both buildings on fire early this morning, 12 hours after and a mile away from the start of the Eaton fire.
You said your son's school burned down?
Yes, it did. Mm-hmm.
Which one was that?
That's St. Mark's.
How does it feel knowing that you know he can't go to this special place anymore?
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it's heartbreaking, and it's shocking to see our community like this.
Carlo Fox is one of the lucky ones. His home is still standing, while dozens of other homes and beloved one-of-a-kind businesses in every direction were destroyed.
And the coffee shop that we go to every day is burned down. And
Is that
pretty
the Cafe de Leche place?
Yeah, Cafe de Leche, which is walking distance from my house.
The Fox's restaurant is gone, a landmark that's been here since the 1950s. But the owners say what's important is they're all safe. Also lost the world's only art museum dedicated to bunnies, a collection that took the love bunnies who maintained it 26 years to curate. The Altadena Golf Course posted this video showing their property in ashes, saying they're focused on supporting the community through this disaster. The strip mall where Side Pie was in is now in this condition. And a third house of worship, Altadena United Methodist Church, also burned to the ground in Janes Village. The neighborhood designated as a heritage area lost many, many homes.
It's a huge loss. Yeah, it's a huge loss. So I'm not exactly sure what comes next.
And back at the geological preserve where this fire started, here's a before and after of the damage at the Eaton Canyon Nature Center, which educates kids and adults about the native flora and fauna in these hills. It's unclear how much of the trail system here in the San Gabriels has been scarred, but they will eventually heal. And officials say that 5 schools in the area, but potentially more, have significant damage. Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
Okay, I want to get to KCAL Simon editor Mike Rogers at the desk. And Mike, just to go off of Nicole's story there that we just saw, they spoke about Cafe de Leche, and that's a coffee shop that there's one in Highland Park, I believe, that I've been to. I haven't been to the one in Altadena, but that's a local mom and pop shop.
It is, and you think about all the challenges that local mom and pop shops are facing anyway, right? It's hard to have a business in LA. It's hard to have a business really at all in today's climate, and they're working towards everything, and now they're dealing with this. And we've talked so much about insurance and the difficulties with battling insurance companies and dealing with all of those situations. So you really feel for all of the small businesses, really any business that has been lost, but especially the small businesses that fight so hard to keep themselves going and fight so hard to keep their businesses alive. While we're talking about the Eaton fire, I want to show you one of these cameras. We'll jump into my computer here if we can, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here, because we've got these Alert California, these network of wildfire cameras from UC San Diego and Alert California. I've played this back to 12 hours ago, so this is 2:28 p.m. this afternoon, and I just want you to watch how the fire develops, and you can see the steep topography that this particular camera is looking at. And as you watch it, you see lots and lots of smoke coming through the area. It clears for a little bit, but then doesn't. And then as soon as the sun goes down, that's when the flame activity really picked up here. And I'm showing this to you to tell you that the fire is still very active, and it is still very much moving uphill. And you can see this is now in the 5 and 6 o'clock hour that the flames really start to move up the hill. But what you're noticing, though, and the reason I wanted to point this out is because the fire is kind of staying in one place, and that is indicative of how the winds have died down. And so you're not seeing the flames being pushed and racing from hillside to hillside. The fire stayed kind of in this area. This is coming into the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour now, and you'll watch, because it does eventually start to creep closer as it burns through that canyon and then eventually burns closer to where this camera is. By the way, this camera is listed as Arcadia 1. That's the camera from Alert California and UC San Diego. And you see it eat up the hillside here, and then they come in a little bit closer. And you can always tell when a fire is getting close to the camera because it switches to color, because at night it uses that black and white so that it can better pick up flames in the nighttime hours, and then it'll divert when there's enough light, it'll revert back to its color state. So you can always tell when these cameras get close to the flames because we see it go back into color. I want to show you another camera here. This is the one I've been showing you from Mount Wilson. And while I show you this, I'm going to ask Heidi in the control room if we can get RM1 ready, because that is our Mount Wilson camera. So we'll work on that. And I want to show you this, though, from the Alert California camera. This is just in the last 15 minutes here that you can see this has been going. And I'll play this button back too, because this is a camera, Leslie, that I was even watching last night here as things went on. So you can see this is the last 6 hours that it is progressing, and you can see it kind of move up the hillside. You see the domes there. We've got equipment on Mount Wilson, as I just mentioned. We've got our camera there, and I want to ask us to take that now because you can see the glow from our Mount Wilson camera. I can tell you, though, a lot different from last night. Last night when we were looking at our Mount Wilson camera, we saw the glow starting to really race up the hill, heavy smoke, heavy flames, and all of those different things. So things are looking better tonight. It's unfortunate that and sad and terrible how much damage was caused in the interim. But things are starting to look better. And Heidi, if we can come back to my computer here, because I want to show you this particular situation where this fire started to burn very close to the radio towers. I just caught this as I was going through it, and you can see it bounce around here. And I'll play it back a little bit more for you because there's so much critical equipment up there, and its fires just really are able to chew through there. And especially when it gets into the mountains, Leslie, there's a lot taller trees, right? There's a lot more to burn at a lot higher rate. When we were looking at the fire at Runyon Canyon today, we were looking at it, and it was chewing through all of the very low-lying brush. And it's scary, and it moves fast, and it does all of those things. But when you talk about this, the vegetation that it has when it gets into the mountains, and when it's got these really towering, tall pine trees and different kinds of vegetation to get through, that is a much harder fire to burn, and or to put out, rather. And unfortunately, that is what we are looking at right now with the fires that have moved, both the Palisades fire that has moved up into the Santa Monica Mountain Range and the Eaton fire that has moved into the Angeles National Forest. Leslie, while we talk about the Angeles National Forest, I want to point out that the Angeles National Forest is closed. The entire thing. We just got an alert from the U.S. Forest Service earlier tonight, or this morning, I guess, letting us know that the whole Angeles Forest is closed. The idea of that is obviously to keep people out of it, to protect it from catching fire. That's what they did at Runyon. That's what they did at Griffith Park today. Unfortunately, we still saw that fire break out in Runyon Canyon. The city tells us, we had a Councilwoman Nithya Raman on, who told us that they did have people in the area, in the park area, to make sure that people weren't coming into the park when they weren't supposed to. When that fire broke out, the Sunset Fire, I did hear a lot of park rangers in the area, trying to help with evacuations and get people out of there. So we don't know any of the causes for any of these fires yet. It's important to point out we've had so many fires that we've talked about. We've got the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire. There was the fire up in Sylmar. We had another fire today up in the Acton area that forced evacuations. We had the Sunset fire. We had that ridiculous house fire. So many fires, and right now we just simply don't know how they started. Officials have been pressed on it, but as you can imagine, their primary focus has been putting these fires out. Certainly, they have arson investigators that will work on determining causes, but for now, it's just trying to get these fires out and to stop destroying our communities.
Yeah, they've said it time and time again. Officials have, is that this is an unprecedented historic event, and and sometimes in these fires we're able to know right away what the cause is because it's so laid out, cut and dry for us. But in this case, it is interesting, Mike. You do mention, and it just puts it in perspective. All of these fires, we have not received a cause for any. Right,
and one thing, and I'm sorry I'm looking away, but one thing I'm looking at here, and I just wanted to double check before I say it again, is the power utilities are required to, hang on one second, I'm just reading this. Okay, so the power companies are required to, if they believe, or if there's any reason that anybody believes that their equipment may have been at the ignition point, not necessarily the cause of the fire, but at the ignition point of the fire, if they had a malfunction of an equipment, they're required to file a notice with the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission. So that is one of the things I constantly monitor, because before Southern California Edison started doing these public safety power shutoffs, their equipment was, they'll never say involved or started the fire, but had some sort of abnormality at the exact moment that a fire started, and so they have to post that notice. So I was just going to their website, because they post those publicly, to see if any of those notices have been posted, and they haven't posted any notice such as that, but they are talking about the most current events that are notable are the Palisades, Eaton, and the Hearst fires, and they talk about SCE has transmission lines on the east side of the Eaton fire. They say the distribution lines immediately to the west of Eaton Canyon were de-energized well before the start time of the fire as part of their public safety power shutoff program. The Hearst fire began late Tuesday evening while reported within the DWP has transmission facilities near the ignition site. The company is currently conducting a review of the event. So for the Eaton fire, they're definitively saying that their equipment was shut off well before the start of the fire. But for the other fire, the Hearst fire that we saw up at the 210 in Sylmar, while the ignition point was in LADWP's jurisdiction, they do say they have transmission facilities near the reported ignition site, and they are currently conducting a review. So not saying one way or the other if they had any abnormalities during that. They certainly have not filed a notice to the CPUC saying as such. This is more of just a, hey, we know what's going on here. We want to let you know that in the Eaton fire, our stuff was off well before the start of the fire. The other one, we're checking it out.
Yeah, always good to know that information. Mike, thank you. Okay, we want to get to our weather conditions, Danny.
Yep.
Things seem to be taking a turn for us in the right direction.
Yes, we are seeing that tonight and early this morning, Leslie. Winds are lighter, and this is huge. I mean, compared to this time yesterday, I mean, we were still in the midst of that peak window. Gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour, areas like Altadena, where we see the Eaton fire still burning. We had gusts up to 60 miles per hour right there. So last night and early yesterday morning, I mean, it was just wild in terms of the winds that we were seeing. Howling winds out there, and they were destructive winds. Right now, though, this is what we're dealing with. Winds have lightened up significantly. Now, I want to mention, yes, this is good news, but we do still have another little uptick, a ramp up in the winds, and I'm going to walk you through that. But right now, it is a little bit breezy, more focused on those windy corridors that we see when we have Santa Ana winds. So it's a little bit more traditional right now. Santa Clarita over to Simi Valley down through Malibu, but even in areas like Malibu, it's not as gusty as what we saw yesterday. Sustained winds of about 20 miles per hour right now, though. So let's talk about what's next. So we are done, we can say, done with the strongest winds. Last night, that's what we were dealing with, was our strongest winds, that peak. Lighter winds right now. Now, winds are going to pick up today, right around midday, and this is when we're dealing with those more traditional Santa Ana winds. So it's just not going to be as widespread, but still we're going to get some moderate to strong winds, and that's why critical fire danger. It continues Thursday, today, and then again on Friday. So we're still windy and we're still very dry out there. And that's why I want to show you today and then also tomorrow in terms of our fire weather outlook. The bullseye is going to be parts of LA and Ventura counties. Now, you're not seeing that bright pink that we saw yesterday. That's the extreme fire danger right now. We're seeing more critical and more elevated for a lot of Southern California. So Thousand Oaks, Santa Clarita, over to the San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, inland Orange County, pushing into the Inland Empire, and then also our beaches of Southern Orange County, San Clemente up to Laguna Beach, is where we are dealing with that critical fire danger going into tomorrow. Now let's fast forward. Let me bring you to Friday. This is what we're dealing with. Yes, we're still dealing with elevated fire danger, but we're going to see more improvement on Friday. So some improvement today, more improvement going into Friday. But either way, we're still dealing with that elevated fire danger over the next 48 hours. That's because things are so dry and it's still windy out there. So we still have these red flag warnings that are in effect. So that means red flag conditions, windy at times. We'll get some very strong localized gusts. It's not going to be as widespread as what we saw over the last 24 hours. And then, yes, we're still just so dry all over Southern California. That is kind of the perfect recipe for this critical fire danger. And on top of all that, this is not just one day of these wild winds. I mean, this is 48 hours at this point, even more than that, of these really strong gusty conditions, moderate to strong Santa Ana winds. So let's jump right to Futurecast. This has really been helpful over the past couple of days. It really does a good job of describing exactly when and where we're going to see some of those stronger winds. So we do have lighter winds, Santa Ana winds on the lighter side, still dry air across Southern California. But what we're going to notice is that these winds are going to increase going into Thursday, and we're going to see moderate to locally strong winds Thursday night. So this is a look at first Thursday morning. You can still see late morning into the early afternoon hours. There's those winds picking up. We're back to seeing some of those pockets of purple. That's indicating gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. That is going to be a possibility. More focused on our mountains, though. San Gabriel Mountains, San Bernardino County Mountains, some of our foothill communities, and then also the Santa Ana Mountains. Now, Thursday evening, we'll start to see those increasing, continuing to, and then they're going to stay strong into early Friday morning. This is a look at Friday morning. But look, they're going to start to quiet down a bit Friday going into the afternoon especially. And that's when we're going to start to see some major improvement in terms of the red flag conditions, in terms of these damaging winds. That's what we're really focused on, is getting to Friday evening, and then we see lighter winds going into the weekend, and things are going to quiet down. Another big piece of all this from the fires that are burning here in Southern California, we're all seeing it outside. I mean, kind of just a blanket of smoke out there. Mike Rogers was kind of talking about the smoke just a little bit earlier, and how thick the smoke is in areas like Altadena, where we are seeing the Eaton fire burning. I want to bring you over to Pasadena and to Altadena right now. now. So you can see we've got kind of that deep purple, not as bad as it was about an hour ago, but you can still see it's pretty dark. This is indicating thick smoke. Any of those reds that you're seeing, it's really indicating some of that thicker smoke. I'll zoom you out because you can see a lot of LA County is included in this. This is our street view. This is showing you streets. It's showing you communities, interstates that are dealing with this thick smoke. And I mean, how wild this is that you're seeing the smoke from the San Gabriel Valley all the way to our beach communities. And I mean, this is a combination of several fires that are burning right now. And you can see especially through Santa Monica, Playa del Rey. We're seeing this through Manhattan Beach. So a combination of what we're seeing, especially over the Palisades fire right now. There's those purples, which is right where the fire is burning. Now, because we're not dealing with the intense winds right now, we're really seeing this smoke not being blown all over the place, which is actually helping in the sense that we're not seeing the smoke carrying embers, but air quality just really nasty all across Southern California right now. It's tough to breathe in some areas. That's why we have air quality alerts. So this is for most of LA County. Things are looking a little bit better through Orange County. We're seeing some smoke through San Clemente, and then you can also see through Anaheim right there towards Westminster and Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, getting in on some of this as well. So air quality is not looking good right now for a lot of us. We've got these air quality alerts. They are in place until Thursday night, so tonight, and that's because wildfire smoke is not helping with our air pollution right now. So this is going to include the Inland Empire, Inland Orange County, Los Angeles County as well. So this is the case for today. You'll probably notice some of that smoke out there. If you can avoid some of that strenuous activity outside, especially for folks who are sensitive to this, that is going to be incredibly helpful because you just don't like breathing this stuff in or even seeing it out there. And it does look ominous when we see, you know, these plumes of these dark clouds out there, the smoke. And it's all because these Santa Ana winds, we've had this really perfect setup over the last couple of days for this kind of storm that we're dealing with, this windstorm. So what we're seeing right now, winds are decreasing a little bit because check it out, that storm that was actually right to the east of us, not this one right here. It's this one right here. This has actually moved down into Baja, Mexico. And because of that, it's actually helped things. But once we get to tomorrow, the winds are going to pick right back up. And that's because we have another trough that moves down. And this is going to help those winds slide down in that kind of Santa Ana fashion that we've been seeing. So Leslie, coming up, we're going to take a closer look at your temperatures and also your weekend when things finally start to quiet down. We'll keep a close eye on those winds for you.
Yeah, we definitely will. And you definitely have been, Danny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the low-end estimate of homes and buildings burning in the Palisades fire is more than 1,000. Our Lauren Posen got a look at some of the total devastation in Pacific Palisades.
It's just complete devastation here in Pacific Palisades. We're down on PCH near Sunset, and right over here are some water tanks on standby for the firefighters if and when they need some more water support. Now, we're down here on PCH because there's no cell reception up in the higher elevations, but we did take a drive around there earlier, and I want to show you some of that video right now. Neighborhoods, restaurants, schools, and even churches are gone. One of the bigger fires we saw was at Community Methodist Church. This entire church was up in flames. We heard steady sounds of explosions as it burned as we drove by. Firefighters were also close by, but determined the structure was too far gone to save and moved on to protect other structures in the area. Down the street from the church, we came across what's left of this neighborhood. Most, if not all, the homes are leveled on Hamden Place. You could tell that so many people left in a hurry. Some cars were still left in the streets and the garages, many of them burned down. A lot of power lines also down too, and it's leaving the streets just pitch dark here at night, with the only light really being the flames from the fires that are left. We also went into downtown Pacific Palisades, which was just heartbreaking. Ralph's is gone, Gelson's is gone, also destroyed. Palisades Village is still intact for now, but across the street, Serena and Lily is gone. And we spoke with one man who came up to check on his girlfriend's parents' house. Here's what he had to tell us.
It's just such a hard game to play where you're just waiting to hear if the house is there and, you know, if there's a home to come back to. So we were just trying to get any information, and I thought I would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back. And yeah, it's pretty devastating.
And there's also many police in the area making sure that no looting will happen at any of the impacted areas. Reporting in Pacific Palisades, Lauren Posen, KCAL News.
Well, 5 people have died and hundreds of homes and buildings burned in the Eaton fire. That fire is ravaging Altadena, Pasadena. Our Geo Insignaris reporting outside a school on fire in Altadena, one of several schools that we know have been destroyed by the fires burning here in Southern California.
We're on East Calaveras Street, just off of North Lake Avenue, and at first we gave you the perspective of this school from the front. I'm going to step out of the way and show you what it looks like from the back, because there's still active flames here and so much smoke billowing out of this school building, and it's something that has caught such intensity over the evening hours ever since the sunset. This is the Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. It's a public school that has hundreds of kids, and all of a sudden just seeing this devastation is shocking. We want to take you to some video as well, because this is just part of a bigger picture across Altadena this evening, where you see so many things on fire, so many houses destroyed, neighborhoods rocked, and people coming back and seeing what's left, and not that much is left in many cases, while others, meanwhile, we talked to where their houses were spared, and they feel so fortunate about how things turned out, that they took enormous efforts to figure everything out and to prepare their homes for the possibility of this fire beforehand, and then still feeling that they made it out wonderfully on the other end. Take a listen to one man who told us what he did leading up to this fire.
We immediately went outside and started squirting down the yard, making everything we could wet, trying to make the yard as much of a wet sponge as possible. I would say that it's that luck and the grace of God is what saved us. I have had a number of friends that have lost their houses. Our church burned down right up the street here, and there's a whole lot of tragedy here, and it's going to take a lot of work from the community to work together to help everybody out.
Coming back out here, you notice the flames coming from the school. You see the fire response as well over to the right as the smoke billows out from these windows. So much to take in, and you wonder just what the future holds for so many people in this neighborhood. So many fires we've seen, whether they've been spotty, whether some buildings have been spared, others destroyed, and in some of these cases a lot of it has just been blocks away. You go from one area where every home is gone to just a few feet away, and all of a sudden those have been spared, and it's a lot to take in, all of this devastation. And so many people, that even those who are fortunate and tell us and have told us that they feel so happy and fortunate that their homes have been spared, they still can't help but feel the heartbreak, like so many of us have, for all of those who lost everything, and doing the best they can to pick up what's left and try and plan for the future. A lot to take in, and certainly the worst, hopefully, for so many of these people, they tell us, is over, and they can look forward to what's ahead. Reporting in Altadena, I'm Gio Insignaris, KCAL News.
And I know we've seen those images time and time again, but you see the charred vehicles there and the neighborhood, and every time I think it's not as shocking, but it is still always as devastating.
It really is. And, Leslie, one of the things, aside from the residents' charred vehicles, one of the things that was so wild to me yesterday that I don't know that I'm sure I won't ever forget it, is that LAFD had to bring in a bulldozer to bulldoze abandoned cars that were out of that, to get them out of the way. That happened on Palisades Drive yesterday, because yesterday that's the only way in and out. There's the Highlands above Palisades where people got trapped up there because of that one way in, one way out, and traffic got so bad that people abandoned their cars because the flames were getting so close to them. So they got out of their cars and ran, and then left them there. And so then the fire department still needed access to the road, so they brought in their big bulldozer that is usually used to cut fire lines, and instead they use it to shove cars out of the way. Not tow trucks, not anything like that, a bulldozer. And it was just really wild to see. KCAL is back up. I want to take you to their live pictures as they are looking over the Palisades fire from the west side now. They're sitting right over the 405 and Sunset, where we've had them for a good chunk of the night. And, the aerial firefight is still continuing. They still have an LA City Fire helicopter that is still working that. It's 2:30 in the morning already, Leslie, so we're going to be starting to get closer to the situation where the sun will be up soon. You and I won't be here, hopefully, but the sun will be up soon, and then we'll be able to get in those retardant dropping aircraft, which will be so important, right? Because that's really what is needed to do the big work. The water dropping helicopters are great, and they do a lot of good work for more localized type issues and more localized type spot fires. But it is the larger aircraft that can drop the retardant that are really going to be able to come in here and make a lot more significant progress in cutting these fire lines. And, you know, they've done a great job tonight of protecting the communities to the north here, because the fire, as you're looking at it right here, and again, we were looking at the chopper off the 405 and Sunset, and they are pointing to the northwest. So we're looking again just to the west of the Mandeville Canyon area, mostly in the open area of Topanga State Park. Of course, the firefight is still going on in other parts of Malibu, really near Malibu Creek State Park as well. And I want to come to my computer because I want to show you the exact fire line here. Everything that you see in this orange is where the fire has burned. And then the yellow and the reds are the evacuation orders and warnings. And as you can see, Pepperdine is once again the area near Pepperdine, and they're very careful not to put it actually in, but all the homes next to it are under that evacuation warning as the fire continues to push to the north. So the section of fire that we were just looking at from SkyCal is what's over here. So SkyCal, for reference, and I'll show you, I'll draw it for you here using my pen, but the SkyCal is sitting right here. This is the 405 at Sunset, and they're looking this way. So the fire that you're seeing is this fire activity that is pushing up through towards the north there as it eats up the canyon. And again, it's these ridge lines, as you see here in the map here, that it burns up. So it gets deep into these canyons and then kind of pushes up into the topography. So there are homes in here. I mean, Mandeville Canyon especially. Luckily, it has not gotten that far west, or east rather, but look at this. I mean, you can see the fire line, and I want to remind you that this is where the fire has burned. It's not where it could burn. It's not evacuations. Anything that you see in this orange and yellow color are places that has already burned. So when you look at that and you look at how close it is to this whole subdivision and this whole section of homes that are right there, it's concerning. You can understand why these people are under mandatory evacuation. You can understand why they're concerned, and you've got the whole Mandeville Canyon area. Now, luckily, though, we've got a pretty good chunk of distance before we get into any more homes, at least up in this area. Now, more to the west, though, as we kind of push over here to the west, there are more homes that would be more significantly in danger right here, especially when you get into here. And again, if you're just joining us and you haven't seen me use this map yet, the white that you're seeing on your screen there, those are buildings, those are homes, those are structures, outbuildings, garages, what have you, all things that would definitely be impacted. So you look at some of this, and again, this mapping is from a couple of hours ago now, but you can see just how close the fire line is getting to all of the homes that are kind of in this area. So certainly of concern. I want to take you, if we can, Heidi, over to RM1, because that is our Mount Wilson camera here that you can see. TOC, our Technical Operations Center, just moved it a little bit for us so we can get a better look at those flames. And they are still there, obviously. It does look, and thank you for zooming out a little bit, you can see it's kind of more of that ember smoldery type situation that's going on versus those really high flames that are shooting up into the sky. And I should point out, this is the Eaton fire that we were talking about over here. So, you know, the good news is, Leslie, we talked about this earlier when we were looking at some of the smoke, and SkyCal couldn't even get to the Eaton fire at all, really, today, because the wind was too bad earlier in the day, and then the smoke got too bad for visibility. There's flight restrictions over all the fires. So, you know, it is concerning for our pilots. We want to make sure they're safe as well. But we've started to see the smoke kind of do the thing where it's just kind of drifting up into the sky, right? It's not doing that sideways blowing, and that's because the winds have finally died down. And actually, and Heidi, I'm going to ask one more time if we can come to my computer, please, because I want to show you this map that is provided by CAL FIRE, by the way, and I know it's small and kind of hard to see, but right here and here, it's got some wind gauges, and right there it says it's like less than 2 miles, gusting up to 3 miles. But then over here, you get a little bit further to the west. This reading right here is saying it's gusting to 29. This one is saying it's gusting to 27. So the good news is, though, is last night, and our Dana Roberti can weigh in on this too, those gusts were much stronger than these 20-mile-an-hour gusts that we're seeing yesterday. For reference, the threshold for us to be able to fly SkyCal is 40 knots on the ground with a 15-knot spread. So we're here, you know, last night we were like 60 knots yesterday winds, gusty winds, which is why we couldn't fly SkyCal yesterday. So to see the gusts only into the 20s today, 20 knots, is obviously a much better situation than we were looking at yesterday. hopefully it stays that way and gives these fire crews really a chance to continue the great work that they're doing with the air assets that we're now able to see, Leslie.
Yeah, and you mentioned it when you first started talking here, Mike, is that once daylight comes, we're able to do those fire retardant drops.
Yeah, and the aircraft are already here, right? We didn't, we're not waiting for them to get here. They're stored up at in a couple of different airports, but there's Fox Field, which is up in the Lancaster area. It's an LA County owned airport. That's where they've got their little base where they're doing all the filling up of the retardant and getting it down here. So they'll be ready. They've got the orders in. First light, as soon as it is safe, we're going to see those aircraft really start to pop up on the radars at both our big fires, the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire. Both of them will start to come in. And Leslie, I want to take this opportunity to remind people of the boil water issues too.
Yeah.
Boil water in one, bottled water only. So the Palisades fire is a boil water order that is from LADWP. They're saying if you live in the Pacific Palisades, if you're still there, which most people shouldn't be or aren't because of the evacuations, but if you are still there, you can boil your water and it is safe to drink after you boil it. In the Pasadena area, they are clear saying it's not even safe to boil it. You need to drink bottled water only. Over there in Pasadena, that's just differences in the water systems. The other thing, Leslie, that's just remarkable that we've talked about earlier, and I'll just bring it up again, is the fact that there is now a curfew in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
Right? If there is a mandatory evacuation area in Santa Monica, if you're in an evacuation area in Santa Monica, there's now a nighttime curfew, sunset to sunrise. You're not allowed to be in any public places. And the whole goal of that is to deal with any potential looting issues, which unfortunately we have already seen today. Sheriff Luna talked about arrests with looting. We saw our Madison Keevee was finding some LAPD officers that were arresting looters super quickly, by the way, after the fire that broke out in the Hollywood Hills, the Runyon Canyon area. So unfortunately, it's not because it's not happening, it is. And unfortunately, now Santa Monica thinks that they need to put a curfew into place to make sure that it doesn't happen in their city.
And we hope that will prevent some of these, even though, as you mentioned, we have already had reports of some looting happening in all the different fire areas. But you would think these people have lost so much already. Why go into these communities where there isn't much left?
Right, and it makes you just think of what kind of heartless person is taking advantage of somebody. And I really thought about that during the Runyon Canyon fire, the Sunset fire today, because I mean, the Sunset fire started, I don't even know, 5:30-ish, and Madison was on the air at like, what, 7 or 8, talking about arrests? Yeah. I mean, that's fast. That is somebody very quickly recognizing the situation and fully taking advantage of it in a bad way almost immediately. So it's good that the LAPD was there. I know the mayor talked about how she was pushing more LAPD officers into that area to not only deal with the ingress-egress issues of the evacuations, but certainly to deal with the potential looting issues that was going on there. And Leslie, one more thing before I let you go. I talked to the Van Nuys watch commander tonight, or the North Hollywood watch commander, and I said, hey, I was trying to figure out some information about that fire with the big home. And I said, you guys are gonna be at that fire? And he said, you gotta be more specific. We got cops at every fire everywhere. And it just shows you how stretched thin our firefighters are, our law enforcement is. Park rangers were dealing with the Runyon Canyon fire today. So it's just been a long several days now, going into the third day of this for so many people in our community.
I know, and we're just beginning this third day in a long road ahead, Mike.
Yep.
Thank you. But as Mike was talking about, was talking about some of those wind gusts that we were seeing thanks to, what was it, CAL FIRE, Mike?
Yes, CAL FIRE.
CAL FIRE. But Danny, you are monitoring some of those peak gusts because seeing the gusts now compared to 94 miles an hour.
Right, like we were seeing that in Southern California 24 hours ago, you guys. I mean, we do not see that here. And that just goes in line with what Mike was saying, where, you know, we can't have aircraft going up in conditions like this. I mean, this is too powerful out there. We had gusts, really widespread gusts, not just isolated, localized gusts, but really between 70 to 90 miles per hour in some areas. Fremont Canyon, 94 miles per hour. Arrowhead Springs, peak winds of 92 miles per hour. Simi Valley, so some of our valley locations, 75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. Van Nuys, 67 miles per hour. And for Altadena, 60 miles per hour. So what we're seeing right now, and I think this is the good news in what we're seeing right now, this is nothing compared to where we were 24 hours ago. I mean, in the midst of that, this is intense winds. These are damaging winds. But now we are starting to see things quiet down. And I know we keep mentioning and reminding folks, we're not out of the woods. Fire danger is still high, but at least we're not seeing the conditions that we saw yesterday. This is going to be helpful going into the next 24 hours, and each day is going to get a little bit better. Now, today, we are going to see some of those winds ramping back up with another round of Santa Ana winds. We'll talk about it in just a moment, but look, this is a whole different story. I mean, we saw this entire map lighting up 24 hours ago. We had crazy winds out there. Right now, it's still breezy, but you can see some of those winds through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley into Malibu. I mean, we're under about 20 miles per hour. Of course, with some of these reporting stations, they're a little bit stronger. There's stronger localized gusts in certain areas, especially as these winds are coming down some of these canyons and through some of these valleys. That's when we start to see some of those stronger winds. Big Bear seeing 20-mile-per-hour gusts right now. But again, nothing like yesterday at this time. And you can see very calm in terms of our sustained wind speeds right now. Not a whole lot going on in Orange County, Inland Empire, or even for folks up through some of our mountain communities. The thing is, it's still really dry out there. So this is what we're contending with. It's a big piece of this story when we're talking about fire danger. It's not just the winds, it's not just warm temperatures, but it's how dry things are. And that's a big concern. And we're seeing several days of these really dry conditions, especially dry through Burbank into Malibu. Malibu, single digit in terms of relative humidity. Burbank looking a wee bit better out there, but still we're in the teens. For us, this is incredibly dry. And so when fires start, they could spread very, very quickly. So let's take a look at today and where we're seeing that elevated fire danger. This is better than yesterday. This is still not great, but it's better. So at least we're seeing, that needle moving a little bit, that we're going in the right direction. So this is still critical. It's not extreme like what we were seeing yesterday. Santa Clarita, Thousand Oaks, Calabasas. These are those usual areas when we get those Santa Ana winds. And then you're also seeing that through a lot of Orange County, inland Orange County, right there out towards some of our beaches through southern Orange County, San Clemente up to Dana Point, Laguna Beach. That's where we're going to see that elevated fire danger. And then inland Orange County, Inland Empire, Riverside County, over into San Bernardino County. So red flag warnings, not just today. They're going to stick around. So we've got to hold on a little bit longer through Friday evening. And that's just because it is still breezy out there. We'll get another surge in the winds, and it's still very, very dry. And this is a long duration event for us. So let's talk timing of that next little kind of bump up, I should say, in the winds. So for Thousand Oaks this morning, things are fairly quiet. By 9 o'clock, we start to see them picking up a bit. And then really midday, for many folks going into Thursday afternoon today and into tonight is when we're going to see kind of the focus for more of those stronger winds. So here's a look at our futurecast, and you can see early this morning, winds more focused up through our mountains, through some of our foothill communities. And then here we go. We get to later in the morning on Thursday, right around midday, and here's those winds picking up. The focus for the stronger winds, it's going to be mountains into our foothill communities, some of those favored passes and canyons where we could still see gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour, and then inland Orange County as well. But this, what you're seeing right here, this is very typical of a traditional Santa Ana wind event. So we're not going to be seeing those incredibly widespread winds that we saw yesterday. A little bit hope in that, but still blustery in some areas. Here's a look at Thursday afternoon going into Thursday night. Still gusty in the San Gabriel Mountains, right there along the 210 corridor. Thousand Oaks, winds pushing out towards the Malibu coast. Friday morning, we're still breezy, but look, Friday later in the day is when we're finally going to start to see some relief from those winds. That's what we're waiting for. Still smoky out there right now, and we are waking up to that. So we're seeing that through a lot of Los Angeles County. We've got smoke through West Covina, Pasadena, Downey, over into Inglewood, pushing out towards Santa Monica. Here's where the Eden fire is burning, and you can see those darker reds indicating that thicker smoke. That's why we have air quality alerts that are in place. And I apologize that we just had my graphic kind of going a little bit cuckoo crazy right now. We're going to back things up. Here's that air quality alert that we just mentioned. And this is for a lot of us, LA County, Orange County, into the Inland Empire. It's that wildfire smoke that's kind of messing with our air pollution right now. So what we're seeing in terms of the big weather story, this is why we're seeing changes going into the next 24 hours. We've got this other little storm right here that's going to merge with the strong one that was off to the east of us. And here we go. We're back at it. It's that setup. We're right sandwiched between that big high pressure that's been off to the west of us, this trough of low pressure. And here we go. Thursday afternoon, we get another round of those winds kind of funneling down and making their way into Southern California. But thankfully not as strong as what we were seeing, but we will see that burst, gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour for those wind-prone areas. Today, temperatures, they're warming up a bit. We've got 70s back in downtown Los Angeles, low 70s in San Bernardino, 75 in Burbank, and let's check in on the next 7 days. We get to the weekend, less winds, and that's what we are hoping for and what we're waiting for. LA and Orange County, that's going to be the case for your Saturday and Sunday temperatures in the 70s. And then going into our Sunday, we're going to see another a round of winds ramping up, but it's not going to be like what we saw over the last 24 to 48 hours. For folks in the valleys, low to mid 70s for our Thursday and our Friday. We've got those red flag warnings that are still in effect. It is going to be breezy, a little bit blustery at times. So even though things are quieter right now, it's going to be Thursday afternoon, Thursday night into early Friday morning that we're going to see that next round of winds pushing in. For folks in the Inland Empire, I do want to mention, which is important, that patchy blowing dust. When we get these winds, it kind of kicks up the dust out there. It makes it tough to see. It makes it tough to breathe. We've got those air quality alerts in place. So just be on alert for that for our Thursday. Friday will be in the mid 60s. Red flag warnings, they're still with us, but they're expiring at Friday night. We'll be done with the wind advisories. Quiet going into this weekend. Another round of wind Sunday night into Monday. Deserts are still windy going into today or Thursday. And then we'll see temperatures in the 60s going into the weekend, cooler by early next week. For the beaches, we'll see 70s, still windy today, but you can see over the next 7 days, we're dry. We don't have any chances for rain. Leslie, last year at this time, we were already in the midst of a very wet, rainy season. And this year, it's just a very different season. I mean, it's the beginning of the winter time, and we are already off to our driest winter since 1964. And that's something that played a big role in the fire danger with this event, is that things are just so dry. The vegetation is dry. So anything that catches fire, it can so easily spread rapidly when the vegetation is that dry. So no rain in sight for us, but that's something we're keeping a close eye on. And as of right now, we just want to get these winds to relax. That's going to be our biggest help going into the next several days.
We truly do. But Danny, you have a point there. January is always wet, rainy. Normally, this is the time of year we're talking about possible mudslides after fires.
And you know, this is rare for us to be so concerned with fire danger at this time of the year, because typically we've had enough rain at this point to mitigate that. And yes, we're focused on something different, but this year, this season, it's just completely different because we haven't gotten any of that rain. I mean, no real measurable rain since last May. I mean, it's been quite a while for us.
And we've seen it. We see it all over our viewing area, from Big Bear down to the coast, but of course playing a big role in, and a prominent role in these fires, and why they had so much dry brush to go through.
Exactly.
Danny, thank you. Okay, we want to go over to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk, who's been with me here all night. Mike, I know are we going to do school closures right now?
Yeah, we're going to talk about school closures. I think that's important for people to remember or to know about, especially if you're a parent that is up in the middle of the night and you're watching our coverage. And, you know, I wanted to run through some of these because there is a ton of them. So I'll show you a couple of them. The big one that we've been talking about, though, is LAUSD. They are closed. We've got a graphic that we can show you that's got a list of all of these. LAUSD, Glendale Unified. Now, a couple of these, and give me 2 seconds here because I want to pull them up, because a couple of these school closures are for multi-days. So LAUSD is just tomorrow for now. We did hear that it could potentially extend into the next day. But you look at Glendale Unified. Glendale is closed now, I guess today, Thursday and Friday. You have Pasadena Unified that is closed today and Friday, Thursday and Friday. You have Santa Monica Malibu Unified, which so far we've only been told is closed today, Thursday, but I would assume that will probably get extended. Beverly Hills Unified is also closed today, Thursday. We'll show you the next ones here. Alhambra Unified Unified is closed, Arcadia Unified, Monrovia Unified, Duarte Unified. I did have our web team. They built a full list of this at kcalnews.com that you can look at. And I also wanted to make sure people knew, because so many people in our community rely on school to make sure that the kids can get the necessary nutrition and foods that they need. So LAUSD has made sure that they opened up a series of schools for people to pick up meals if they need to. Mulholland Middle School and Sepulveda Middle School, Hollenbeck Middle School and Southgate High School, Fremont High School and Harry Bridges Span School, Marina Del Rey Middle School, and Sonia Sotomayor Arts and Sciences Magnet. Leslie, we also talked about how the YMCA is offering a ton of services for those impacted by the fires, including free childcare, and not only for people that are in an evacuation zone or have been impacted by the fire, but for first responders. So they're taking kids 5 and older for first responders and people impacted by the fires. They'll take care of your kids. We talked about this a little bit earlier, Leslie, but just because your schools are closed does not mean you don't have to go to work. And does not have to mean you have to deal with other things, doctor's appointments, things like that. So the YMCA says they can help you out. I asked our web team to also put that link on our website at kcalnews.com. Click on the Seen on TV link. And Leslie, before I send it back to you, I wanted to just kind of remark on what you and Danny were talking about how, January is not a time that we typically talk about fires. You pointed out we typically talk about mudslides at this time. Yeah. And that reminded me of the Montecito mudslides. I mean, we dealt with the Thomas fire in the winter, November, December of 2018, and it was January 2nd that the Montecito mudslides happened. I was working this shift when it had the overnight shift when it happened, and that's usually what we deal with. We don't usually deal with these such destructive fires, and it just makes me cringe to think that once these fires are out, the mudslide potential for years in the Pacific Palisades, in the communities above, Pasadena, Altadena, that area is going to be for a very long time. And I remember when I first got here, every time it rained for probably the first 3 or 4 years I was here, remember we'd always have to go to Duarte because there was the big fire above Duarte many, many years ago, and it just scarred the hillside for so long. And every single time it rained, we had a big rainstorm, K-rails went up in that neighborhood. And so you just think for the people that still have homes in these neighborhoods, they'll be dealing with this mudslide threat now for many years before the vegetation on the hillside grows back. And it's something that they'll just have to compound the issue of dealing with the fire, and then they'll have to deal with the mudslide. And for those of you that don't know why mudslides come after fires, it's because there's no vegetation for any of the rain or any of the mud to hold on to. So it just comes right off the hill.
And yeah, we're looking ahead several months and hoping, of course, we get that rain eventually, which we need. We need that rain desperately, Mike. But that's exactly what I'm thinking, is that sometimes the next step and the next destructive step are these mudslides that happen shortly after fires, unprecedented fires like this.
And I remember the Thomas fire. So the Thomas fire was still burning when the Montecito mudslides happened. I mean, those two events happened at the same time. The Thomas fire had burned up into the forest above Santa Barbara and was still actively burning when we got that really crazy heavy rain and the Montecito mudslide happened. At the time, our Jasmine Veal and her photographer Sparkle, who still works this morning shift, were in the northern end of Ventura County and were there almost instantly. Their truck got hit by part of the mudslide. It was a really wild thing to cover, and it was crazy for us to think that at the same time that mudslide was happening, the Thomas fire was still burning.
Yeah, that's wild to think that both were happening at the same time, both very destructive. Mike, thank you for all those updates. Of course, if you want to go, as you mentioned, to know if your student may not have school today, you can head to our website, kcalnews.com. Okay, well, a massive home collapsing in Studio City Wednesday night where another new fire broke out. You can see that's when that home collapsed there. SkyCal overhead as several homes burned. Our Madison Keevee hiked up into the neighborhood as firefighters battled those flames.
Hours after a 4-story home engulfed in flames collapsed, live on our air. The firefight continues here tonight. This is in Studio City. The building still having flames coming out of it. That fire started inside that home, jumped outside the home into brush and neighboring homes. Now, the flames you see are coming from a gas line that's been hit. I'm told that's what keeps sparking up flames. They've got water coming at it at different levels from the top, the side. There's still a number of fire engines here, though some of the crews have moved away. The focus now is entirely putting out those flames that are being caused by that gas line. This has as far as engines being able to move here hours after this fire actually started. No injuries in this. Spoke to a neighbor who lives just a few doors down from this home and said tonight they were at home and relaxed, not expecting a fire in their neighborhood.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts. I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
Of course, this unrelated to a wind event. It started inside. Of course, the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Good news tonight, there were no injuries, and crews are going to be here until they're done and those flames are fully out and it's safe to then investigate. Madison Keevy, KCAL News.
Okay, we want to go back to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, we were monitoring that the moment it not only you actually spotted that one with SkyCal.
Yeah.
And then it collapsed.
It was really strange. You know, it's such a sad situation that we're in right now because every time I look at the screen, there's flames on it. And it's kind of difficult to figure out what fire is that? Is that a new fire? Is that one we've been talking about? I do want to take you now to live pictures, though, from SkyCal because SkyCal is over the Palisades fire. And let me tell you exactly where they're looking at this from. They are still right off the 405 here, just a little bit south. And those flames are still pushing through. Not much change at all, despite all of the work that the fire helicopters have been doing throughout the night. You've got the LA City Fire, Augustas that are there doing all of those hard work. The Chinook has been up there as well. So lots of things still cooking up there. Unfortunately, not the situation that we wanted to still be in, this late into the game here. And now almost coming into morning 3, really, of the fire here. This started at around 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday. It is now just coming up on the 3 a.m. hour here Thursday morning. And unfortunately, this fire is still really dealing with us. We're still in our lives here. I want to come to my computer really quick if we can, because I just want to show you the map again, because I want to show you where this area is pointing or where this area is pushing with the fire here. And you'll see here, right here at the 405 and Sunset, that is basically where SkyCal is looking, and they're kind of looking up into this area. That's a terrible arrow, but you get where they're looking at here. All of this northern kind of boundary is what's been burning lately here. When we come into the map a little bit more, you'll be able to see here that all of this new overlay here, all of this stuff that's on the top in this area, that's all the new stuff that has burned. And I just want to reiterate and show you guys again the map here, because when you come into it, and we'll go into an area down here, especially in the Pacific Palisades, all of the white here are homes and businesses, and you see this orange where the fire has moved through, and it really gives you a really good idea of the massive amounts of destruction that this fire has caused. And you see all of the areas that have been fired, fire has moved through. Now, to be clear, not every single building, every single white structure that you see here is burned to the ground or has been damaged, but I can tell you, we got a very brief look at with SkyCal today before the sun went down and while we were able to kind of sneak in there, and there are entire communities, there are entire neighborhoods, hundreds of homes that have burned. Our latest number from CAL FIRE that we got at a press conference this morning, from LA City Fire, the Joint Task Force, or the Unified Command rather, was at least 1,000 structures destroyed, and many more thousands of them have been damaged. So there will be a lot of destruction to look at. Once the sun comes up today, I'm sure we will get a better look at that, Leslie, but just really a tough situation here. SkyCal is still over there flying it all night. We've been up all night. We've been on the air for, coming up on close to 48 hours now, Leslie, so really remarkable, but we're going to continue to be here to cover this for you, and we'll continue to make sure that you and your neighbors and your community can be safe and give you that critical, important information that everyone needs, Leslie.
Because while things are taking a turn, Mike, as you show us there on the map, it's encroaching on those homes still, and that's something that we are monitoring.
And that's why these, we've dealt with it all day today. People want to come back. They want to see their properties. They want to see what's left, if everything's okay. Now is so not the time to do that, even though it's so desperately, that's all you want to do is come back and see what's left of your home, if there's anything left of your home. But fire crews have to still be able to focus on the work of putting the fire out.
Yeah. Mike, thank you so much. And we want to go to our Danny Roberti again as we are tracking, as I keep mentioning, Danny, taking a turn in the right direction, but still not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Leslie. We are tracking lighter winds right now, but we do have another little bump up in the winds. Later today, we'll talk about it. But thankfully, this is nothing like what we were seeing 24 hours ago. Santa Clarita into Simi Valley, gusts between 15 to 20 miles per hour. So we are done with the strongest winds, the peak of those winds. It was yesterday, lighter winds right now, but they're going to pick up around midday today. And this is going to be the more traditional Santa Ana wind fashion for those areas that are prone to it. And that's why we are still dealing with critical fire danger. That's going to continue. We're still windy and we're still very dry. And that's why we are still dealing with these red flag warnings going into the next 48 hours, not just today, but they've been extended until Friday evening. So we're still windy. We're still very dry. It's that nasty combination where if we see fire start, they can spread rapidly. And this has been a long duration event for us. Now, I want to show you something right here. High wind warnings and wind advisories. So high wind warnings are going to be more focused on inland Orange County and also the Inland Empire. This starts at 6 o'clock this morning. It lasts until 6 o'clock Friday morning. And in those areas that you see in that bright red, that's where we could see gusts nearing 65 miles per hour over the next 24 hours. And then wind advisories will continue for the San Gabriel Valley, San Gabriel Mountains over into the Santa Clarita Valley. Here's a look at our hourly wind gusts, and you can see that bump up in the winds. It's going to be right around midday today for areas like Riverside, Santa Clarita, San Bernardino, even Huntington Beach getting some of those gustier winds, and also Lancaster, 11 o'clock in the morning going into Thursday afternoon. Here's a look at the timing of these winds, and this has really done a good job of breaking down for us hour by hour when these winds move in and exactly when we see them. So going into this morning, those winds are more focused on the mountains, our foothill communities, and then you can see Thursday afternoon, this is right around midday, this is when those winds, they're going to start to strengthen a bit. They ramp up, so we're going to see that for a lot of our mountain peaks. There's those purples that are popping back up, wind gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour, and this is looking more like that normal Santa Ana wind fashion that we see when we get the Santa Ana winds. It's not as widespread as what we saw 24 hours ago. Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley, and then we're seeing more of this afternoon focused on the Inland Empire and also inland Orange County. San Bernardino is going to get some of these stronger winds, and again in those inland areas of Orange County and the Inland Empire, we could see gusts up to 65 miles per hour. So Thursday afternoon rolls around. It's still breezy this afternoon, still breezy going into tonight, and then once we get to early Friday morning, winds are lingering, but then we're going to start to see these guys dying down Friday afternoon and especially going into Saturday. I mean, this is what we're waiting for. We're waiting to see a shift in the winds. We're waiting to finally see these winds relaxing. And by Friday night going into Saturday morning, this is when we're going to be done with the red flag warnings. At least we're expecting that. The high wind warnings are going to be done, and also those wind advisories. Here's a look, though, at the smoke that we're seeing. Everybody's seeing it out there. That's why we have air quality alerts in place. We will continue to track the winds for you, the red flag conditions, and also the smoke that we're seeing. KCAL Mornings starts right now.
Okay, Danny, thank you so much. Chris Holmstrom here along with Christine Lazard continuing this coverage right now. We do want to start with the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. It's exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. No containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed.
And right now in the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena, 5 people have been killed. It's burned more than 10,000 acres. Still no containment. At least 1,000 structures there have also been damaged or destroyed.
And in the last 24 hours, the Sunset Fire erupted in the Hollywood Hills. Fire crews stopped its rapid spread. It stands at 60 acres. Mandatory evacuations are still in place.
And more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night. KCAL was overhead as several homes burned, and this massive home just collapsed. Flames are now knocked down, and no evacuation orders are in place for that area.
And the Hearst fire is also burning in the Sylmar area. So far, it's burned more than 850 acres with 10% containment. The air quality for most of the LA metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are still many power outages across the area, and thousands are in the dark this morning. Well, let's get right to Rick Montanez, right off of Altadena and Lakeview and Beverly Way. What are you seeing this morning, Rick? This is day 3 for a lot of people.
Yeah, Chris, you know, there's so much smoke still in the air here, very dark in the area because the power is out to this community. But what's clear is the devastation here. I mean, look at this row of businesses that was destroyed by flames yesterday. Even right here on the ground, you see this is a sign for what was a notary office. And then we see some flames still coming out, likely from a gas line or something to that effect. And then behind it, you can also see down the way, if my photographer Ernie Fuentes can show us down there, you see some glowing light. That is from another flame still burning in what was an apartment building. I'm not sure how many units, but all of this destruction here just off of Lake here in Altadena, and it is just devastating to see. I'm going to see if we can cross here right now because we don't see any cars coming down here. But what we want to show you across the street too is right next to a Bank of America, which we know the bank caught fire yesterday, but there's also this Christian center that burned down completely here. I mean, look at all of this just gone. These were large standing buildings, I mean single-story buildings, but with large facades and very prominent here when you're driving down the street, and you would see them. There was a pet store as well, so hopefully everyone and all of the pets were able to get out, but you see a lot of glowing lights, a lot of smoldering hot spots. So that too is dangerous because of the embers that can be cast off of that. So that's something that we want to watch out for. And let's actually cross back because we still don't see anybody coming down the street here. But you see how dark it is down Lake. You can see probably some of those emergency lights off in the distance. And up here on this street, Beverly Way, again, this is where we see some homes and some cars burned out even. And what's dangerous is, of course, there are downed lines, even a downed transformer, but everything seems to be de-energized here. But, you know, from what we can see from keeping a distance here, I mean, you see that's the apartment building I was just showing you at the beginning, where you see that chimney outline of what is still left there, and there's a bit of a glow from flames still burning there. It's hard to show everything because it's just so dark out here, and I can tell you, though, there are a couple of other homes on this street that have also burned, and it's just so hard to see this. I mean, you know, yesterday I was in Palisades and seeing all the destruction there, and this morning now here in Altadena seeing all of this, and then might still be difficult to see up in the foothills. You can't see them now because it's dark, but we do see flames burning up there of fire lines. So, you know, there's still a lot of danger around us. I will tell you guys that the conditions, the weather conditions, feel so much better than they did yesterday because we are not feeling that strong, powerful wind gusts that we were feeling all morning yesterday when we were reporting from PCH. I mean, we were really feeling the winds howl down there. This morning, a drastic difference. There's a lot of fire crews that are working their way through here. And dangerous, you know, one of the things we were pointing out is we get access to all of this, all of these areas, all of these roads, but then when we see some of the power equipment that is down, that can be hazardous. So we are trained to watch for those things. And so are firefighters, you know, when they come through. And one of the things that my photographer here noticed was a fire engine almost didn't see it. They were fortunately able to stop because he flagged them down. But you know, they're tired too. They're running on probably just adrenaline at this point. And, you know, so these are the things that we all have to keep in mind, that this is exhausting work for these fire crews to be out here, for the deputies and the police officers that are out here as well. You know, so we got to hand it to them for the work that they're doing, and we hope that they stay safe as well. But again, surrounded by devastation here in Altadena this morning.
Yeah, and Rick, I think what really strikes me about where you are is if you look, you're about a mile from the foothills. And traditionally, these were neighborhoods where people, I think, felt like, well, we're safe,
yeah.
Right? It's the homes right up against the hillside. But where you are, you know, it's areas that traditionally would maybe not even have any threat.
Yeah, and we're so used to fire lines, right? Where we see the fire has moved down to this street and maybe has moved down to the next street. But here we see how much it hopscotches because the winds were carrying those embers, and we were driving up the street here and we see, oh, there's a business that burned. there's a business still standing. Same thing with the homes. There's a couple here, a couple there. And for a lot of these people we've been hearing from, that is, as Christine, to your point, what is so surprising is how much further this moved into areas where people did not expect it, because they think, I don't live up in the foothills where, you can expect for some brush to catch fire and move into my neighborhood. These are just city streets where this wildfire, carried into the sky from those embers and then caught fire at a lot of different locations and just is so, so tragic.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, the loss of these homes, the businesses, but also the loss of lives that happened because of this fire.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick, thank you so much. We'll check in with you, of course, throughout the morning.
And the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades has now exploded to more than 17,000 acres.
Yeah, still no containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed. We want to go now to KCAL News reporter Luz Delia Caballero. She's live near PCH in Canyon, Malibu with the latest on this fire. And you can see crews working into the morning. Luz Delia, what's your location?
Currently, we are on PCH west of Tuna Canyon, and we're here in front of a garage where firefighters recently knocked down a fire here. And this is something that we've seen all morning long. And I do want to just share, driving down PCH, we were here yesterday, there were a ton of downed power poles. This morning, a much different story. They've been cleared from the roadway, but the devastation is much greater this morning than it was yesterday when we left early afternoon, and it is just incredibly saddening. We want to take you a little closer just so you can see some of what we're seeing on this strip. So it seems like homes, for the most part, intact on this area, but their garage or attached structures are destroyed, as you can see here. And firefighters tell us this morning that they are mostly working on putting out hot spots. It isn't as windy as you do have several hot spots, and we see a neighboring structure here where obviously you see more flames here, and their worry is that they will spread, and if the wind picks up, those embers will pick up as well and travel, and we will see more devastation, and that's what they want to prevent. The good news, what they tell us, is that they seem to have a better handle on this area simply because the structures that have burned to the ground, there's not much that can burn. I mean, they are destroyed, and at this time it's more of assessing what has been a total loss, deemed a total loss, and also trying to move forward to save other structures. So that's what we just saw right now, is firefighters coming and really starting to see what areas they want to focus on so that these fires don't spread. We want to continue walking down PCH just so we can show you more of what we're seeing. So we mentioned, I mean, some of these structures seemingly intact on the outside, but it's really the attachments like the garages where we see that it is total loss here. And obviously, just there can be smoke damage, and here definitely damage from the flames. And as we continue moving down, there are intermittent hotspots here and there. As Armando comes and follows me this way, you can kind of see a hotspot in the distance. And this is something that firefighters are starting to chase, and that's putting these out so that, again, the risk of other structures catching on fire, brush catching on fire, goes down. And even as I'm talking, it's shocking to me that we are in Malibu and we can hear waves crashing. It's a much different story than it was yesterday, where we could hear the popping and explosions coming from inside people's homes, the places where they created memories and they shared just, you know, the holiday season, with all the holidays passing, Christmas, the New Year, so much to celebrate, and right now just so much hurt. So just another reminder that as these fires continue to rage on, that if you are in an evacuation zone, do not come back. Allow the firefight to continue as crews work to put these flames out to reach some sort of containment on this specific fire. But we have several fires burning, so our hearts go out to everyone who has been affected. And of course, we'll continue moving down PCH to give you a better idea this morning of what we see, and unfortunately, and it saddens me to say, but of what's left. Guys.
Yeah, just so heartbreaking to see. I mean, she said it best, the way it was 24 hours ago this time, a much different story, but still just as tragic when you see these homes, because we've all covered so many of these stories where you have the homeowners go back to their homes to see if they can find anything that, you know, lasted or survived the fire, and oftentimes there's not much.
Yeah, Luz Delia, what did you see driving in today?
All right, well, that was Luz Delia Caballero reporting.
Yeah.
We'll get back to her having some signal issues right there. But also, you know, many people in the fire zones are dealing with the loss of their homes and properties.
And this morning, we're hearing from a couple from Malibu about the terrifying moments they had to escape the flames. And you can hear there Alec Gallus struggling to breathe as he ran to his car from his girlfriend's Carbon Canyon cottage. He says he was trying to save the home just like what he did a month ago when he saved his house and 5 others from the raging Franklin fire.
It was like a vortex of embers. There was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my car. It's just not real. I mean, a month, less than a month, my lungs weren't even better from the last time. I'm still coughing from the last fire.
But this time, Gallus couldn't save his girlfriend's home, which burned to the ground. Kelly Lauren lost everything she owned, including a lifetime of journals.
I lost all my writing, like all my books. Yeah, you're like tearing up, and it's like, it's just hard to, I don't know, I just like remember that after, but everything I've like written for my whole life, and like I journal and write a lot, so it's just the little things that you remember afterward.
Yeah, you just feel for them. The couple said they're still thankful, just thinking about what else they could have lost. That definitely, you know, that's what we talk about. What you talk about, Christine, as a mom, the mementos of your kids and how hard that would be, or anything, you know.
And we can't just say it's just stuff, because it really is sometimes a lifetime of memories.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the images of loss and devastation continue to come in. Those not impacted by the fire are eager to help. But what is the best way to provide assistance to those affected by the fires?
Truly, the best way is for people to make donations. This way, we can empower people to recover the way that they need to. The outpouring from the community has been tremendous, but a lot of the items are not of any value to the people right now. They need immediate things, and that is what we do. We assess their immediate needs, and then we help provide those by the generosity of donors.
As Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
Also, you can go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. All right, let's go over to the Hollywood Hills now. The Sunset Fire began burning near Runyon Canyon late last night. Take a look. You can see SkyCal from overhead. Christine, I live in this area around 6:30. We got the alert, evacuation, mandatory to leave. I left as fast as I could with my partner, our dog. His family was there with their 3 dogs. And thankfully, you know, we had our go bags and things ready to go, but it's still a frightening situation. I mean, as reporters, you know, when we're out there in the field talking to these families, it's, you know, we want to help them. We want to show what's going on. But when you're in that same situation, it's almost panic. What do I bring? What do I need? And then trying to get out sometimes is the hardest part.
Yeah, because actually doing it versus thinking about doing it is very different. And we appreciate you being here. And, you know, yesterday I saw this graphic with the, you know, California bear hugging the state. And it made me so emotional because, you know, especially Los Angeles, I think people who don't live here think of us this big city where none of us talk to one another and we, you know, live very insular lives. But I've lived here 18 years now.
Yeah.
And I am always just, you know, we go into so many different communities.
Absolutely.
And the little micro communities within this great big city are just so amazing, and to see the loss. But I know that we will be stronger, and, you know, people, if they choose to, will rebuild. But it has been a really tough couple of days for us.
It's definitely a lot to overcome. Just being even going to the grocery store and seeing everyone work together, and just how diverse this area and this community is, and just shows that, you know, we're all more alike than not.
And the diversity of loss too.
And I think we will come together. And I think, you know, that's part of our job too with our neighbors, and just being like, what can I help you with? What can I do? And just kind of showing a sense of kindness moving forward, and just helping in all ways possible. And I saw this, you know, with the Sunset Fire and all the people and families offering to help. And it was the aggressive firefighting that actually allowed the responders get a handle on this quickly. KCAL News reporter Tom Wade, he was out there. I was actually talking to him after I left, and he was kind of being like, things are looking good. But here's a little of what he had to say with his report. Take a look.
So lots of good news this morning at Runyon Canyon. That is because the fire that was raging earlier in the evening prior is pretty much contained, at least in terms of the visual flames. Official containment numbers, we don't actually have those right now, but firefighters are saying they're very happy with the way things stand right now. That is the fuller entrance to Runyon Canyon. The good news is you don't see anything there right now, and earlier it was packed with firefighters, and also you could see flames and smoke from that area. Let's get to you some video of just how intense that firefight was on Wednesday night. Just a, you know, incredible amount of firefighters on the ground and also in the air, dousing that fire with as much as they could. People terrified really in the area. You could see that fire from pretty much every angle, and Runyon was just a tinderbox. Dry fuel on the hillsides with very little rain, bone dry fuel, just everything went up so quickly. A very volatile situation. Firefighters knew they had to get a handle on this, and they did. It was an incredible effort, and it was accomplished very quickly in terms of just the relative amount of time that they were able to do it. They did have to put an evacuation order in place. People did seem to sort of do that very orderly. We came up through the area to get here, to get to the scene, and it was gridlock. It was busy, but it was not that chaotic. Tense maybe, but not, we didn't see any sort of road rage or people honking. But again, firefighters just went at this thing as hard as they could, and they did have the advantage of not having to deal with any intense winds, of course, that we had seen earlier in the firefight in the Palisades and other areas. So the winds were much more cooperative, much calmer, and so that made it very much, not easier, but it made it much more adaptable for firefighters to get up there with their air support, able to drop water down onto the canyon and get these flames doused as quickly as possible. Fire captain on scene told me he was very happy about the way that played out. But of course, a lot of people very scared. A lot of people left their homes because they did not know what would happen. And, you know, the fire was just visible from so many angles, and, you know, very scary for lots of folks. Reporting from Hollywood, I'm Tom Waite, KCAL News.
And good morning. Yes, you know what? Good news is that wind gusts significantly different from what we saw this time yesterday. Winds have calmed in areas like Eden Canyon and, of course, across the Pacific Palisades, Malibu. Still looking at some areas of wind, especially in Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. But really, for the most part, the worst is past us. Now, we're not completely out of the woods because we still have another round of stronger winds that will ramp up today and as we head into early tomorrow. So critical fire danger, that is still a big story across Southern California. Much of the area under a red flag warning. So it is still very windy, and it will be windy, and it is still very dry. I do not have any rain for us in the extended forecast, and that's a big problem. So the red flag warning we've been talking about across much of Southern California, that is now with us until Friday. So we've got that today. We've got that as we head into tomorrow across Ventura County, a lot of Los Angeles into San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County too. High wind warning. So this is with us until early Friday across parts of Orange County, again, the Inland Empire. So we will see winds ramp up yet again. So this goes into effect this morning. It will be with us through early tomorrow. High wind watches. This is what you see in this brown color here. So this includes the Santa Monica Mountains and up through the I-5 corridor. So it's possible that we see that flip to a high wind warning. So again, we are not out of the woods just yet, but the worst of the wind gusts are past us. So fire weather outlook. When I was talking about this yesterday, we had parts of LA and Ventura County that were under the extreme category. That hot pink color, that's the highest category. So now we're down a level to critical fire danger across Santa Clarita, Piru, Calabasas, Agoura Hills, up through Pasadena and Acton. And then other areas just in an elevated fire danger today. But that's the fire outlook today. I want to show you what happens to tomorrow. So we're going to jump to tomorrow. And most areas out of that critical fire danger and just kind of to an elevated fire danger. So we will see improvements as we head through the next few days. I know it's slow, but it's taking some time to get there. We will get there. So still, again, those winds gusting as we head into later this morning and early this afternoon in areas like Santa Clarita. So we will see wind gusts as strong as 30 to 35 miles per hour. Winds starting to gust up in areas like Riverside. But of course, this graphic looking so much different today than what we saw yesterday. Lancaster, you'll see those winds. Glendale too. Huntington Beach winds about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So I'm going to continue to watch the forecast for you. Of course, as we head into this weekend, we're watching the wind. We're watching the fire danger. Kristen and Christine, I'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. We want to show you now a massive home collapsing in Studio City. This happened last night where another new fire broke out.
Yeah, this one was mind-blowing to see. This is right after the Sunset Fire. SkyCal overhead as several homes burned. Our Madison Kiwi hiked up into the neighborhood as firefighters battled the flames.
Hours after a 4-story home engulfed in flames collapsed live on our air. The firefight continues here tonight. This is in Studio City. The building still having flames coming out of it. That fire started inside that home, jumped outside the home into brush and neighboring homes. Now, the flames you see are coming from a gas line that's been hit. I'm told that's what keeps sparking up flames. They've got water coming at it at different levels from the top, the side. There's still a number of fire engines here, though some of the crews have moved away. The focus now is entirely putting out those flames that are being caused by that gas line. This as far as engines being able to move here hours after this fire actually started. No injuries in this. Spoke to a neighbor who lives just a few doors down from this home and said tonight they were at home and relaxed, not expecting a fire in their neighborhood.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts. I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
Of course, this unrelated to a wind event. It started inside. Of course, the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Good news tonight, there were no injuries, and crews are going to be here until they're done and those flames are fully out and it's safe to then investigate. Madison Kiwi, KCAL News.
All right, thank you so much. And SkyCal over the Palisades fire right now. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. You could see it dark, but you could still see those hot stops burning along the hillside. But we've been looking at these wind conditions, and thankfully right now they're calm, but that could definitely change. As Alex says, we're not out of the woods. The evacuation zones for the Palisades fire have expanded and now include parts of Santa Monica, all the way down to the coast.
And you see those areas in red there. You can see the footprint for the fire in orange has expanded all the way west to Malibu. Evacuation warnings in yellow are in other parts of Santa Monica, the city of Malibu, even Calabasas north to the 101, and Malibu Creek State Park. Now, the Eaton fire has moved up into parts of the Angeles National Forest, as you can see there in orange, but large parts of Altadena and Eaton Canyon and parts of Upper Sierra Madre have burned. Evacuation zones shown in red for the Palisades fire have for the Eaton fire have expanded and now include most of the northern parts of Sierra Madre, Pasadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge. Evacuation warnings in yellow now stretch from La Crescenta, Montrose, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, down south to the 210 freeway, and northern parts of Monrovia, Duarte, and Bradbury.
And evacuation orders for the Sunset Fire, they're shown in red right here. They include large parts of the Hollywood Hills and Hollywood, down bordered by the 101 freeway to the east and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. This is a huge evacuation order, and the evacuation warnings now include large parts of West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Beverly Crest. And it was pretty amazing to see that parts of the Hollywood Walk of Fame was also part of this evacuation warning.
Again,
so
an
far
area
away.
you would never think would be under a fire evacuation. And we talked about this earlier, that this is the first time I can remember in my career where everybody I know is somehow touched by this fire. Either evacuated, have lost their home, have friends who have lost their homes. Yesterday I had to text a friend because Rick Montanez so wonderfully went and checked on her home and it was gone. You know, it's just mind-boggling that the impact is so widespread and so severe.
Yeah, the last fire I think I remember covering that was this big was the Woolsey fire, but this one is so much bigger and so much more powerful and so much more spread out. It's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, and there's a lot of questions too on where are all these displaced people going to go. I know Airbnb is offering free temporary housing to people. I've seen posts where people have said, hey, I have a rental, you can have it for free for a month or two.
The Red Cross is a good place to look into as well.
But you wonder where, you know, it's going to take years to rebuild. Where are all these people going to go when we already have, you know, such a shortage of housing? So I know a lot of people have so many concerns on their minds. The good news is, you know, everybody that I've talked to is willing to help, and there's such a strong sense of community here.
Absolutely. Also, we want to let you know you're watching KCAL News at 3:30.